Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 25, The Egg and the Eye.
Oh man, more like unlocking the riddles inside of the egg.
The egg, yeah. We don't really unlock any riddles inside of the eye, do we?
No, not so much. Not so much. I'm curious because I'm just peeking over at your page just a tiny little bit, and I feel like you've drawn an illustration of the way that a typical Easter egg on
opens.
Like opens.
Yeah,
which is going to be more of like your, I mean, it's a mid shell, but we're talking more like equator versus like prime meridian.
That's exactly what we're talking. In fact, I said like this, feels like the seam would be on the equator.
No way.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. So just looking at the chapter art immediately, you've almost got an egg, if you can imagine, laying on its side, and instead of opening like top and bottom, it's opening like through, I guess, like the middle,
through like the wide end. Yeah.
It's a strange choice for how to open an egg, because under almost no circumstances ever does anybody open an egg this way.
No one would open an egg this way, because then the left side and the right side would be of different sizes.
Yeah. It's
an oblong way to do it.
Right. And it's kind of funny though, because we will often talk about like the character design of Mad-Eye Moody and sort of like that steampunk style they went with, which has never been either of our favorites. However, I will say that the egg prop design and the way that it like kind of opens from the tippy top and then like has like little thirds of shell that open in every direction,
as opposed to like a hinge.
Pretty darn cool if you ask me.
I'll give the golden egg that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a good prop.
Pretty cool. I don't
prop.
like the way it's depicted in the chapter art here, like a weird shaped clam shell or something.
It's an unusual choice. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I mean, it's kind of funny too, because I feel like even just looking ahead to next week's chapter, which is going to be the second task, you get a pile of it's gillyweed, but it's a whole bunch of worms kind of all squiggling about. So I feel like whenever you were in the process of designing all of these little bits of art, it must have been like, okay, we've got an interesting back to back.
We do have an interesting back to back. Although I'm feeling from your description of the next chapter like you don't like the chapter art in the next one.
Well, it's visceral to say the least.
It's visceral to say the least.
Yeah, like
I literally looked ahead. Sorry, spoilers for next week. I literally wrote 11 out of 10 on it.
I mean, it's beautiful. And I actually asked you as we sat down. I was like, what would you think if I were to get this tattooed onto my body? Like out of all the chapter arts, I got gillyweed.
Yeah,
because it would represent my love for things below water.
Yeah.
So it's like, people will be like, hey, what's that sort of jumble of worms you have on your leg? And it's like,
it's gillyweed.
It's gillyweed. Thank you for asking.
Thank you for asking. Yes. It does look like a jumble of worms, doesn't it?
It does. I have a jumble of worms tattooed on my person.
They look like they were done by different artists almost. Like the gillyweed is so up close and detailed, and the egg is just like this, like, lightly colored in small minuscule thing.
It does look a lot like maybe like a little bit more phoned in, I guess, if you will. Like maybe like the intern came in on this particular day and they were like, hey, can you draw an egg? It's like, I can probably draw an egg.
Who was the artist here? Mary Grandpré.
Yes. Which it's a name I feel like as a lifelong Harry Potter fan, I should absolutely have
for sure. Since we critique her art every single week as if we could draw it all.
You're right. We should really stick to dissecting the plot, which we're good at, and not art, which we're definitely not good at.
For the most part, they are all, I mean, she's a very talented artist, for sure.
Absolutely, yes. Some of the most iconic Harry Potter illustrations come from this.
Yeah.
The one thing I actually do really like about this chapter art, though, is that there are like little, if you look very carefully at it, like little bubbles that are sort of like coming out of like the smoky mist. And I think that's a nice touch.
So that makes it look like this is it open underwater.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's it open underwater. So that's almost like the voice sort of like creating the gurgles.
Yeah. Well, yeah. All right. Well, we'll talk more about that. In any case, let's go ahead and jump into the chapter here. We'll start off with our lovely first sentence, as always. As Harry had no idea how long a bath he would need to work out the secret of the golden egg, he decided to do it at night when he would be able to take as much time as he wanted. And then the dragons arrived. It's always funny.
It's always funny. And the hilarious thing is that the actual thing that arrives might be worse than dragons.
Yeah, I know, right? Because, like, oh my gosh, it's a creepy ghost girl.
It's a creepy ghost girl who's going to be just exceedingly inappropriate for most of the chapter.
Yeah, when I say creepy, I don't mean like creepy like horror movie creepy. I mean creepy like, oh my God, stop looking at me.
Yeah. It's like you are currently invading my privacy in a way that I can't really do anything about. I
can't do anything about. Although apparently the Ministry of Magic can stop you from stalking people. How do I fill out that form now yesterday?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. It definitely seems like it. And it's funny too, because it's like, it sounds like Myrtle was capable of going anywhere while she was out doing her haunting. Like she's just following Olive Hornby around for as long as she can until she goes and submits this claim with the Ministry of Magic. And then she is forced to reside inside of her toilet.
And it's like, I'm not, and I got to that part and I was like, in what way are they able to enforce this?
In what way?
In what way?
It's a great question. The real question is whether or not it's the only place in the castle that Moaning Myrtle feels comfortable.
Well, sure.
You know, because it's like surely you don't have to stay in the bathroom.
I know, don't have to. I mean, clearly she doesn't have to because she is here in this other bathroom.
Exactly.
And sometimes she's in the lake when she gets flushed.
Yeah.
What uncomfortable information to receive as your Harry Potter who's like, oh, I've got to go under the lake. And she's like, sometimes I'm there when people flush me with their poo. Like, oh man.
It's like, wait a second. I have to go into the lake where all the sewage goes?
All of it.
I am not comfortable with the plumbing that Hogwarts seemingly wrangled together with their lack of Muggle knowledge.
I know. Like, we used to just vanish it. Now we put it in the lake. Great.
That's why the giant squid is actually just a robot that we keep in there so that kids don't want to swim in the lake. And the reason you don't want to swim in the lake is because it's full of waste.
Full of waste.
Or ship, as we like to call it.
Oh man, we are off to a very good start today. That's for sure.
That is for sure.
Oh man. Anyway, Harry has decided to take Cedric up on his hint and even decided to use the prefix bathroom. It says far fewer people were allowed in there, so it was much less likely that he would be disturbed. Although I kind of disagree with him on this front because he's doing it at night, and it's like, how many people are heading out past curfew to take baths, you know? In any case.
In any case. So it's like, there's nothing special about the prefix bathroom in this particular scenario. Like, it's like all bathrooms, if you were to go to in the middle of the night, would probably be safe.
And to that end, I think prefects are allowed out at night, are they not, to patrol the court? If anywhere, this might be where someone would show up.
That's a good point. The bigger question that I had about this particular instance is just like, let's just say that you're one of so there's 8 prefix total. The Quidditch captains sometimes are also prefix, but that would add like a few more.
There's more than 8 prefix, right?
2 per house,
but for 5, 6, and 7.
Do you think there are prefix for each year?
Well, they get, yeah. I think every time, like at all new 5th year, like when you get to 5th year, your class gets 2 prefix assigned.
You know,
and then the following year, you'd still be a prefect.
I have never considered that before.
Right?
Yeah, I've always just assumed that there were just 8 prefix.
Okay.
Maybe that does make sense. It seems like a lot of people would be prefix.
Well, I guess so. Then you'd have what, 3 times as many, 24?
Yeah.
You'd have 24 plus 4 Quidditch captains, assuming there was no overlap.
Right.
You'd be up to 28, and then you'd have head boy and head girl, whom we know don't have to be prefix.
Right.
So potentially you could have 30. There is a maximum number of 30 people who could have access to this bathroom.
Okay, so roughly like 10-ish% of the student populace,
I guess so,
are going in here. So here was my concern, was just sort of like, let's just say that you're Percy and Cedric, and for as grand as this bathroom seems, it's also like, what happens if you're Cedric and you walk in and Percy's in there swimming laps?
Yeah,
and it's like, oh hey man,
oh yeah, right.
I guess I'll just wait.
I didn't know you were in the giant tub tonight.
It's like,
didn't see it on the calendar there, Perce.
Yeah, we're supposed to take out slots in case you'd forgotten.
Yeah, I know. Because you know what? Like, I always imagine it because it's described as like a swimming pool with a diving board.
With a diving board.
And yet Harry is clearly completely naked in this like situation because he has something to hide from Myrtle.
Exactly.
Right,
Yes.
Right. So if you're a prefect, that means there are people going in there, stripping down completely, just hitting the diving board. This just is a giant pool, private pool, basically.
A giant private pool.
You know?
It's quite the perk.
This is quite the perk. For sure.
Now,
assuming you're the only one in there, unless all the prefects are just like, yeah, this is just part of the club, you know? We're all pretty open with each other around here.
It takes a little getting used to, but
yeah.
SAR everywhere.
What?
I said, but SAR everywhere.
I know, right? It sounds like I'm surprised there's not anyone in here right now. You know, you'd have access. Why not? You'd be here all the time.
That's the thing. Is at some point, Harry is going to describe the wonderful sensation of being able to like swim in hot and like foamy water, like sudsy water. And I'm like, what an unusually rare occurrence that actually is.
That I've never done that.
Right. Yeah. It's like, it would be like in any circumstance. It doesn't matter like however opulent like a resort you may be staying at is like, or like even like a hot spring or something. It's like you might technically have water you can swim in that is of this volume, but it probably then wouldn't be sudsy.
Probably isn't going to be sudsy. You're not going to have to have a bubble bath that big. Like it's just hard to keep the water hot.
It's hard to keep the water hot. Yeah. Although there must be some type of charm work going on because it seems like the whole tub fills up like unusually quickly.
It fills up very quickly with just like a few taps.
Yeah.
Like I was like saying, it's empty when he gets there and he turns on a few taps and it's like, even if you had like 20 taps, it would take like half a day, you know?
I think if you're filling, like just for like reference sake, I think if you're filling up like your standard backyard swimming pool with like a hose, you would turn it on and let it fill for a day.
Right.
It would take forever.
Yeah. So clearly there is some magical shenanigans happening here. Also, the other thing about this particular thing, he's like so concerned about being caught, but like this absolutely seems like the sort of thing where if he just asked McGonagall, like, hey, can I use the prefect bathroom to like try and work out the egg? Like as champion, I feel like he should just be allowed this anyway.
It definitely seems like this would fall under the category of perks that would just come with being school champion, because realistically it would only be in any usual year where the circumstances aren't unusual like they are this year, where there are 2 champions, which is still not too many to grant the additional access to.
Yeah.
Like it seems like if you happen to not already be a prefect or head boy or Quidditch captain and you were selected as school champion, that you would just get access to the prefect's bathroom.
Right.
Like it seems like that would be on par at least with being Quidditch captain.
Absolutely. It's like, we're willing to let you fight dragons by yourself, but I'm afraid you cannot take a bath at night.
No.
That's a ridiculous request, Harry.
Right. Yes. Yeah. It's like he should just take the cover off and be like, hey, Snape, I'm sorry, man. I was working on my clue. I was in the prefect's bathroom. Cedric gave me the password.
Yeah.
It's
throw him right under the bus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I heard him say you were like a slimy guy or something. I don't know.
You take it up with him. Take
it up with him.
Yeah.
You know him, right? You've seen him.
Yeah. You know Cedric. Yeah. The really handsome one.
Yeah. He's that like tall, sort of good looking guy, almost as good looking as me, but not quite.
But not quite. But he does happen to be walking around all the time with like a really pretty girl. But like, you can kind of tell that she would have preferred to go with me.
Right.
To the Yule Ball.
Like if I'd asked her first, she would have said, you think she would have picked me, right? I think we're in agreement with that.
At this point in time, Snape's just looking at him like completely dumbfounded, like, Potter, shut up.
Shut up, man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to expel you, Potter. That'd be so funny if you just talk. Yeah, that'd be a great conversation. Oh, man. Anyway, we're one paragraph in. We've got Ship in the Lake. We've got Harry doing naked laps in the bathtub.
Well, we haven't even gotten there yet.
That's the other weird thing is that he swims lengths, again, not wearing anything. What another situation that you're probably not going to have yourself.
That's true. What an unusually rare circumstance.
Yeah, you're not heading down to like your local YMCA and swimming some lengths,
in your nudie pants.
In your nudie pants. Oh man!
Oh, the parents who allow their kids to listen to this show were
this is not the episode.
Come on, guys. Not the mental images anybody was really hoping for.
This is what the book has brought us to.
Yes, it has. But in case you are wanting to feel invisible at this moment, not to worry, because Harry is at long last busting out his invisibility cloak along with his Marauder's map and the egg. So he's kind of got like a cool collection of like his magical accessories.
He sure does.
Now. He should have brought like his little little like toy dragon just to sort of like cap it off with the rest of the cool stuff.
Absolutely. Just have that like flying around. Like maybe it'd offer me some inspiration, you know?
Right. Yeah. Or maybe even like in his cloak, just like tucks in like the knife that Sirius gave him. You never know what's going to happen.
You know, maybe I got to unlock a door or something. I like to think he has it with him anyway.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, if nothing else, and he didn't know the Pine Fresh password, that certainly would have worked. For
that seems like it would have worked. Yeah.
Yeah.
You think it would have worked on Snape's magically sealed door?
I do.
I do too, because I think this is exactly what Umbridge does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep. Anyway, so let's see here. What do we got going on next?
Let's see. Well, I think it's crazy that this is the first time he's really got the Marauders map out this entire year. And I'm like, Harry, you got to be using that thing like way more often.
Definitely.
Like way more often.
Yes. If it's me, you probably just like leave it open on your bed every night. Like, just sort of like take a peek around, see what's going on, keep knowing what's what.
Exactly.
Especially when your name was mysteriously entered into a competition. It's
exactly.
Like if somebody's out there trying to kill you, it's like maybe look for them.
I mean, he literally finds them the first time he does it.
He does. Yeah. He zeroes in on exactly the person.
Exactly the problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway, but we're still jumping ahead of ourselves. But it's a Thursday night.
It's a Thursday night, which means it took him from Saturday when he visited Hagrid during the Hogsmeade visit to Thursday to come up with this ironclad plan to not get caught out of bed.
Right. And for the most part, for the first half of the evening, he actually does quite well.
The first half he does quite well, but I got to tell you, the second half he fumbles just about everything pretty miraculously.
Yeah, he literally fumbles the egg.
Yes, he literally fumbles it.
Yeah. So it's Thursday night. Harry sneaked up. He put on the cloak, crept back downstairs. So just as he had done the night that when Hagrid had shown him the dragons, waited for the portrait hole to open. This time it was Ron who waited outside to give the fat lady the password, which is banana fritters.
Banana fritters.
Banana fritters.
How long is Ron just sitting outside the portrait hole? Like, what's he doing out there? Because he's out there past the time, right?
Yeah, he must just be twiddling thumbs.
He's just out there. The fat lady staring at him like, say it. Say banana fritters. And he's like, no, not yet. Nope.
Not yet.
Mm-mm.
I will when I'm ready.
Oh, strawberry fritters? He's like, please say the password. Peach fritters? Just man, that'd be so funny.
Rod just trolling.
Just trolling the fat lady. What was it? Banana bread?
Oh my God. I can just picture her being so bad. But yeah, banana fritters, to which I was just like, wait, really?
Yeah, I know.
Like, what has been our balderdash?
We had balderdash for 6 months, fairy lights for like half an hour, and now we're at banana fritters.
Banana fritters.
Yes. McGonagall, who is the one I have to imagine sets the passwords, has some interesting choices.
Maybe so. Maybe this was McGonagall trying to take a little leaf out of Dumbledore's book, and she's like, you know what? For once, I'm going to do it.
I'm going to have some whimsy.
I do. So it's like new headcanon is that McGonagall loves banana fritters.
She must.
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
So Harry finds the statue of Boris the Bewildered, and I was like trying to look up, like, do we know what Boris the Bewildered is famous for? Because he does have a statue, and the answer is no, we don't. We don't know what he is famous for at all.
I mean, the fact that he's got bewildered in there almost like sort of matches a little bit with the fact that the statue is depicting is a lost looking wizard with his gloves on the wrong hands.
Yeah.
Which is a detail that you could probably tell me again next week, and I would continue to be like, I have never heard that information once in my life.
No, I know. I read that. I was like, that's an interesting one. First of all, it's really hard to get a glove on the wrong hand, much less twice, because on the second glove, your first hand will be in the first glove.
Yes. Yeah. So whoever is bewildering Boris maybe is doing this to him.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
Although when I was looking this up, I found like an old quote from an interview that apparently all of the portraits in Hogwarts are of deceased people.
Oh.
Which I was like, well, I don't know. That like hurt our theory that it was Slughorn in the painting from earlier off the exit chamber, and I was like, I don't know. I feel like Slughorn could even be like an exception to this sort of rule because, it
feels like he would have like lobbied for it. Even
it does feel like that, doesn't it?
Because he places his importance in such an unusual kind of way, and the description otherwise just fits him just a little too well.
Yeah. It kind of does. But so anyway, Harry finally gets inside Pine Fresh, just as Cedric had told. It'd be so funny if the password had changed. Like, because since then, the Gryffindor password has indeed changed, but this one hasn't.
This one hasn't. It's a good point. And I do think it's kind of funny, too, because Harry is going to be convinced for pretty much the whole front half of the evening. For one, it took him forever to take Cedric's advice. Then he finally is like, you know what? Stomach your pride. Got to go and do it. And then the whole time he's there for like the first bit of it, he's like, Cedric's screwing with me. Yeah. That's it. He's definitely messing with me.
He's messing with me. I know. But like, what, like, Harry, he's trying to like dislike Cedric because of the Cho situation, but I keep trying to figure out what he thinks Cedric, what is the joke? How is he messing with you? Like, did you have a really lovely bath?
It's a cool room, isn't it?
It's a pretty cool room. Man, you're going to see a part of the castle you wouldn't get to normally see. Gotcha! Oh, burn, Potter!
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I also love the idea that just like Cedric is canonically really bad at practical jokes. Like he's trying to pull jokes on people, but instead he's just being really nice. Like you won't believe it. I tried. Listen to how I got Potter last week. We're both champions. You know that, right? I'm the better one. But of course, I told him that he should take a bath with the egg, and then I let him go to the prefect's bathroom. It's amazing. And there's like a swimming pool. There's a diving board. And the water jumps off of itself. There's bubbles. Oh my god, he's gonna go have the best time.
Also, the way that you solve the egg is by putting it underwater, which you could easily do. And there's a painting of a mermaid in the room. So, you know, he probably figured it out.
He probably figured it out. Yeah. Man, what a laugh. What a laugh.
What a laugh. I do think this is funny because it does say the door creaked open. Harry slipped inside, bolted the door behind him. To which I'm like, does the door not lock itself if you don't bolt the door? Or is this like a situation where like, you know, you can like deadbolt something from the inside. Then like if somebody else walked up and was like pine fresh, it would be like occupied.
Yeah. Oh man.
Maybe that's how you avoid any unpleasantness.
I suppose.
Of accidentally running in on somebody else.
I suppose so. That could be a thing. Yeah. That'd be awkward if that happened to him. Pine fresh, occupied.
It's like,
oh man.
Didn't even occur to me that could happen.
Yeah.
I guess I'll sit here and wait like Ron was doing. Maybe think of different kinds of cobbler.
Yeah, right.
to pass the time.
Yeah. What else can I try here? What other air freshener, car air freshener could I suggest to this painting?
So because pine fresh is a car flavor.
Yeah, it's definitely a car flavor. That's like the classic, the tree, right?
Yeah. Okay, so then there's like, you know, like vanilla.
There's like vanilla. There's like dreamsicle.
Dreamsicle, good one, good one. Meadow, probably.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, we're also just listing like candle flavors,
right?
Too.
And they're always like, yeah, we'll throw in this air freshener. I'm like, please don't.
Don't do that.
I don't want it.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. His immediate reaction was that it would be worth becoming a prefect just be able to use this bathroom.
Yep.
I could see a world where next year when Ron gets his prefect badge, Harry, like his first thought is like, he's going to get to use the bathroom.
I know. Like, can you let me in? Can like I go to the... Can you make sure you'll tell me the password to like the prefect's bathroom?
You know Ron is going to be all about this bathroom.
You know that he is all about it, and then he's definitely not telling Harry. He's like, nope, this one's just for me.
This one's for me.
This one's for me.
He gets to be the chosen one. I get to
earned this.
Yes.
Because Harry's too busy doing other things, which Dumbledore just straight up tells Harry, is like, yes, I would have picked you, but like, you had some others. It seemed like you had quite enough to be getting on with.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So your friend Ronald, I threw him a bone.
You know, good old Ronald over there. So Harry enjoys checking it out. There's different colored jewels on the handles, the diving board, long white linen curtains hung around the windows, and a large pile of fluffy white towels sat in a corner, which makes it, the way that's described makes it sound like the towels in the regular bathroom are not like particularly nice.
Thin and scratchy
towels. Yeah. You non-prefects, enjoy your like ugly towels over here.
They're like those like brown paper towels that were like in every school bathroom ever that like are like completely non-absorbent.
Oh, the ones to like dry your hands.
Yeah.
But they don't.
They're like that, but like beach towel size.
But like beach towel size. Yeah, that's exactly. That's what they get in the Gryffindor bathrooms.
Right.
Yeah, which we never hear about. You know there are bathrooms, but like where do they shower? You know,
or like let's just say you're Cedric. And you wake up in the middle of the night and you gotta like, you know, go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
It's like, is he like, oh man,
I got to go all the way up to the Boris the Bewildered statue to
like, sure, the toilet seat's heated, but
my goodness.
It's a jaunt.
You get up there, occupied. Who's taking a giant bathtub swimming pool bath of this hour?
Flint.
Yeah, it's Flint. You think he's a prefect? He's his captain. Yeah, that'd be. Yeah, it's definitely Flint, the not prefect, who just also has access to the bathroom, who's using it way too often.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Taking what do you think the line for this bathroom is like in the morning?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like there are aspects of this that just don't make sense.
Yeah,
like it almost seems like you'd like walk in and there'd be like a door going in like multiple different directions or something, so you could like choose like what you needed out of like your particular bathroom.
It does, yeah. Or like there could be several doors, and behind each of them was basically the same situation, but like private.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. Like a mini room of requirement situation going on here.
Absolutely.
In which case, man, being a prefect is way better.
I would absolutely. If I knew that this was on the table, I'd be like, I'm 100%.
I am in.
Yes. Yes.
This alone. You would like graduate and be like, I'm never going to have a bathroom that nice again ever.
I know that was like a 3-year thing.
That was it. Yeah.
That's kind of sad to think about.
I know. Wow. Yeah. That's in your
like
school bathroom.
My best days are behind me.
My best days are behind. Doesn't even like note any toilets in here. You know,
no, none whatsoever.
It's just the swimming pool.
Although, however Myrtle got here, surely was through some type of.
Well, there's pipes. There's a bazillion faucets. You know,
there's pipes.
Yeah.
Anyway, so she's got portals.
She's got portals. Anyway, so he gets up there. And sure enough, he starts wondering, like, is Cedric having me on here? Is he having a good old practical joke, that old Cedric Diggory? I don't see how on earth this is supposed to help. But he's plays around with all the taps. I love the description of the different taps. The pink and blue bubbles coming out of one, the ice white foam that you can like rest on, the water that jumps across itself. Also fun.
Yeah, there's nothing about this that doesn't like just make the wizarding world sound so absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Like this is really like just peak magical existence as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. This is doing magic right.
Yeah, this is doing magic right. Yeah. So Harry turned off all the taps, pulled off his pajamas, slippers, dressing gown. Wow. Pulled off his pajamas, slippers, and dressing gown. Okay, so
he wears a gown to sleep in.
Yeah, naturally.
Got it.
And slid into the water. It was so deep that his feet barely touched the bottom, and he actually did a couple of links before swimming back to the side and treading water, staring at the egg.
Yeah.
Everything about this sounds like so much fun.
It does. Also, can't help but notice, I think I mentioned last week, I've been training for a triathlon for couple of months here, which was this past weekend and went really well. Thanks for asking.
Seriously,
guys, listeners. Okay,
was that my fault? Was I supposed to be like, hey, how was it?
No, absolutely not. Okay. But I can't help but notice. I was like, hey, guess what? Harry kind of training for a try as well. You know,
that's true.
A Triwizard Tournament.
Yeah, you guys have so much in common.
We have so much in common.
we should get you a shirt for tour that says "Big Chosen One Energy."
That would be a great shirt.
That would be a good one.
Big Chosen One Energy.
He's got Big Chosen One Energy.
But I am the chosen one.
Harry stretched out his arms, lifted the egg in his wet hands and opened it. The wailing, screeching sound filled the bathroom, echoing and reverberating off the marble walls, but it sounded just as incomprehensible as ever, if not more so with all the echoes. Mm-hmm. He snapped it shut again, worried that the sound would attract Filch, wondering whether or not that hadn't been Cedric's plan, and then making him jump so badly that he dropped the egg, which clattered away across the bathroom floor. Someone spoke.
It's too bad he didn't just drop it in the water.
It's too bad, yes. It's almost shocking that he dropped it anywhere but in the water.
I know, right?
Based on what's been going on here.
Because what he's basically doing here, because he can't touch the bottom, is he's holding himself up with his elbows on the side of the pool and like holding the heavy egg in front of him with just his forearms and like, it's like screaming at him.
Right.
And then Myrtle's like, you should put it in the water. He's like, and he drops it and it like fumbles away.
Yeah. So the voice that is literally talking to him is suggesting doing the thing that he accidentally doesn't do.
Exactly.
Yeah,
yes. If only. But Harry finally figures out that what Cedric meant was open it into the water. That's why the bath part of it's important.
That's right.
Yeah. He's being pretty thick here. For sure, but let's see. Then Myrtle starts getting all flirty with him.
Yep.
So the foam was so dense that this hardly mattered, but he had a nasty feeling Myrtle had been spying on him from out of one of the taps ever since he had arrived, which is just like gross.
Yeah.
Come on.
I was like,
how is this okay?
It's pretty uncomfortable, to be fair.
Pretty inappropriate.
I closed my eyes when you got in, she said, blinking at him through her thick spectacles. You haven't come to see me for ages. Yeah. Well, said Harry, bending his knees ever so slightly so that Myrtle couldn't see anything but his head. I'm not supposed to come into your bathroom, am I? It's a girl's one.
Yeah.
You didn't used to care, said Myrtle miserably. You used to be in there all the time.
Which she did not seem happy about.
Yeah, it's like. Do you remember those years? Because you were always all up in our face.
You were pretty upset about it. 50 points if you get it through her head.
Right.
Yeah, all that stuff. But then we get like a little just recap of why Harry happened to be in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. It's to make polyjuice potion. And this whole paragraph is just a big reminder to you, the reader, about what polyjuice potion is, because it hasn't been relevant for 2 books, but it's super relevant right now. And you need to be remembering it because it's happening now
it's
in
happening.
This chapter and throughout the whole book. And this is it. This is one of those things when you're reading books like this. So it's like, oh yeah, I got this reminder for a reason. Yeah.
Yes. This is literally just the book straight. It's not Myrtle winking at Harry. It's the book winking at you.
It's exactly what it is.
Yeah. It's so once you know and you're like, oh my gosh, we're talking about polyjuice potion in the same chapter where Harry's going to see Bartemius Crouch on the map where he is scouring Snape's stores for polyjuice supplies.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my gosh, it's all right there. It's right in front of our
all right there.
faces. But yeah, so then Harry is trying to come up with a good excuse for not going back and visiting. It says, I got told off for going in there, said Harry, which was half true. It's like, Harry, it's okay for this to be half true.
It's okay for you to just lie.
It doesn't have to be whole true at all.
In fact, you could just be true and be like, I don't want to see you.
Also, yes, exactly. But then anyway, Myrtle does chime in with a little bit more advice. Anyway, I tried the egg in the water. That's what Cedric Diggory did. And then Harry's like, have you been spying on him too? What do you do? Just sneak up here in the evenings and watch Prefix takes baths?
Sometimes.
It's like, no, Myrtle.
No, yeah. She said rather slyly, like, yes, that is what she's doing.
Yeah. But I've never
dear.
come out to speak to anyone before. It's like, well, Harry is the chosen one. So
Yeah, it's true. I'm honored, he said darkly.
You keep your eyes shut.
Yeah. Good luck with that, Harry.
Yeah.
And then she is just like totally like, I don't know what Harry was going to do though if Myrtle wasn't here, because he doesn't seem capable of figuring this out at all. You know, like you open it underwater and you have to go underwater. Okay, there we go.
Easy does it now. Yep. Harry lowered the egg beneath the foamy surface and opened it. And this time it did not wail. A gurgling song was coming out of it. So that's the bubbles from our chapter art.
That's the bubbles. Yeah, right
yeah.
there. Gurgling song.
Right. Let's see here. You need to put your head under too, said Myrtle, who seemed to be thoroughly enjoying bossing him around. Go on. And then Harry takes a deep breath, goes underwater, and finally hears the song, which goes, come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look and to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone. It won't come back.
Boom. Yeah, so that's them setting up the riddle for the second task. That's from the Mer people, which is interesting to me that like above the water, it's incomprehensible, but under the water, it's in like perfect English.
It's a good point.
It's
a good point. There must be like some type of like Google Translate type situation going on.
Yeah, right.
Like because surely they don't speak. Well, I'm trying to think here. How would that go? I mean, I guess he talks to the Mer people underwater.
They talk to him, but he like can't talk back.
But he can hear them.
He can hear them.
Yeah, and every time he tries to talk, it just makes like a big bubble.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
exactly what happens. Excuse me.
It's okay. What is also interesting here is that it definitely is using like words like it's gone, it won't come back, suggesting that it would be like an item, not a person.
Right. Yeah.
Who's going to be taken from him.
Yeah. An hour long, you have to look to recover what we took, not who we took, and too late, it's gone, not they're gone.
Right.
They won't come back. Those all would have been more helpful, I suppose, but maybe they don't want the champions realizing it's going to be people.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. I mean, that probably, even with that particular note in mind, I bet it's that much more shocking when you get down there and you're like, whoa, it's my best friend.
Yeah. Like, and Ron's here too.
Is that a Hermione joke?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Harry just takes Hermione and leaves Ron. Crumb's down there like,
Guess I'm taking this guy.
This guy, I guess, just save anybody. I don't know.
Right. Crumb doesn't get the assignment at all.
Yeah.
At that point, it's like, does someone just leave Ron? And he just takes like Gabrielle. It's like, take the innocent girl, I guess.
Yeah, Fleur doesn't get down there. It's like, yeah, Crumb's down there. It's like, should I save the little girl or the boy? I guess I saved the girl, right? That has to be the test. Okay, yeah, all right. And then Ron's just down there because Fleur got caught by the Grindylows. Yeah. That'd be so funny. Oh, man. Anyway, Harry comes back and he's trying to remember and he says, yeah, come seek us where our voices sound. And if I need persuading, which actually is not in the rhyme at all.
I was like, I had to read that like 10 times and I was like, I'm missing it. I'm surely missing it.
Like it says persuading, right? Nope.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Yeah. Hang on. I need to listen again.
Yep.
So he sinks back underwater 3 more times. Then he has the entire story memorized.
I know. I'm like, every time I read that, it says memorized. I'm like, write it down, man.
Yeah. Right. There has to be a better way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now he's thinking out loud. I've got to go and look for people who can't use their voices above ground, he said slowly. Who could that be? So whole montage of inbound.
Oh, absolutely.
Just as a heads up for those of you who are keeping track of the
counter.
The counter. Yeah. Slow, aren't you? He hadn't seen Moaning Myrtle so cheerful apart from the day that when Hermione got hit with the Polyjuice potion and turned into a cat.
A cat.
Yeah.
But if their voices could only be heard underwater, then it made sense for them to belong to underwater creatures. And so he runs this past Myrtle. So I love how it was now like he was upset, but now he's just like, Myrtle, what do you think of this?
Yeah.
They live underwater, excuse me.
Right. And she's like, well, that's what Diggory thought too, she said. And it's like, because it's correct.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like,
right. Why don't you just say, yup?
Yes, that's it. But it's even kind of funny because, yeah, it's like, if you're imagining Cedric down there, it's like, it says that he waited, he thought about it for ages and ages. Nearly all the bubbles had gone.
I know.
And it's sort of like, it doesn't, especially with the fact that there is a mermaid painting in the prefix bathroom, I am slightly surprised it takes this long.
It does. I know. It is surprising that it takes this long at all for either of them to get there. But Harry confirms that there are mer people down there, and Myrtle confirms that she's been down there. Sometimes I don't have any choice. If someone flushes my toilet when I'm not expecting it, which like, great. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Good visual. Trying not to think about Moaning Myrtle zooming down a pipe to the lake with the contents of a toilet.
Yeah,
Harry said,
exactly.
Well, does anything in there have a human voice? Hang on. Harry's eyes had fallen on the picture of the snoozing mermaid on the wall. Myrtle, there aren't mer people in there, are there?
Ooh, very good. Her thick glasses were twinkling. It took Diggory much longer than that, and that was with her awake too. So Myrtle does not like the mermaid drawing. I guess she feels like jealous that the mermaid is prettier than her.
Maybe so.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, although at this point in time, Harry's got to be sizing himself up a little bit too. He's like, okay, so Cedric got the mermaid and I got you.
Right.
This is working out well.
Well, she was there too.
She was there too, but she didn't reveal herself to him. Yeah. No flattery for old Cedric.
Right.
Maybe it was because of the jealousy thing.
Maybe. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Just try not to think about it too hard for the folks at home.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
So then we get to hear that he's like excited that he figured it out, but then realizes what he's figured out, that, oh my gosh, how am I gonna, swim in the lake? I'm not a very good swimmer. We get a nice little pass at the Dursleys, who did not give Harry swim lessons. Harry reasons because he thinks one day maybe he would drown without swim lessons, which sadly might be true.
Yeah, and unfortunately by doing the thing that they think is the worst, which is by being a wizard. So they actually got it somewhat close to, I guess, their wish.
Almost.
Harry only barely figures it out and actually doesn't figure it out on his own at all. So. Yeah. And then, Harry then asks, Myrtle, how am I supposed to breathe?
Yeah.
And at this point in time, he completely offends Moaning Myrtle, forgetting about the fact that she can't breathe because she is dead.
Because she's dead. Which is a bummer because, like, Myrtle is otherwise answered basically every question and told him how to do the rest of it.
Right.
But now the mention of breathing, when I don't know if she could have offered a genuine solution or not, she just loses it and she's like, tactless. Right. Nobody understands. And then you get like a little background. It says, nobody missed me even when I was alive. Took them hours to find my body. I know. I was sitting there waiting for them. Poor Myrtle.
That's rough to imagine, like immediately coming back as a ghost with your unfinished business of feeling so overlooked and bullied by Olive Hornsby, only for Olive Hornsby to be the one who is assigned looking for her.
I know.
And also it takes them a long time to find her.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, this isn't exactly what I had hoped for.
Yeah.
But then, of course,
it feels like Myrtle like died and she was almost excited to see how people would react. Like, oh my God, people are going to have to pay attention to me now. And then it's like still no one did.
Yes.
Like it just took them a while.
She definitely had that, like, I can't wait to hear what people say about me at my funeral.
Yes.
And it's like, it's a weird take, but okay.
Yeah. She like definitely got home, from a weekend where she forgot her phone. Was like, can't wait to check all my text messages to see all the ones I got. And there was nothing.
Yeah. No new messages.
No new messages. Like, oh no.
Oh, that hurts.
Well, time to haunt Olive Hornby.
That's right.
Yep. And this is still baffles me though. Olive comes in and she says she saw her body. Ooh, she didn't forget it until her dying day. I made sure of that. Followed her around, reminded her I did. I remember at her brother's wedding.
It's like, oh boy.
Yeah.
What happened at her brother's wedding? That's
I know.
the story we need more of.
We do.
Is there anybody who we know gets married somewhere along the way? Like some type of like stray, like.
Oh yeah. Like I guess her brother. So Olive Hornby's brother would also be a Hornby.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't know if we know of any of the rest of the Hornby family.
Right. That would be kind of an interesting one though to see, because it's such an interesting like little piece of information to not have more of that story. But
yeah.
Anyway,
Myrtle haunts Olive Hornby for making fun of her glasses and then for taking a while to discover her, or I guess like potentially teasing her, assuming she's still alive at first, and like haunts her for the rest of her life until the ministry says she can't. But again, doesn't think that it's worth haunting Tom Riddle for actually killing her.
Right, exactly. Or making like a ridiculously big fuss about the absolutely gigantic snake that killed her. And I guess she just says she dies. All she remembers is a pair of great big yellow eyes or whatever. So maybe she didn't actually see the snake, but it's also like, bring the yellow eyes up to anyone.
To bring them up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something killed you. You don't seem that concerned with that.
Right. Although, God, can you imagine too, though, it's like, nobody is exactly their best while they are a high school aged student.
Yeah.
And can you imagine just like being Olive, and it's sort of like, yeah, I was mean to this girl when we were like 14, and now I'm like 67 and she's been haunting me for 53 years.
Yeah.
So
was like, I'm here.
It's like,
I can hear you talking about me.
It's like, Myrtle, at some point in time, you might have become the bully in this situation.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. The tide might have turned a little bit.
Yep.
Although I guess it couldn't have been 53 years because it was 50 years since the Chamber of Secrets was opened. And
yeah. So 52 years.
Right. Yes. Yeah. There you go.
Yep.
All right. Let's see what we got next.
So let's see. Harry is trying to figure out what he's going to do. He gets dressed, decides he's going to leave Myrtle, and Myrtle's like, can you come? You'll come visit me again, right? And he's like, I'll try, which is a definite no.
Right. But he does say, see you, Myrtle. Thanks for your help.
Yeah.
So he at least he's gracious.
He's gracious. Thank you. I got there.
Right. So then he's back out in the hallway. He's under the invisibility cloak. He's got the Marauders map out. He's checking to see if the coast is clear. And yes, the dots belonging to Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, were safely in their office. Nothing else seemed to be moving apart from Peeves.
Does that mean Filch sleeps in his office, or he's just awake in his office right now?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Good question. I mean, technically, he's not a person.
He's a poltergeist.
He's a poltergeist.
Clearly.
Yeah. Speaking of poltergeist, we do see that once again, Peeves is bouncing around in the trophy room, which is a place that we frequently see Peeves hanging out.
Yeah.
So for some reason, like I wonder if it's like the associated like excitement or good nature or playfulness that maybe comes from receiving a trophy doesn't like fuel Peeves as like a poltergeist a little bit. It's like maybe a little bit of like misbehaving. Like after Cedric and Harry are both made champions, like Dumbledore makes the line. He's like, I'm sure the members of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff are looking for a good excuse to make an unusual amount of mess.
Right.
It's like those seem like the kind of things that would be creating peeves.
Yeah, right. Like you have your like when they win the Quidditch Cup, they go up and they like party all night and are just like making a big mess and stuff. But
Exactly.
they've got a trophy.
Yes. Yeah. So
trophies are the trophies are imbued with like magical misbehavior or something.
Yes. Exactly. Like otherwise, why would he hang out?
It's like where he goes to recharge.
Everybody needs that spot.
Everyone needs a spot.
Right. Yeah.
Poltergeists he's an introvert is what it is.
Right.
He never leaves the castle.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He just stays inside all the time.
Yeah.
But then he realizes that Peeves was not the only thing that moving, and a single dot was flitting around the room in the bottom left-hand corner, Snape's office. But the dot wasn't labeled Severus Snape. It was Bartemius Crouch.
Boy, I mean, the absolute luck that his name is literally the same as his dad's and that the map doesn't pick up on the junior.
I know.
I mean, he dodges 2 bullets quite swiftly here.
It is. And the thing is, I don't even know. I was going to say the thing is you could possibly have gotten away with just letting it say junior and being like maybe you just be like, oh, maybe Barty Crouch is a junior. Yeah. Like maybe you wouldn't know, but I think it comes up later that Barty Crouch Jr.'s full name is used inside of the pensive when Harry goes inside of it. Harry stares at the dot. Mr. Crouch was supposed to be too ill to come to the Yule Ball. What was he doing sneaking into Hogwarts at 1:00 in the morning? Harry watched closely as the dot moved around the room, pausing here and there.
Which is interesting to you because it's like we know that it's actually, that it's Barty Crouch Jr. as Moody, like, looking for the boomslang skin and the lacewing flies and all that. And it right. I think he's done it before, right? So but he seems to be looking all around the room for whatever it needs.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like he's kind of like bouncing around a little bit, like maybe like collecting all of the materials. It sounds like I sort of read it as if he's kind of like hastily doing this, like as if you were to watch it in real time, like he'd be like shuffling from like shelf to shelf, like pulling bottles out, like looking for whatever.
Seems like the sort of thing you could use your eye to like locate before you went in.
It does seem that way, but it's also it does seem that way. It's a good point because you could just see through the wall and just literally look for everything that he needs.
Yeah.
But I do think that he also used the occasion when he was like investigating, as he's going to tell Snape, his office upon arriving at the school. I think he was definitely doing the same thing.
Yeah, you're right. Right.
Yeah. But then it's kind of like one of these classic Harry moments where it's like he's sort of like in a situation where it's like the coast is clear. All is well. Like whatever the heck is going on over there probably has nothing to do with me. And yet Harry, just being who Harry is, he's sort of like, gotta go check it out.
Gotta go check it out. Well, because like Barty Crouch is one of the red herrings in this book as like who put his name in the Goblet of Fire.
Right.
And like more like even in the last chapter, Ludo Bagman was like, oh yeah, the goblins are looking for Barty Crouch,
Right.
Yeah.
It's very top of mind for you, the reader, at the moment.
Yeah.
So he needs to know what Crouch was up to. So just kind of classic Harry move there. It says that it walked down the stairs as quietly as possible, though the faces in some of the portraits still turned curiously at the squeak of a floorboard, to which I was like, I don't think that castles have floorboards.
Yeah, right.
It's probably like a stone floor.
Yeah, probably.
Most likely. So I don't know what's up with these creaky floorboards.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there either. That's a really good point.
They don't wholly seem necessary at all.
I guess maybe the stairs are wooden.
Could be. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
He kept glancing down at the map, wondering, it didn't seem in character somehow for the correct law-abiding Mr. Crouch to be sneaking around somebody else's office this late at night, which is totally a good point.
It is a good point. And it's just like, we always bring it up. It's like, they are good instincts. It's just like Harry has immediately figured out, it's like, it doesn't make sense even if you don't have much context, but like he knows enough about the people involved that he's like, this is really weird and out of character for this person on the best of days.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then because he's so sort of like entranced with whatever's going on in Snape's office, he's not paying attention and his leg suddenly sinks through the trick step that Neville always seemed to forget to jump.
Oh my gosh. What an important moment here that because if Harry doesn't step in this one step right here, then he would just go figure it out right now.
Yeah.
Like he would get down there and he'd be looking at the map and he'd look up and he'd see Moody and he'd be like, wait, what?
Yeah.
This is weird.
Yep. And then you have to go back to Sirius in the Shrieking Shack being like, or is it Lupin who says like, the map never lies.
The map never lies. And like Moody would clearly see him under the cloak as well.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, oh, sorry, Professor, just working out my egg, you know?
Yeah.
And that pretty much be that.
Yeah. The chances are he doesn't tell him. He just saw him on the map.
Yeah, probably not.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think that would happen. So yeah, either way though, Harry, he gets stuck in the stairs and then he just literally drops everything.
I know.
The egg falls down the stairs, the cloak slips off himself, and the Marauder's map flutters out of hand. So he is suddenly just like, he has like several layers of protection. They're all gone.
Right.
Yep.
Yep. So the golden egg fell through the tapestry at the bottom of the staircase, which I always think is kind of interesting. It's like, I wonder if this is for like draftiness in a castle or something, but I always picture it so open air, not as if there would be these like partitions at the end of it. Oh,
yeah.
But if it's saying there's a tapestry, it almost means there's like a piece of fabric, I think, that would like separate the staircase from
from
whatever
like the next
corridor.
Yeah, that's interesting. You're right.
Right. So that's kind of a weird one. But then, of course, the egg pops open and starts wailing loudly in the corridor below, which is just absolute worst case scenario for Harry. So he pulls the cloak back over himself, straightened up, listening hard with his eyes screwed up with fear. And almost immediately, you hear Filch yelling, "Peeves!"
Right.
Yeah,
he's there so fast out of apparently a dead sleep, you know?
Out of apparently a dead sleep.
Because he's not a real person.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
What's this racket? Wake up the whole castle, you will. I'll have you, Peeves. I'll have you. And what is this? And so it's like, it is also kind of funny that like they quickly jump to the conclusion that Peeves clearly stole the egg and that it's not just one of the 4 champions out in the middle of the night.
I know. Yeah. That's like a little redeeming for Filch, I guess. Like he doesn't immediately assume that it's like Harry.
Right.
Like
true.
out in the middle of the night. Although like if he had assumed it one of the students, like he might then have to assume that it like there's a 50% chance he assumes it's Cedric, in which case it's like, well, whatever.
He's a prefect. He's
then he's a prefect. He can just be out. So like, yeah, I guess it probably makes the most sense to him. Obviously, it makes the most sense to him in this moment that Peeves stole the egg and is just having a ball with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Then the other giant liability though that Harry has going for himself in this particular moment though is that because he dropped the Marauder's map and because it was still open and the invisibility cloak doesn't hide you from the map, it means that if anybody walks up and picks it up, what they're going to see is Harry standing in this exact spot.
A little bit, but this is like even after Crouch picks it up, like he like looks at it for a while and is like, what is this? And then he'll ask him like, did you see who was breaking into Snape's office? Like double checking that Harry didn't see him. And he's like, I did. It was Barty Crouch. And he's like, wait, what? And he like scoots around he has to like really search around really fast to like locate where they are.
Oh, yeah.
So because it's one of the, I think for Harry, it's like he knows how the map works. So he knows exactly what to look for and what he's looking at.
Right.
But I think if Filch picks it up, he's not immediately going to be like, I understand.
That's true. That's true. Like it wouldn't immediately read as just sort of like, I bet Harry Potter is directly in front of me right now.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to do a little triangulation. So let's see here. So then Filch continues to look a little bit more for Peeves. And he's like, Dumbledore, have you out of here for this, you filthy pilfering poltergeist, which I don't think is true. They tried to banish Peeves once upon a time and it just didn't work.
Yeah.
So I don't, as much as Filch thinks he's got him like dead to rights in the situation, I don't think he does.
Yeah. Even if this was exactly true and what was happening, I don't think it would matter.
I don't think it would matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially because I think Dumbledore has a soft spot for Peeves and like what he represents in the castle. And it's something that like he seems to kind of quietly promote. So yeah, I don't think that Filch is right about that. We do get a description of Mrs. Norris, who is a dust-colored cat, which maybe that description has been used before, but I was like, dust-colored? Like, that's kind of a...
What a flattering color.
Yeah, it's like, okay. Kind of
dusty, musty.
Like not gray or brown, just dust.
Just dust, you know?
Yeah, it also says Mrs. Norris's lamp-like eyes, so very like her master's. I think that's because they are one and the same.
Yeah, lamp-like eyes. Like, what do you mean? So very like her master's. Does that mean Filch has lamp-like eyes?
Must be.
Because does that mean he has eyes that look like a cat's eyes? Because cat's eyes don't really look like human eyes.
Not so much. They would actually probably look really cool.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're like, whoa, Filch.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever told you, like, you have truly interesting eyes?
Truly interesting yellow eyes.
Yeah. And then he'd be like, thumb screws. And you're like,
okay, don't make it weird.
Okay. A strange response to what I just said, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to move right on past it.
Then Harry has to wonder whether or not the cloak works on cats, and can Mrs. Norris see through it. We don't really have a very good answer as to whether or not she can or cannot.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me a little bit of how Luna is able to see like the rack spurts like coming out of it's technically in the movie, it's maybe not as much of a canon incident, but at the very least in the movies Luna is able to see the rack spurts coming out of the invisibility cloak, which maybe is more just like, you know, all of the like all the perfume just coming off of him from the bathtub. It's like that's not being hidden, which
like is she seeing him or just like smelling like there's something really smelly right there.
Right there, yeah. That's pretty much what I would zero in on, is that the cloak doesn't stop you from that. But otherwise, I absolutely think that the Deathly Hallow invisibility cloak blocks you from cats.
I would think so too.
Yeah,
absolutely. So then Snape decides he's going to show up on this situation wearing his long gray night shirt, which I think is just a funny image.
It is. It's like in my head, I know it says he's wearing that, but in my mind, I continue to picture him like in black robes.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like, but like what he is wearing is like a giant oversized shirt.
Yeah, that's what he's wearing right here.
And it says long and gray. And then you kind of get that description in Order of the Phoenix where he's like hoisted up and his like, you know, like graying underpants are visible, which is actually, it's not funny to laugh at because it's just sort of a terrible scene. But it does make you wonder if it's like, is it like gray by choice or is it kind of like a graying material?
Graying material, yeah.
Yeah.
Just sort of filthy.
Right. Yeah. It's Peeves, Professor, Filch whispered malevolently. He threw this egg down the stairs. To which Snape is like, Potter's definitely here.
No, not yet.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's
he hasn't quite put it together, which is kind of surprising because he must know that the egg is either Cedric's or Harry's.
Right.
But right now, he's just stumbled into the situation and it's like Filch, loud noises, and he's being told Peeves.
Exactly.
But then he's also seen that someone broke into his office. So, which even that you'd think like, oh, Harry, it's definitely Harry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. But it is funny because you have a little bit of this like who's on first like situation going on here where Snape is like Peeves, but Peeves couldn't get into my office. This egg was in your office, Professor. Of course not, Snape snapped. I heard banging and wailing. Yes, Professor, that was the egg. I was coming to investigate. Peeves threw it, Professor. And when I passed my office, and it's just like, it's like they're clearly having this like back and forth where it's like, I was coming out to do this thing. I was here for this thing. What are you here for? What are you here for?
Right. The egg. Peeves. Noise. The egg.
Yeah. What?
Huh? First base.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I saw the torches were lit and a cupboard door was ajar. Somebody has been searching it. But Peeves couldn't. I know he couldn't, Filch Snape snapped again. I sealed my office with a spell none but a wizard could break.
Or a knife.
Or a knife. And I'm like, Alohomora? Maybe?
Yeah.
Like,
Alohomora, right? Yeah.
It's like, would that do it?
How sealed are we, Snape? You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Also, it's like that's interesting too that like you can seal it such that Peeves couldn't get in there because he can just like go through walls and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Right. So does he like seal like the walls around the entire office?
He must. That's all I can figure. Yeah.
But then you'd almost think that like if that's possible, Dumbledore could at least throw Filch some bones here and be like, yeah, okay, well, let's just keep him out of some certain spots.
You know, Jay, I'm almost certain that Dumbledore could throw Filch some bones.
That's true. You're right.
If he wanted to.
Yeah, because you're right though. He seems way more on Peeves' side of things.
Yes, my word of advice, Filch: have a drink with Dumbledore.
Have a drink. You know,
yes, that will win him over.
That's all he wants. That's all he wants.
That's all he wants in life. Yeah, just for someone to have a drink with him.
Having a drink.
Let's see here. Yeah. So then Snape is basically like, "You're going to help me find the intruder, Filch," and then Filch is like, "But Peeves," and
Peeves.
he's like, Filch, I don't care about that wretched poltergeist. It's my office. That's clunk, clunk, clunk. And it's like, oh man, someone else is entering the scene.
He so quickly puts it all together and just like worms his way through this entire situation. This conversation he's gonna have with Snape is like so impressive on his part.
It really is. It's like the cunning nature of Barty Crouch Jr. It's like, I mean, it's true pretty much every time you hear Moody talk. It's like everything he says has so many different meanings.
Yeah.
But this is the masterclass for sure.
Yeah. Pajama party, is it?
I wrote, how fun.
How fun. I know. Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Filch is trying to get back on, Filch is trying to get back on the case of Peeves.
Yeah.
And Snape is like, shut up.
Shut up. I know. Like, don't tell him someone broke into my office.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to look into it.
Right. But then, of course, Harry is starting to realize in real time that Moody uniquely is capable of seeing the whole scene in its entirety and all of its weirdness.
Yeah.
Because Moody could see through the invisibility cloak. He could see that Snape was in his nightshirt, Filch clutching the egg, and Harry, trapped at the stairs behind them.
Yep.
So it's sort of like, what is going on
Like,
here?
oh, well, what have I stumbled in here? Yeah. But he has overheard at least some of it. And he said, like, he immediately starts covering his own track saying, someone broke into your office. And it's just like, yeah. So now you immediately don't think it was him, even though clearly Harry just looked at the map and was like, there's only one other person moving, Barty Crouch. Here's the one other person who wasn't moving before.
Right.
You know, it's like, it's right there.
I know. That's the thing. If you had the book up till this chapter and it was going to be like a week until the next one came out, you could almost piece together and be like, Harry didn't see Moody out in the middle of the night. What's he doing showing up out of nowhere?
Yeah, why is he there? I mean, the egg is the answer.
Right.
Is that it was loud and it woke him up. It like gives you a reason for that to not be true.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Yes, of course.
Yep.
Let's see here. Yep. So who'd want to break into your office?
And then, not me, that's for sure.
Right. Snape immediately jumps to the conclusion, a student, I dare say. Students attempting illicit mixtures, no doubt. It's like, wow, Snape.
Yeah.
You went to a lot of parties, didn't you?
Yeah.
But let's see here. Reckon they were after potion ingredients, eh? Said Moody. Not hiding anything else in your office, are you?
Reckon they were after potion ingredients. It's exactly what they were after.
Yeah. They being him.
Yeah.
But he also turns it on Snape, which is just, it's a stroke of brilliance.
Yeah.
Just to immediately be like, Snape, are you hiding anything in there that you shouldn't have? And then of course, Snape is like, you know, I'm not hiding anything, Moody, as you've searched my office pretty thoroughly yourself, which again is going to be like one of these situations where it's like, no doubt Moody was using this opportunity to steal his first batch of stuff in the first place.
Yeah. Aura's privilege, Snape. Dumbledore told me to keep an eye. This is absolutely a lie.
It is. And it's shocking to me that this is the kind of thing that Snape doesn't like. Like maybe it's pride, but the fact that Snape isn't just going up to Dumbledore being like, Dumbledore, did you give Moody permission to search my office? Like,
right.
He trusts the situation enough to believe, like maybe this is even like low self-esteem on Snape's part. He's like, yeah, it kind of makes sense.
Right.
That he would have Moody show up and search my office, given my, prior role as a Death Eater or whatever.
Yeah.
But then also at the same rate, it's like if you're not hiding anything, it's kind of like, yeah, go look. You're not going to find anything.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So
even if he complains to Dumbledore, I could just see Dumbledore being like, "Are you hiding anything?" And I'm being like, "Of course not." And like, then who cares?
Exactly. Right. Yeah. It's like then go about your way. How big of an inconvenience really was it?
Right. Okay. So then Moody gives another big hint here and is having like a layered conversation. It says, "Believes in second chances, but me, I say there are spots that don't come off, Snape. Spots that never come off. You know what I mean?" And what he's of course talking about is the dark mark, which then Snape reaches to grab his own arm in the most unsubtle way possible.
Yes. And I mean, and I guess from Snape's perspective, it's like at that point, he knows that Moody knows exactly what's going on. And the only other person there is Filch, who's probably like shifting eyes back and forth. Like what am I witnessing?
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
You guys got spots. Should we go to the hospital wing or
do we need help with that? Should we call Madame Pomfrey?
Madame Pomfrey?
Yeah. Poppy? Yes. Then Moody laughs. Get back to bed, Snape. You don't have the authority to send me anywhere, Snape hissed, letting go of his arm as though angry with himself. I have as much right to prowl the school after dark as you do. To which I was like, weird flex, but okay.
Yeah.
Prowl away, said Moody, but his voice was full of menace. I look forward to meeting you in the dark corridor sometime. You dropped something, by the way. What do you think he means by I look forward to meeting you in a dark corridor sometime? Like to duel? To fight?
Yeah, I know. Definitely to fight.
Is this not a dark corridor
right now? Dark corridor right now, or you think? Are you thinking it's more like I look forward to meeting you in a dark corridor sometime. Wink.
Yeah, right. Yes. Yeah.
That'd be weird. I don't see that, but I'm not seeing that ship very often. The old moody Snape ship, you know.
Oh. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So like magical eye, wink.
Wink.
Yeah. The dark corridor, not in front of Filch.
Right. Snooty.
Oh,
that's the worst ship.
It's a bad one.
It's a bad one.
People the world over just threw up in their mouth a little bit.
Yeah.
No good.
Thank you.
No good. Actually, this next line is rather fitting. With a stab of horror.
Yeah.
That's how we all feel.
I know.
Yeah. Harry saw Moody point at the Marauder's map still lying on the staircase. Harry throws caution to the wind, raises his arm under the cloaks, and waves furiously at Moody to attract his attention, mouthing, "It's mine. Mine." And Snape is reaching out for with a horrible expression of dawning comprehension on his face when Moody goes, "Osseo parchment." And the map flew up into the air, slipped through Snape's outstretched fingers, and soared down the stairs into Moody's hand. "My mistake," Moody said calmly. "It's mine. Must have dropped it earlier."
Yeah. Pretty quick on the uptake there, and saving Harry here, but it's so bad. It's almost like, of course, how frustrating for Snape as well that like he suddenly realizes like, oh my gosh, it's that same piece of parchment from before.
It's a bad bit of parchment.
It's a bad bit of parchment. That's the parchment that insulted me. Yeah.
Do you think you would recognize parchment from 1 year prior?
I do not think that you would at all, but I would have loved it if Snape picked it up and it just started insulting him again. We got another round of the Marauders doing this.
That would be really great.
Yeah.
That would have been so good. Some kind of missed opportunity there. Oh, man. Let's see here. Snape's black eyes were darting from the egg in Filch's arms to the map in Moody's hand, and Harry could tell he was putting two and two together as only Snape could.
Yep.
Which is, to me, it's like Snape, or it's Harry respecting Snape's game a little bit.
Yeah.
Kind of being like, well, Snape is rather clever, and he's going to start putting this all together pretty quickly.
Like very few people know that particular piece of parchment is attached to me and are connecting the dots between egg, map, Harry,
Yes.
Yeah, and he even knows he has the invisibility cloak, so he's really piecing it together very quickly.
Right. So yeah, so Harry's doing like the face palm emoji.
Yeah.
If you can imagine, just like, "Oh, butts, Potter,"
Yeah.
he said quietly. "What's that?" said Moody calmly. Although it says said Moody calmly, so I can only imagine it's more like, "What's that?"
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That almost seems right too. Like Moody, as far as Moody or Barty Crouch Jr. knows, Snape has no idea Harry is there, and he picks up the parchment. And Snape's like, "Potter," and he's like, "What's that?" What? How did you figure it out? How did you know? How do you know? Tell me. How do you know?
How do you know? Yes. Let's see here. Snape snarled. He actually turned his head and stared right at the place where Harry was, as though he could suddenly see him.
Yeah.
"That egg is Potter's egg. That piece of parchment belongs to Potter. I have seen it before. I recognize it. Potter is here. Potter in his invisibility cloak."
He is so spot on the money.
100%.
100%.
You are
I'm
not
surprised
wrong.
he doesn't go to the exact. I mean, even the trick step. Certainly, he must know of it.
Right.
You know, I'm trying to believe he's not like, "Oh my god, I know." Oh, yeah, that's it.
That's it. I even know what's going on here. I know exactly where he is. Harry could have sworn that his overlarge nostrils were dilating, trying to sniff Harry out.
Which probably would work right now.
Quite the visual. Yeah, it's true, because Harry's rather perfumed from that bath. "There's nothing there," Snape balked Moody, "but I'll be happy to tell the headmaster how quickly your mind jumped to Harry Potter." Meaning
Even
what?
that is it's such a button to push.
It is.
It is like he knows how to work him so good.
Right, yes. And Snape's sort of like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "Meaning that Dumbledore was very interested to know who's got it in for that boy." And it's like, and you're immediately being suspicious of him. And it's like, he's definitely pinned him into a corner so quickly to where Snape has basically got no option but to just like, well, I guess I'm going to walk away.
I guess I'll just leave. Whatever. I guess Potter's getting out of this again.
Right.
Yep. Let's see. And then Snape tries to cover for himself. He says, "I merely thought that if Potter was wandering around after hours again, it is an unfortunate habit of his," has to throw him under the bus there, "he should be stopped for his own safety." Yeah. Sure.
It was a little hard to get those words out, wasn't it, there, buddy?
Yeah. Almost. Good try.
Right.
Yeah. Moody's not buying it. Got his best interest at heart, have you? But actually he does.
A little bit, yeah. But either way, yeah. So there's kind of like an awkward silence. Mrs. Norris gives out a loud meow, and Snape finally says, I think I'll go back to bed.
Yeah.
Best idea you've had all night, said Moody. Now, Filch, if you just give me that egg. And then Filch was like, but this is my baby.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I'm like, even if you give him back the egg, you still have the knowledge that you can still tell that he did it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Otherwise, he goes to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's like, do you have the egg? And he's like, no. Moody took it. It's like, well, there's nothing we can do about that.
Sorry, Filch. Better luck next time. Hey-o.
That's right.
Anyway, while you're here in the middle of the night, can I pour you a drink? Okay, you're gone. Okay, see ya. Forget it.
They always are.
They're always gone.
Yep.
Everyone has something better. No, wake Dumbledore up in the middle of the night. Yeah, that's fine. I don't have anything to do. I'm not sleeping.
Yeah. So everybody exits the scene. Now it's just Moody and Harry. A door slams in the distance. Harry's left staring down at Moody, who placed his staff on the bottommost stair and started to climb laboriously towards him, a dull clunk on every other step. Close shave, Potter, he muttered, which is kind of funny because Harry just got out of a bath. So
I know, right? Yeah.
Theoretically could have shaved.
Could have.
And then he says, yeah, thanks, said Harry weakly.
Yeah.
And then this is kind of an interesting exchange because it's going to be, I think this is going to be the one that puts Barty Crouch Jr. on his heels the most because he's going to be kind of like, but he's like, what is this thing? Pointing to the Marauders map. And Harry's like, just immediately forthright with the information.
I know.
Map of Hogwarts. And then Moody says, Merlin's beard.
Yeah.
This is some map, Potter.
I know. It's like suddenly he's like, oh my, like really, this is helpful.
Yes.
Yeah. Because unlike Harry, he's going to know how to use it effectively.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. And then Harry's like, Professor Moody, do you think you could help me out? What? Oh, yes, of course. Which is kind of like a moment where you can sort of just picture Moody like staring off to the distance and be like, the possibilities.
Right. Like his mind is racing. He has so much information suddenly.
Yes.
Yeah. And then he's like, wait a minute here. Did you see who broke into Snape's office? And even that, able to like mask it as a question, like you could help me with this investigation, not like I need to make sure you don't know what the heck is going on.
Right. And so from Harry's perspective, of course, it's just sort of like naturally the Auror standing in front of me is trying to figure out who's breaking in. Even if he was standing up for me in front of Snape, we don't want people breaking into the castle.
Right.
And then Harry's like, yeah, I did. Harry admitted it was Mr. Crouch. Moody's magical eye whizzed over the entire surface of the map. He looked suddenly alarmed.
Oh, and even that, it's like he's alarmed because Harry just said, yeah, I saw you.
Yes.
But like you, the reader, read this as like, oh, Moody was also suspicious of Crouch. And he's like, what? Really? No. Like it's like as if Harry has confirmed something for him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. So Crouch, he said, you're sure, Potter? Positive, said Harry. Well, he's not here anymore, said Moody. His eyes
I can just imagine. Well, he's not here anymore. Nope, nothing to see here.
It's like, it appears actually he's standing right in front of you, Harry. Yeah. Are you sure there's not some mistake?
Yeah.
Crouch, that's very, very interesting. He said nothing for almost a full minute, still staring at the map. Yeah, so this is really just like, I don't know, like with context, it's so obvious what's happening.
I know.
But when you don't have the context, it's not. But that's I think that's like such a mark of good writing too.
I know. And then Harry's going to like try and get some information out of him here. Moody scared him slightly, yet Moody had just helped him avoid an awful lot of trouble, which is pretty much what he's doing the whole time. It's like, again, that's like correct instincts. He scares you because he's a Death Eater, but he's helping you because for the wrong reasons. So it's like both things are still true right here.
Exactly.
Harry is right on the money.
Yep. Then he's going to ask, Professor Moody, why do you reckon Mr. Crouch wanted to look around Snape's office? And it says, put it this way, Potter, Moody muttered finally. They say old Mad Eye's obsessed with catching dark wizards. And I think it's interesting that he uses, I mean, he's going to do it both in both instances here, but he's using third person to refer to old Mad Eye, despite the fact that he is old Mad Eye.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, it's funny because he could just be referring to actual Mad Eye. Is obsessed with catching dark wizards, but I'm nothing compared to Barty Crouch. So I guess he says I'm.
It does say I'm right there.
Yeah. But this is this line is going to come up in such a fascinating way later because what Barty Crouch Jr. can't stand is a Death Eater who walked free, because what Barty Crouch Jr. believes is that as a Death Eater, you should have continued looking
Yes, you
for
should
your
have been
master.
willing to look and stay open and continue spreading your terror and looking for Voldemort and be willing to wait in Azkaban for him.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
he's being completely honest here. He also hates Death Eaters who walked free.
Yeah.
Basically. So his like frustration with Karkaroff or Snape is genuine. I guess you'd say, or Lucius Malfoy for that matter, being like another great example. Do you think could this have anything to do with maybe Mr. Crouch think there's something going on? Like what? Said Moody sharply.
Like Moody is like, he is petrified that Harry is on to him.
Yes.
Yeah, he's like, what is your theory? Tell me. How much do I need to hedge? You know.
Right.
Yeah.
And Harry's like, I don't know. Also, it's been happening, hasn't it? It's been the Daily Prophet, the Dockmark at the World Cup, which was Barty Crouch Jr., the man standing right in front of him.
Yep.
And the Death Eaters and everything. Both of Moody's mismatched eyes widened. You're a sharp boy, Potter, he said.
It's like he's like really seeing Harry for the first time. All of a sudden, he's like, "Oh, you are a problem."
Yeah. You are good at this.
Yeah.
You're a worthy adversary. Very possible. There have been some funny rumors flying around lately, helped by Rita Skeeter, of course. It's making a lot of people nervous, I reckon. A grim smile twisted his lopsided mouth. That's another interesting one because I think that like grim smile is like kind of genuine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then there's the famous line here. If there's one thing I hate, he muttered more to himself than to Harry, and his magical eye was fixed in the left-hand corner of the map. It's a Death Eater who walked free. So I wonder if that's him looking at himself there. But probably not. His eye was fixed in the left-hand corner of the map. So who was he looking at here?
I mean, that's like Snape's office, right?
Is it?
I mean,
Okay.
I would think so. That's at least where it's described as where Barty Crouch was showing up on the map before.
Okay.
Is the bottom left-hand corner.
You're right. Okay.
Yeah.
So then, so it looks like he's staring at Snape. So that's another hint if you've been really paying attention that Snape was a Death Eater.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then, of course, he could be talking about Snape, who did not return to Voldemort and who, is just now in Dumbledore's employ.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, Harry stared. Oh, and then this is what he mean. Could Moody possibly mean what Harry thought he meant? And what he means is Snape's a Death Eater. Okay.
Yes.
There we go.
Which was true. But it's also, I think that's why we get the pensive scene here in a little bit as well, because it's going to confirm that he was, but is no longer affiliated with Voldemort and everybody else, which sort of like alleviates Snape. It's kind of like, okay, so you're granting us enough information to feel like, okay, we're not completely misguided and thinking there's something off with Snape, but also he's reformed.
Right.
Dumbledore believes he's reformed. We believe Dumbledore?
Exactly.
Question mark. So
that's the question.
Right.
That's the big one.
Speaking of questions, though, then Moody has a question for Harry and says, can I borrow this? And Harry is like, well, I'm really fond of my map, but on the other hand, you just got me out of a whole bunch of trouble. So it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess so. Yeah.
Good boy, growled Moody. I can make good use of this. This might be exactly what I've been looking for.
Yep.
So who is he looking for?
Well, that's a good question. This might be exactly what I've been looking for. He might just be like saying that as if this will help me catch whoever's, put your name in the Goblet of Fire or something, or because I think what he really wants is to make sure that Harry just doesn't have it more than anything.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. Because at that point, it's kind of like if Harry keeps seeing Barty Crouch Jr. show up on the map, or Barty Crouch just show up on the map, it's going to be like, what's up with that?
Or at this point, has Barty Crouch Sr. escaped yet? Because we know that... No, I don't think so, because isn't that when Harry has the dream?
Yeah, I think we're still coming up on it. We're a couple chapters out, so we're still going to have the second task, and then Padfoot returns, and then it'll be the madness of
Mr. Crouch.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we're still. I don't know if Barty Crouch Sr. would have escaped yet.
Well, because he's he knows to be looking for him on the map.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it doesn't. It seems like if he'd escaped already. It doesn't seem like it would take him that long to get to Hogwarts, I guess. I mean, you can't apparate there, but
right. It's a handy tool for Barty Crouch Jr. no matter what, in case there is somebody he's watching out for. I guess is what it really comes down to.
Yeah.
And then we kind of get a bit of an interesting scene as it pertains to Harry's own career aspirations.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise as Moody, basically suggesting to Harry that he should consider a career as an Auror, which is what Harry will go on to do.
Yes,
like
it
canonically.
is.
So
Yeah.
it's like, it's always kind of crazy that like the person who suggested it is not even Mad-Eye Moody, one of the greatest Aurors of all time. It's Barty Crouch Jr., one of the greatest criminals of all time.
I know.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I guess either which way, like you could, it could be genuine. It could be true. Like, I mean, Moody or Barty Crouch Jr. could be standing there being like, man, this kid is on it. Like, he'll never get there because my master will defeat him.
Right. It's this one. He's just like, putting the icing on the cake. Like, what would a concerned teacher actually say here?
Exactly.
Right.
Yep.
To really throw suspicion off of myself. But Harry, of course, hasn't put much thought into it himself. And then he says that he's been working out the clue, and Moody winks at him too, like him and Snape.
Snooty.
Gross. Nothing like a nighttime stroll to give you ideas, Potter. See you in the morning. What does he mean here? Like nothing like a nighttime stroll to give you ideas.
I don't know what's going on with that one. I mean, nothing in particular really reads as if like we know of any other situation. I mean, Moody Crouch Jr. certainly is spending plenty of time out in the middle of nights. I mean, attacking the original Mad-Eye Moody. He's out now.
Yeah.
I don't know if like maybe he's just sort of like bird of a feather. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know exactly what he's trying to say there.
Yeah.
Myself. Unless this particular nighttime stroll gave him a bunch of ideas or something.
That could certainly be the case as well.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see here. Harry walked back slowly to Gryffindor Tower, lost in thought about Snape and Crouch and what it all meant. Why was Crouch pretending to be ill if he could manage to get into Hogwarts when he wanted to?
He can't.
He can't. What did he think Snape was concealing in his office?
Nothing.
And Moody thought that Harry, ought to be an Auror.
Not Moody. This is just a bunch of questions that like clog the reader's brain.
Absolutely. Yeah. Interesting idea, but somehow Harry thought as he got quietly into his 4-poster bed 10 minutes later, the egg and cloak now safely back in his trunk, he thought he'd like to check out how scarred the rest of them were before he chose it as a career.
Indeed. Harry himself will, the only scars he'll get in his fights against the dark arts in the series will be the scar on his forehead, which he already has, and the one on the back of his hand from Umbridge in the next book that says, I must not tell lies.
There you go.
So he will get some scars.
He will get some scars.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically, really just like he's already got one scar and he will continue to get, depending on if you count each letter as its own unique scar, that just counts as one scar.
I think you're this one.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He'll have two.
Oh, two big scars.
Yeah. There you go. But that does bring us to the end of chapter 25. Jay, do you have a review for us?
I sure do. Let me pull it up right here. It's from Meech the Goat. They say, I love the show. Can't wait for more. Hey, brother. Love the YouTube and the podcast. I binge watch all the videos and episodes. Second rewatch of the podcast now. And I was wondering if you guys believe that the Resurrection Stone would be able to send a ghost to the afterlife. It has the power to summon people who already went. So would it be reasonable that it could send them on?
Ooh. I mean, interesting question.
Could you use the Resurrection Stone? So basically what they're saying is, like the way that it's described, the Resurrection Stone working is that it can bring the person and it's as if you're seeing them from behind a veil.
Right.
Which makes it sound like, and then when we actually see like Harry's parents and Lupin and Sirius come through, do we think they look, or do we think those are like ghosts?
I sort of interpret it that way. Like they're not like totally like opaque, if you will. Or
are they like closer to like the Priori Incantatem situation?
Could be a little bit closer to the Priori Incantatem. How are they described in Priori Incantatem?
Well, let's see.
Like more solid?
So
I feel like it says like the ghostly figure of Cedric Diggory emerged.
Let's see. I'm on the. I'll keep you keep saying things and I'll find it.
Well, okay. So the other big thing I was going to try to say though is that it's like as though behind a veil. I have always thought was very specifically like interesting phrasing because then like when Harry and Luna, both of whom are capable of like seeing thestrals, are standing before the veil in the Department of Mysteries. They also can both like hear noises coming through the veil, and the veil is effectively like in the movie, Bellatrix hits Sirius with Avada Kedavra, and that's like what kills him, and then he just like falls backward like into the veil. But in the books, he is just blasted backwards through the veil, which ends up killing him. It's a one-way portal to death. It's like that is like the actual physical embodiment of the natural world's creation, like the pathway between these two worlds. But it's a one-way trip. And so we've asked a lot of questions in the past, like, could you destroy a Horcrux by throwing it through the veil? And I think the answer is yes. Could a ghost pass on to death by going through the veil? And I would also think yes. Like that would be my hunch there. Like one of two things would happen. Either they wouldn't go through the veil at all and they would just pass through to literally the other side. And in the way that Harry looks around the veil to see if Sirius is just like hiding
on the
back
other
there.
side. Yeah.
And obviously he's not. So the question would be like, would a ghost just pass right through, or could they potentially like pass on by way of this unique individual manifestation? Because they've also built the entire Ministry of Magic around the veil. Like it's a fairly protected artifact.
Yeah, I feel like a ghost, yes, could like send themselves on by passing through the veil.
Okay.
Yeah. As for what it's worth, I did find the passage here. It says, if ever Harry might have released his wand from shock, it would have been then, but instinct kept him clutching his wand tightly so that the thread of golden light remained unbroken. Even though the thick gray ghost of Cedric Diggory, was it a ghost? It looked so solid, emerged in its entirety from the end of Voldemort's wand as though it were squeezing itself out of a very narrow tunnel. And this shade of Cedric stood up and looked up and down the golden thread of light and spoke. So it describes him as Harry's initial reaction is ghost, but then it seems more solid, the ghost. Then it calls him a shade. And then let's see, Frank Bryce is going to come out as well. The old man had seen, and just as Cedric Dunn and his ghost or his shadow or whatever it was fell next to Cedric's. So don't get a really good word for it. Doesn't seem like we're settling on ghost for what comes out of the wand there.
Okay, fair enough. The other kind of like interesting aspect that I think you always have to bring into mind when you're talking about the artifacts of the Peverell brothers is whether or not they were actually gifts from Death himself, or whether or not Dumbledore is correct in his assertion that the Peverell brothers were just gifted wizards capable of creating such powerful objects. And I think that like one of the things that we've supposed before is that the Elder Wand actually had a brother wand, which is the wand that Dumbledore would eventually end up with, like before, like meeting Grindelwald.
Yeah.
And so like they both literally would have like Thestral core wands that would have, been passed down through the ages from the original Peverell brothers. Right. One of which is of course Antioch's, which has the reputation of being unbelievably powerful because that's sort of like what Antioch's like brand and intention and everything was with the wand. Like that's what he was attempting to do. Well, we've also supposed before that they possibly created the Resurrection Stone by creating a priori incantatum effect between two brother elder wands. And what lied in the center was effectively like a stone manifestation of priori incantatum, which would then sort of like present it with similar abilities, which would then mean, are you with me?
Yeah. Like they hit like a stone in the middle. That's what we said once, right?
Yes, we've had that theory somewhere along the line before. So if that's the case, then maybe whatever the Resurrection Stone does is sort of like channels whoever you're trying to recover and can kind of bring them out through a quasi priori incantatum form of magic.
Right.
I mean, this is all just purely like guesswork.
Yeah,
right now.
It absolutely is. I would say that the resurrections, here's my thought, is that if the Resurrection Stone can pull like the ghost version of someone from one side of the veil through so that you can talk to them but not like experience their like living self, then the reverse of that would be like, I don't think it could send a ghost. Like, I think it could pull a ghost through if you had the Resurrection Stone on the other side of the veil. Like, and you tried to like if you could somehow exist on the other side of the veil without dying, which you could not do, then you could use the Resurrection Stone and like think of Nearly Headless Nick, and it would like summon him to that side of the veil, and it would kill him.
Okay,
that's what I think.
But you would have to be in the veil with the stone and maintain your intention.
Yeah,
which you can't do.
You can't do. So I don't think it would work. I think the Resurrection Stone is a one-way thing. Like, it makes sense to me that it would work that way too, but you couldn't be on the other side and use it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me as well. And I think I'd be in the same boat. I was just trying to run through like everything, like all the deep lore we've ever like investigated about the Deathly Hallows. Cause I mean, they're so uniquely capable in terms of their power that you have to sort of like, like hold them in this higher regard. You have to sort of like think of everything in sort of like more unique possibility circumstances. But yeah, I don't really think that there's anything that the Resurrection Stone seems to have or suggest that would lead us to believe that it would have the power to like send something back.
Right.
Or send something on.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think so. So good question. Good thinker.
Yes, absolutely.
For sure.
Absolutely. And as always, guys, continue to leave those reviews for us. Hopefully we'll answer one of your questions at the end of a future episode. But I do believe that brings us to the end of this week's episode.
That does. Make sure you join us next week for chapter 26, The Second Task, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 26, The Second Task.
I literally was almost like, no. This one's called Gillyweed because I wrote Gillyweed in giant letters right next to it. But goodness, I mean, if we've ever had a more gorgeous piece of chapter art,
it is a good one. I think
it is pure, honest glory.
It is Gillyweed in like you got someone. Mary Grandpré took out the macro lens and was like, let me get nice up and close and personal to this Gillyweed and just capture the details.
Yeah. I mean, if you were to hook this on the end of a child's fishing rod and throw it into the ocean, you would literally catch the Loch Ness Monster.
Probably. This is a lot of, I mean, it would take so much work to get such a ball of worms.
Yeah, just such a ball of worms. It's so much worms. But I think it only, you know what's kind of interesting is it looks like a ball of earthworms.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's actually worms.
No, I mean, it's not. It's like it must be a thing that grows.
It must be a thing that grows.
Right?
Yeah. I think I even talked about this in last week's episode, but I was like, I've long debated the possibility of getting a piece of chapter art as a tattoo at some point in time.
And this is the one.
And it's like, I mean, if I've ever gotten closer to the top, it's in the top 5.
I wrote 11 out of 10 on it.
11 out of 10. Yeah. I mean, it is just, it's much better.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
Well, I think it's gorgeous. I think when you compare it to Chapter 25's The Egg and the Eye, I think
that one's so dumb.
I mean, I would call it mediocre even.
Mediocre. Don't even get me started on the first task. Boy, let's compare task artwork.
Oh, let's do it.
Chapter 20, the first task, which I literally wrote on that one, terrible, period. Bottom 1.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So in Chapter 20, Harry faces down a Hungarian horntail. There are 4 champions, all of whom are facing down different unique dragons. There's fire breathing. There's firebolt riding. There are so many things that are more interesting than 2 hands outstretched to catch a book.
Like practicing the summoning charm, it's terrible. This one at the very least is spot on. It's very on point. Like, I mean, other things you could have put on here. I mean, you could have put like a mermaid. You could have put the hostages on the rock.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would honestly, if you had nothing more than sort of like a faint outline of like 4 figures sort of like floating above the bottom, like tied crudely with like a little piece of like line or rope or something. Yeah. I mean, that would be pretty ominous.
That'd be pretty good.
Ominous.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was saying.
Right.
But no, instead we got the Gillyweed, which I'm perfectly happy with, and it's kind of perfect for this chapter too.
Because you know what? It could have been shark head.
It could have been half shark, half man.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. It could have been that.
That could have been good, but I think Gillyweed totally great. Totally great.
You know, alternatively, it could have just been like a giant, bubbly-headed looking Cedric Diggory, you know, because he's always so handsome.
Right.
And then it'd be sort of like Cedric, but like one of his eyes is like really huge because it's being like magnified.
Yeah, it's all magnified
by
the bobblehead. Because like the way they show the bobblehead charm in the movie is like it's like an oxygen mask that drops down in a plane. Like it only covers the nose and mouth. But to me, the way it's described is like a bubblehead, like a fishbowl around your head.
That's sort of what I picture as well.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's a really cool way to depict that. Like I can see the challenge associated with the bubblehead charm because it also feels like it would be so delicate.
It does feel like, I mean, I always assume there's like a certain magical quality to the bubble that makes it like unpoppable or something.
Right. Yeah. Kind of like impervious to like the obvious swishing about.
Right.
You know, because it just seems like if you were to like really do like one big lunge swim forward, your head would just pop right out of the bubble and you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
Tell them underwater.
Right.
Without any air. In addition to our very meaty looking gillyweed chapter art, we also have what stands to be quite the meaty chapter.
It was a meaty chapter. We were reading this one. Yeah, we were reading a bunch yesterday, and man, I was like proper exhausted when we left work.
Yeah, no, I mean it's very funny how reading the Harry Potter saga is such a passive and relaxing activity for me under most circumstances, but the way and intensity at which we read to prepare for each of these episodes is, I mean, it was, I want to say we were like under the hood for 3.5 hours reading 2 chapters, marking up pages.
Yeah, pretty much.
So it was definitely an endeavor. So
listening to my lo-fi beats.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't even listening to the audiobook yesterday. That's how dialed in I was. I was listening to what is referred to as brown noise.
Brown noise.
Not white noise, but brown noise.
What makes it brown?
I don't know. It's kind of like this.
That's interesting. I think while I was reading this one, I wasn't listening to anything. I just had my headphones on to block stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly.
And then in the second chapter, I turned on the lo-fi.
There you go.
But I know you normally are like listening to the chapter.
Normally so, but yesterday was different. So yeah, so I won't have any updates on words that possibly they've changed from the original printing to now. Yeah. I think it's okay, though.
It is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, let's go ahead and dive on into the chapter with our first sentence.
Let's do it.
Which reads, "You said you'd already worked out that egg clue," said Hermione indignantly, "and then the dragons arrived." Doesn't work. This one is maybe the first one that hasn't worked as well.
Not as well. I suppose it could be like in a more metaphorical sense than the dragons arrived, because it's like now he's going to be up against like dragon like odds in finding a way to exist underwater.
Yeah.
You know,
right? Those are the odds.
That's really,
I'm just going to warn you guys right now, because I'm going to complain about it a lot, is their inability to find an answer to this problem.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. This is like the number one thing where it's like the very best explanation as to why the entire library is void of books on this is because there is one book on this, and Moody checked it out to give to Neville, who still currently has it. But and even that, I'm just saying that's the best explanation.
That's the best explanation.
I'm not saying it's a good one. I'm just saying we know at Hogwarts there exists one book that features information on gillyweed, and apparently it is a prominent enough piece of information inside of that book that, well, I guess Neville theoretically could have just like popped it off the noggin.
Probably, but like not only is he not going to find anything about gillyweed, he's also not going to find the bubblehead charm.
He's also not, right.
So that one seems like the most common solution to this problem.
At least 2 out of 4, 50%.
At least 2 out of 4.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Anyway, oh god, I'm already complaining. We'll get to it when we get to it, but I'm already mad about it.
I can tell you're going to get fired up today.
I
can see it in your ears. It's it's the great revisitation of the stirrups on broomsticks.
Yeah. I cue everyone being like, "What do you mean? It's perfectly plausible they couldn't find it."
That's right. Yeah. It's like I have a scorching
that
hot
they couldn't find it.
Yeah, right. That's my favorite part of the series. Is how the library fails them.
I know, right? Come on.
Oh man.
No, yeah. All right. So anyway, Harry is telling Hermione for once, "Keep your voice down. I just need to sort of fine tune it." All right. But I guess they're in Charms class today, where they are, instead of practicing the summoning charm, they are practicing the banishing charm, to which it seems like the students are having an absolute blast doing, just sending objects flying around. This, much like the summoning charm, seems like something you learn on like year 1.
It does, yes. I mean, at the very least, if it was a video game, making something fly away from you would be very early. I mean, this is like the Flipendo charm, it's just sort of like, blah!
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. If you're playing Hogwarts Legacy, this is indeed one of the first things. It's just like, yep, summon things to me, slam it on the ground, send things away from me.
Yes.
Light it on fire.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Can you light things on fire?
You can incendio your enemies big time, yeah.
Oh, excellent.
It's really great. You summon them up to you, light them on fire. It's great.
Are the enemies people?
Yeah, sometimes.
Whoa!
Yeah, you're a pretty savage little teenage 5th-year student roaming the grounds.
It sounds like it.
Then you've got like your ancient magic, which is just like, it's like push this button and ancient magic will happen. And ancient magic is usually just like pick up a rock somewhere and destroy someone with it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, anyway, so maybe it is surprising that it took them till 4th year.
Maybe.
Or maybe it's a good thing that they're not learning
I
ever.
Do we need people to do this? Weaponize everything?
Right.
I love the description of it's like there was a stack of cushions to practice. The theory being that these wouldn't hurt anybody if they went off target. It was a good theory, but it wasn't working very well, which is surprising because Professor Flitwick must have taught this class a bazillion times at this point. It's like he must have a good system in place.
That's exactly it. Yeah, it's like like the well-trained teachers, when they've already thought of all of the shenanigans that the students are going to get into. It's like you're not showing the teacher anything they haven't seen year in, year out, class in, class out. Like they've been through it. They know how to ward off all these problems.
Right.
Flitwick has been there for a mortal age.
Right.
Yeah.
This sounds like the way he set it up sounds like how like 5th graders say that, no, it's okay if we do WWE wrestling moves on each other because we put some couch cushions scattered on the floor.
You talking about us when we were kids?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
We did that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Is it now the power bombs and the pile drivers and they don't hurt anymore. They're not dangerous anymore.
We're invincible to the ground.
We're invincible to the ground.
We put cushions there.
Yeah, we're good. We're fine.
One of the things I do think is particularly fun trivia is that it says that Neville's aim was so poor that he kept accidentally sending heavier things flying across the room. Professor Flitwick, for instance. This is one where it's like if you're far from this page and you're asked the trivia question like, what does Neville send across the room instead of the cushions they're supposed to be practicing on, you might think like a desk, a chair, maybe like a critter of some kind, an owl, a cat, a rat, a toad, Trevor, but the teacher, who's got that high on their list?
I know. Professor Flitwick seems like he like handles it pretty well. I can't imagine if this was McGonagall teaching the class and he sent her flying across the room that she'd be quite as okay with it.
Right. And because it seems like, for all intents and purposes, it seems like he's just sort of like flying back and forth across the room, which once again, people over at HBO, I feel like this is just like a great thing to just sort of have happening in the background of this scene just for funsies, because it says, just forget the egg for a minute, all right? Harry hissed as Professor Flitwick went whizzing resignedly past them, landing on top of a large cabinet. It's like, at this point in time, he's not even resignedly, rather. It's like he's not even like reacting to the fact that he's being thrown around the room. He's just sort of like, and here we go again.
And here we go again, right? This would be a great transition because like the night before would been when he was stuck in the stairs. So it could be like Harry, thinking about what just happened and it fades to black and then it's like, whoa,
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yes. Yep. I love it.
That'd be pretty fun. What was I going to say? I like that in this class at one point, Harry like successfully banishes one of the cushions as well.
Like he's actually successful at the task at hand.
He succeeds at it. Yeah. Does it? Wait, did that happen in this chapter?
I don't know.
I feel like I was, as I was reading yesterday, I was like, I remember I like that Harry gets one in the box. Like because he practiced the summoning charm so much, like maybe he's got it, but then maybe I don't actually remember reading it yesterday. Now I'm just like,
I was
am
like,
I Mandela affecting this?
You may be, because I was like, does he do that? Like, I feel like there's a point where like Ron sort of sends one like in like a weird bouncy pattern in the opposite direction. But
I guess we'll see as we move on here.
Yeah.
But also I'm trying to imagine how Neville is managing to hit Flitwick and stuff. Like his aim is so bad. Like to me, whatever you're banishing must be like right in front of you, like I'm pointing at, like you're pointing at like the book right here. How is your aim so bad that like you're hitting someone standing over there?
I know. Yeah. I mean, it again goes into like the very like flimsy details that we have about like we've talked before about like soft magic systems versus like hard magic systems, and whether or not like performing magic is actually taking like for lack of a better term, like to use like a video game like analogy, like a mana from you.
Right.
Like it's like actually like sapping you of like some magical ability that you need to then like recharge. And then the other thing would sort of be like the general like calibration of like what spell casting is like. Like it's almost this reminds me of like playing like a football game where you're doing like the opening kickoff and there's like a bar that's moving back and forth, and like one of them is like power, and then like it'll like fire up again, and the second one's like accuracy.
Right.
And it's sort of like you have to hit A twice, once for power, once for accuracy.
Right. Like you can point it straight, but whenever you cast a spell, it's sort of like where. Yeah.
Exactly.
It
yes.
might just shoot off to the left for no reason.
Right. And then it's like an application of like how good is your like theoretical knowledge? How good is your book learning? Like Hermione's, for example, is like a very like small window. Like it could go slightly to the right or slightly to the left, but like she knows the foundational information so well that it's never going to go anywhere other than mostly where she wants it to.
Right.
Whereas like Neville could be like this big swath moving back and forth because there's like a bit less experience there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That feels like I do feel like that kind of makes sense. Like how his just like he's trying to point it at the thing and the spell is just veering way off.
Exactly.
Because otherwise it's like, why doesn't it just go exactly where you point it?
That seems like how it would work. But the other thing we do have to keep in mind is that Neville does have his father's wand, which is that like, I think it's like the ash and unicorn hair combination that Ron had.
Oh, is it?
Once upon a time. I believe it is. And he's going to break it. I mean, to be fair, he is going to get better with this wand during Order of the Phoenix before it gets broken at the Department of Mysteries.
Yeah, and then he gets the cherry wand.
Then he gets the cherry wand. That sort of turns
the samurai wand.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's like there's like a whole thing about how like cherry wood is very prominent in like Japanese culture, and sort of how it translates to Neville wielding a sword and slicing Nagini's head off. So it's like we've done like a whole video.
There's a whole video called Neville's a Samurai if you want like our full explanation about that.
Exactly. But I would say that like, as Neville really starts to hit his stride, it's like, okay, now he's got like the wand that chose him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
At long last. But Harry doesn't want to talk about the egg in charms. He wants to talk about what he encountered last night, which was Snape and Moody's conversation, or sort of like veiled conversation with lots of vague, like hidden meanings that only they understood. But now our characters have to try and decipher poorly, by the way.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Snape said Moody searched his office. Ron whispered, his eyes alight with interest as he banished a cushion with a sweep of his wand. It knocked Parvati's hat off, to which I read that and I was like, wait, are they wearing hats? I guess.
Man, that's another like one of those where I feel like the movies just sort of like fully abandoned the idea of them being in robes at some point in time, and it's just like just give them more personality by putting them in their streets,
right?
But you're right. Like maybe they are all going to class every day wearing like a wizard's hat and robes,
like their little wizard hats.
Yeah,
I guess so.
Yeah,
I guess so. Or at least Parvati is.
Right. Yes. What do you reckon? Moody's here to keep an eye on Snape as well as Karkaroff? Well, I don't know if that's what Dumbledore asked him to do, but he's definitely doing it.
Yeah.
This is like it's walking this like weird line in my personal opinion where it's like Dumbledore knows everything that's going on inside of the castle. I feel like in year one we have established that amazingly well. Like, what they're doing, what they're up to, what their strengths are, like the fact that they're out in the middle of the night. He's there when Harry is visiting the Mirror of Erised. He's like, back again, Harry. You know, it's like there's all those things going on. And then I feel like Moody is teaching like unforgivable curses, and he's like searching teachers' classrooms, and he's out in the middle of the night, and you're like Dumbledore, should you be catching this stuff? Like, it feels like it.
It does, right?
Or is Snape really at no point in time going to Dumbledore and being like, Moody was in my office again last night, but like, headmaster. And he's like, I told him to do that.
Right. I know. It's like, did he give him some sort of like permission to check the castle, or check wherever he wants in the name of trying to figure out what's happened to Harry,
right,
or something.
I mean, we know that Dumbledore, sort of has like a greater good, philosophy, maybe somewhere deep inside of his core. So it's possible that he's basically like, well, I knew what I was signing up for when I hired Moody, and I know he's going to do what he's going to do, and I just sort of have to trust that he's doing it in the the name of what is better for everybody.
And it's sort of like I can even see Dumbledore being like, go ahead and search Snape's office. You're not going to find anything.
That's also very true. That's a good point. Yeah. It's like he's like, Snape, you can be annoyed all you want, but you have nothing to hide.
Right. So like what's the problem?
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
So then as we scoot forward, Moody said Dumbledore only lets Snape stay here because he's giving him a second chance or something. And then they start to like wonder, like, what did he do with his first chance?
Right. They do start wondering that. And boy, it's a big one. It's a big one, because what he did with his first chance was, join Voldemort and then overhear the prophecy and then tell Voldemort. And then Voldemort was like, I'm going to kill Harry and Lily and James. And Snape was like, oh my God, wait, no, don't kill Lily. And he's like, I'm probably going to anyway. And he was like, wait, Dumbledore, you got to hide him. And then he found them anyway because Sirius told Peter the wrong person. And then he told Voldemort, and Voldemort killed Lily and James and marked Harry as the chosen one. So what he did with his first chance was like set the whole plot in motion.
Yeah, but that was pretty much it. Yeah, I mean, it is hilarious because I wrote like a very similar thing because I think Ron is supposing that Moody thinks that Snape put Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire, and Hermione's like, oh, Ron, we thought Snape was trying to kill Harry before, and it turned out he was trying to save his life. Remember? And I was like, yeah, that's basically the whole plot of the series in a nutshell. Like,
yeah, right.
That's it. Like, we always suspect Snape. It's almost always not Snape.
Until the one time when it is, and you're like, oh man, it finally was. And then it turns out even then it wasn't.
Even then it was a prearranged plan. Hashtag Snape killed Dumbledore.
Yeah. So yeah, and then they recap and say it was true. Snape had saved his life once. But the odd thing was Snape definitely loathed him, just as he loathed Harry's father when they'd been at school together. And like, this is the mystery that drives so much of the story forward, is like Snape is trustworthy and he does save Harry, but he also seems to hate him for some reason.
Right. Like, and it's so interesting how like unlikely it was to ever feel like we are so convinced that like if you look at this dilemma, this is what I'm trying to say. If we back up a couple of steps here, it's like if you look at the dilemma and you're like, okay, Snape hates Harry, but seems to want to take care of him. Like, what are the only plausible ways that this could be true? Like,
right.
It doesn't feel impossible to eventually come to the conclusion that maybe like Snape and Lily had known each other. And yet it for me, at least as like an early reader, like my first pass, it never occurred to me.
Well, I mean, it not only never occurred to you, I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that Sirius and Lupin were extremely thick in this regard. Like in Prisoner of Azkaban, Lupin says something like, oh, Snape was always jealous of James. I think he, envied his ability on the Quidditch pitch or something.
Right.
And then in the next chapter, Padfoot returns, Sirius is going to come back and say something about Snape, where he's clearly had no idea Snape liked Lily.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's like, guys, really, it's like Snape used to, like, you were there in real time.
Yeah.
James was your best friend. Lily was in your year, in your house. You surely, James had taken notice of her,
right.
like in a huge way. You surely understood that Snape and Lily used to be quite close. And then all of a sudden, James and Lily became quite close, and Snape really hated James.
Right.
It's like, anybody can follow this high school logic.
I know, but like Lupin and Sirius it's just going straight over their heads.
Yes.
They are not, or I believe it absolutely went over Sirius's head. It's possible Lupin is just being coy and doesn't want to like reveal to Harry the whole situation.
I guess that's possible.
But you'd think, because even then he's like, he'll say like Dumbledore always had an ironclad reason for trusting Snape. And it's like, well, you probably could have figured it out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yep.
But anyway, they move on, and the Hermione is more on the defending of Dumbledore rather than Moody's suspicions, saying, I don't care what Moody says. Dumbledore's not stupid. He was right to trust Hagrid and Professor Lupin, even though loads of people wouldn't have given them the job. So why shouldn't he be right about Snape, even if Snape's a bit evil? Said Ron promptly. Yes, but it's so funny that she says that he was right to trust Hagrid and Professor Lupin. It's like, because Hermione was just recently complaining about Hagrid's like classes
Oh, that's true.
You know?
That's true. Yeah. It's like, and I suppose maybe that's like one where she's like, he's trustworthy enough. Maybe not the best teacher, but like at least he's not dangerous.
Right.
The Squirts maybe, but Hagrid is not dangerous. That's a very good point. But then of course you also have to keep in mind where Ron and Harry are coming from, or especially Ron in this particular situation, because he's like, come on, Hermione, why are all these dark wizard catchers searching his office then? It's like, from like, of course we the well-seasoned readers now know that this is the same person, and
it's the same person, and neither of the people that it's the same person being Barty Crouch Jr., but the two dark wizards in question, or dark wizard catchers in question, are Barty Crouch Sr. and Mad-Eye Moody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so it's like, from Ron's perspective, he's like, dude, look at the evidence. Like, you must agree this doesn't look good. Like, two of the highest ranked officials, as per catching dark wizards, are searching Snape, who we know to be kind of an edgy dude. Like, they're searching his office. It's like,
right.
That is like, to be fair to Ron, he's using the evidence on the table and reading it in a way that makes sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which is, all the more confusing to the reader, because Ron does have some good points.
Exactly.
Although it's surprising, I think in the next chapter, Sirius is going to actually tell them more of the history of Barty Crouch Sr., and he's going to tell them that he was like a dark wizard catcher. So I don't actually think they know that information yet. This might be a bit of like an anachronism.
I think you're right. I think it is a little bit like out of sync there. Yeah, because they just think that he's head of like foreign affairs.
Right.
Based on what he's been doing so far in the series per his role at the ministry.
Exactly.
You're exactly right. Oh my God, that's a good catch, Jay.
No, thank you. Thank you. I didn't realize it until we just did this exact, because we did this yesterday, and even as we're just reading it right now, I was like, wait a minute.
Right. It's like that hasn't happened
yet.
That
hasn't happened yet. Now I'm trying to find the line here.
Let's see here. I know Crouch, all right, he said quietly. He was the one who gave the order for me to be sent to Azkaban without a trial. What? Said Hermione and Ron and Hermione together. You're kidding, said Harry. No, I'm not, said Sirius, taking another great bite of chicken. Crouch used to be head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Didn't you know? Harry, Ron, and Hermione shook their heads. He was tipped for the next Minister of Magic, said Sirius. He's a great wizard, Barty Crouch, powerfully magical and power hungry. Oh, never a Voldemort supporter, he said, reading the look on Harry's face. No, Barty Crouch was always very outspoken against the dark side. But then a lot of people who were against the dark side, well, you wouldn't understand. You're too young.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, we don't know that yet.
Right.
They don't know that yet.
They don't know that yet. So perhaps a bit of a little continuity error there.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah. Just so we're on the same page there. But it's the real question, it's so funny because it's a bit funny that he can't manage to come to the Yule Ball, but he can get up here in the middle of the night when he wants to. And it's like, that is a really good question. That's like maybe one they need to focus on a little bit more. Because it's like how can it be possible that he's super sick and can come to the castle? It's like they're trying to like reconcile these two facts and taking them both as facts, but only one of them is true.
Well, and that's the really difficult thing about it, because even what we're going to learn, in the upcoming chapter is like Sirius is going to bring up the fact that Barty Crouch Sr. had a son. He will like put that like piece on the table. He will offer it as sort of like, there is in fact actually yet another person involved here. But then before the end of Sirius's recap, he's going to tell us that that son has since died, then taking that piece right off the table again.
I know. It like he introduces it, and it's like he introduces him like as a victim of circumstances. That like he was caught with people who I'd bet my life were Death Eaters, and it's like, and then he sentenced his own son, and you're like, what? No, because at this point you just know more about Barty Crouch Sr. And so most of what Sirius is telling you think is the background of that guy, which he is, but what you don't realize you're being told is the actual bad guy's like origin story.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So let's see here. But that's the thing. So they don't know how to reconcile the information, because as far as they are concerned, Barty Crouch Sr. was in the castle, and yet he's too sick to come to events. So I mean, that makes Barty Crouch Sr. look very suspicious all of a sudden. Like
it does.
Like he's almost set up the Triwizard Tournament as like a ruse. And the moment that those wheels were in motion, he was like, okay, time to start working on my subplot.
Right.
Because it's sort of like, now that's a big distraction and Harry's involved, and that's, you know, like you could start to see where it's like, okay, well, he's starting to look pretty sus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely. But so it's funny because the real question is the one we just read. It's a bit funny, isn't it, that he can't manage to come to the Yule Ball, but he can get up here in the middle of the night. And it's like Hermione is on it right here. But then this happens so much. Ron will immediately discredit the correct information or the correct line of reasoning. And he's like, oh, you just don't like Crouch because of that elf Winky. And you're like, well, that is true. When it's like, yeah, that's right. We can't trust Hermione's feelings about Crouch because she's so biased about him.
That's it. That's it exactly. Yeah. And it's like you wonder when you're building the story architecture here, whether or not like SPEW was always something that was going to be like intended, or you needed that entire creation was to throw you off the scent now, you know, when it's almost like you can start to put the pieces together. It's like, what could Barty Crouch Sr. possibly do that Hermione might have like a jaded view of him in particular, so that we can't trust her more analytical and typically correct take on somebody. It's like, we have to make Hermione emotional. And how can we make Hermione emotional? It's like, well, let's make her care for something that he did wrongly.
Exactly.
You know, and it's like, and all of that, it's like you think about like how long these books started to get, especially in the fourth installment, and all the like weird, like little detours that have happened. And you're sort of like, you have to create, like, as you're going through the story, it's like you have to find the roadblocks. You have to find the reasons why they can't solve it sooner, and then turn those reasons into good plot.
Yeah. The question is like, was it what you're right? Like, was SPEW introduced specifically like for this sort of misdirection here in these middle chapters? Or is it the sort of thing? Because sometimes when we write the what ifs, like we don't always exactly know where we're going with it.
No.
You know, but then it'll be like, oh, wait. And then this happens and it's because of that and because of that and because of that. And it'll just all line up all of a sudden. And it's sort of like when you have characters who make sense and have specific like motivations and directions, like sure enough, like those will start to pay off like almost of their own accord.
Yeah. It's like, it's a very like, if you build it, they will come kind of like situation.
Yeah.
I think we did this. I want to say it was What If Harry Was in Slytherin, where we kept having, every time Voldemort attacked one of his own followers, they would be like embellished with like silver.
Yeah.
You know, in the same way that like Wormtail's hand was.
Yeah.
And then eventually it's like, we know what happens with Wormtail's hand. It's like, if you doubt Voldemort, it's like his own safety mechanism to like protect himself from his own followers.
Right.
And but then that ends up turning against him eventually. So
right, because he's arrogant enough to believe that they won't doubt him.
Exactly.
Enter Draco. Anyway,
Enter Draco.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
But
you know what? Here it is, Ben. It said Harry grimly, and his cushion, to his very great surprise, flew straight across the room and landed neatly on top of Hermione's. Boom! He did do it.
Boom! You're right. Oh my gosh. I was wrong.
So rare for Harry to have like just a successful class.
Do you think that this is almost like the ramp that is being built towards like Harry has been placed in exceptional situations throughout the whole saga. His very importance has always been what made Harry special, like in terms of like what's going on. But very rare is it the case that his like exemplary abilities at magic are the things that are starting to like make him properly stand out.
Right.
But as you start to go into like the DA, like he is almost needing to like overcome a mental barrier himself, which is this idea that he is not good at magic.
Right.
Like he keeps having a lot of help. He keeps being in the right place at the right time, or the wrong place at the wrong time for that matter. But like, you know, then everybody starts like listing off his accolades, and it's kind of like, wait a second, like did Harry quietly become really good at magic somewhere along the way? Because I think that's like the great thing about having Hermione in the story, is that we don't have this like main character energy out of Harry, that it's like on top of everything else, he's also just the best at everything.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean, it's good. And it's like Hermione basically says this herself in book 1, when they get to the end of the obstacle course before Harry confronts Quirrell. And she's like, you know, oh, me, books and whatever.
Cleverness and books
and books are more important things. And it's like, this is the kind of more important things that is being referenced. It's like Harry's good against defense against the dark arts, but he doesn't believe he's good at it because like like the very linear thinking to be like, you have to be like really good at magic. Like being good at magic means being good at defense against the dark arts. And he's like, well, Hermione's way better at magic. But it's like, yeah, you do need to be able to do the magic, but like you're better at thinking on your feet in a situation. And the things that make you good at defense against the dark arts are more than just being good at magic.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Friendship and bravery.
Yeah, exactly. Those things.
He's
Lead
got
a ship.
Yeah, I can love. Big deal.
What imposter syndrome, that Harry Potter.
Yeah, we made that video too.
Yep.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, so that gets us to the end of that. We have like a little bit of like a page break there. But then it kind of jumps over and says, obedient to Sirius's wish, to hearing about anything odd at Hogwarts, Harry sent him a letter by Brown Owl that night explaining all about Mr. Crouch breaking into Snape's office and Moody and Snape's conversation. And then I think this is like a strangely written paragraph, because it will then say, then Harry turned his attention in earnest the most urgent problem facing him, how to survive underwater for an hour on the 24th of February. That is all part of the same paragraph, which is only 2 sentences, which leads off with his letter to Sirius.
Right.
Inside of this letter, though, he does not ask him how to survive underwater.
Even though it sounds like he's like, okay, let me tell Sirius what's up, then I'll focus on the egg and how I'm going to breathe underwater.
Exactly.
Right, but doesn't ask him.
But yeah, then when he gets the letter back, he's going to be like, well, I was too preoccupied with everything going on with Moody and Snape that I forgot to ask about that. And it's like, well, it sure sounded like you asked about it right here.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. So anyway, now it's like one sentence. We wrote a letter to Sirius about Mr. Crouch and Snape's office and Moody and that whole situation. Then Harry turned his attention in earnest to the second task. Ron quite liked the idea of using the summoning charm again, because they have learned about Aqualungs.
Aqualung. Yeah, and didn't see why Harry shouldn't summon one from the nearest Muggle town. Hermione squashed this plan by pointing out the unlikely event that Harry managed to learn and operate an Aqualung within the set limit of an hour. He was sure to be disqualified for breaking International Code of Wizarding Secrecy. I feel like this line is in here just to say like, no, we're not going to do that. But like, because there's such an easy solve here, which is like, just because you can't summon one on the morning of doesn't mean you can't just buy one right now.
Yeah,
like, Harry has plenty of money, and I think, thinking outside of the box and using a Muggle like solution would be like, I'm sure Dumbledore would love that.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it would be like, wow, okay. Like not relying on magic was a way to solve this particular problem.
Right. Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. Yeah. It's like one of those things where it's like we can't let the scuba diving, be an explanation. So here we explained it. However, when we get to Deathly Hallows and we discover that Ted Tonks can just Osseo salmon, some fresh crackling, like salmon skin rolls there on the side of the bank, and you're sort of like, and then Harry and Hermione are over there starving their butts off. You're like, hey guys, remember that summoning charm thing?
Maybe we should have done that.
Maybe we revisited all of a sudden.
We should have done that. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe he could have just been like, Osseo Ron, and that would have worked from the bottom of the lake?
Oh, wow. Well,
maybe.
I mean, Flitwick's been flying all over the place in this chapter already. So,
I know, right? I mean, he'd probably be a little restrained by whatever's holding him down there. Maybe that would have held him in place, but maybe not,
Yeah, true.
Could have just uprooted the whole situation.
Right.
Yeah, all the champions take off. Harry says, Osseo Ron. The whole rock comes up with all 4, and he's like, done.
Easy miss, peasy miss.
Yeah.
And they're like, wow, Harry, you really seem to be solving all of these major wizarding challenges by just the summoning charm.
The summoning charm is like, it's not that hard, you guys. It took me like one night to learn. Okay.
Right. Yeah, no big deal. You need some cushions? Because I know where some are.
Yeah. Let's see. And then, of course, Hermione says, the ideal solution would be for you to transfigure yourself into a submarine or something. It's like, is that even possible? Like,
I think it's interesting that Hermione comes to the transfigure yourself into something explanation, because that is what Crumb does.
I know. It's like, did she make a suggestion to somebody?
I know. It's like, look, I don't want to give you like too many ideas or anything here, because I told Harry submarine, but he didn't like the whole idea of like a periscope sticking out of his head.
Right.
But
like we haven't quite done that just yet. So, but like, I don't know if you've learned some of it.
Sharks
are hot. I'm Just saying.
But I actually do think it's hilarious that like as complicated as transforming yourself into a submarine sounds, because Hermione's like, if only we'd done human transfiguration already. And Harry's like, yeah, but I don't fancy walking around with a periscope sticking out of my head. And I'm like, is that what you're stuck on?
That's the stuck part.
It's like, because I think we can deal, Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall. Someone will solve the periscope problem.
Someone will solve that. I'm more confused that they could like transform themselves into a like Muggle man-made device.
Well, yeah, like a piece of Muggle technology,
piece of metal. You know.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like that's how that would work.
It does not seem like that. And then, you know, he kind of jokes, I suppose I could attack someone in front of Moody. Maybe he'd do it for me. She's, I don't think he'd let you choose what you wanted to be turned into, though. Like, she's like, as if that was a serious, like, solution.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So Harry's, just imagine that. Harry's standing on the bank, you know, of the lake. The cannon goes off. He turns, points his wand at Cedric, and it's just sort of like, blah, 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 blah. And then Moody out of nowhere is like, oh, no, you don't, Potter. Yeah. Dolphino. You know, turns him into a dolphin.
The thing is, he probably would have done something like that and been like, oh, whoops.
It's like,
turn Potter into a trout. My bad.
My bad. He'll never be able to chew through the rope down there. I'm sure it won't come back
Sure,
up.
that won't matter. Okay. Yep. Anyway.
By the way, Potter, here's some fangs for that trout.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh. That was so clever of me. Wow. Really got myself out of a jam on that one. Good thing I turned that Malfoy kid into a ferret and established my credibility for this.
I'm a big student transfigurer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice one, Moody. Let's see here.
This is okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, now Harry starts to dig through the tomes upon tomes upon tomes at the library, looking for any spell that might enable a human to survive without oxygen.
Oh my gosh. And here is my least favorite paragraph, maybe in this whole book, Ben. It says, though Harry asked Professor McGonagall for a note of permission to use the restricted section and even asked the irritable vulture-like librarian Madame Pince for help, they found nothing whatsoever that would enable Harry to spend an hour underwater and live to tell the tale. Like, I am sorry. What? Like Professor McGonagall couldn't give you a hint in this regard. You asked her for a note for the restricted section, which she gave you.
Yeah.
And you couldn't be like, I'm looking for this. And this is the thing, is that Madame Pince can't give him an answer. Like, it's not like before with the dragons, like they were afraid to ask her because they're like, oh, it's going to give Hagrid away or whatever. But it sounds like they just straight up ask her, like, we're looking for books that might help me like breathe underwater or survive without oxygen. And she's like, never even heard of it, you know?
No.
It's like, this is her whole job. It is so stupid that she cannot help them find this. Because they've already established that Muggles have solved this problem, okay? This is at this point, Harry and Hermione and Ron are running up against like, wow, Muggles have figured out how to do a thing without magic that we can't do with magic.
Right.
And they're like, I reckon it can't be done. It can't be done.
Right.
It's like, this is not a hard... This is not a hard ask, you know? Like, Muggles have figured it out. Breathing underwater, finding out what's underwater is it's like climbing Mount Everest, you know? Like, you do it because it's there. You want to know what's under there, and there is an established way to do it. 2 of the champions find it. It is so dumb they cannot find the bubblehead charm.
No, it is absolutely, I mean, it is the only possible explanation that isn't just that is infuriating, rather is just plot convenience.
It is plot convenience.
That is all that can possibly be said for it, because it's like there is no other acceptable reason. Because even if Harry were just to go to McGonagall and ask a genuine question about a magical possibility, it's like that is not cheating. Like, he is not I need you to help me solve my egg, and she's helping him crack the code. He is just merely going and inquiring with a well-educated witch on what exists out there. It's she doesn't know the particular application he might be putting it to.
Exactly. It doesn't feel like cheating to ask, how do I breathe underwater? Like, what spells can do that for me?
Right.
You know? Like asking for help, figuring out the egg, that feels like cheating. Once you know what you're doing, who knows what you're asking about?
Exactly.
You know,
Yes.
like that. It's not like even with the dragons where it's like you're not supposed to know what's there. So preparing is really difficult.
Right. And I think that like even then, you know, like the conjunctivitis curse that like Sirius was going to recommend for the dragon's eyes isn't necessarily just an attack on dragon eyes spell. So like if you could theoretically go and ask a question about like, hey, I need to figure out like what the conjunctivitis spell or like how it works or like, you know, more theory on it to learn about it or whatever. It's like, even that doesn't seem like instructing them like this will fight your dragon. It seems like, yes, I can help you learn how to do a conjunctivitis spell.
Right.
You know, like,
yes.
like that doesn't seem like unfair to me. Otherwise, it's almost like basically saying like, if you're champion, your teachers can't help you with anything that isn't direct coursework for the whole year.
Oh, I know. Like you're right. That it's ridiculous. And especially because like you absolutely know that Madame Maxime told Fleur to use a bubblehead charm.
What to do.
And that like Hermione told him, you know, clearly about the shark head.
Oh, most certainly.
You know, because we already saw him diving off the boat without the shark head. So, you know, he was practicing other ways. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
And she was like, no. I got a way about tried human transfiguration.
You're
right?
not gonna be able to hold your
almost turned myself into a cat once.
You don't by chance have any shark hairs, do you?
Yeah. Get me a shark hair. We'll do this.
Okay.
When am I going to get a shark hair?
Right.
Shark tooth, maybe tooth. That'll work.
I want to say that there are shark teeth somewhere in this chapter.
Are there?
I want to say.
Well, he's like in Crumb's mouth.
In Crumb's mouth, you're right. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I feel like there is something that one of the mer people is wearing that I'm sort of like, those would be in oceans.
Those would be in oceans, not in freshwater locks.
Not in freshwater locks. Although I think some people have said that some locks are saltwater. So maybe it just is a saltwater lock.
Okay. Well, you know.
Who's to say?
Who's to say? Not us, I guess. Anyway, that's the end of my soapbox for now about how dumb it is they cannot find a way to breathe underwater, which must be one. It just seems like such a basic solve for wizards.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it totally does. It's also just a novel thing. Like, I mean, I could totally see if you went to like a wizarding all-inclusive resort, they would just have like a whole bucket of like gillyweed for like $100 for 15 minutes worth. And
Exactly.
It's like, you just go over to the shore, pop it in, and you're sort of like, yay, I can swim.
I can swim underwater. Yeah, this is amazing. But whatever. The real answer is that it's plot convenience, or who knows? Maybe Moody took all. But even this doesn't make sense. It's not like Moody removed all the books with the information on it.
Moody's like, I want credit. That's what I want.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. He's like, I have to be the one to do it, unless like. The only other thing is that there was a single book with the information and Cedric has it, but even that is stupid. This should be in like so many books. It doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to keep complaining or we got to move on or I'm going to keep complaining.
There we go. Okay. So now what we know is coming up also is we get the letter back from Sirius. It's the shortest letter Sirius has ever written to him. It says, send date of next Hogsmeade weekend by return owl. And then what we discover is that it is weekend after next, which is important because it means that Harry can't see Sirius until after the second task is over, because the task is coming up between now and the weekend after next.
Does seem like he could write back with the date and how do I breathe underwater.
Also seems, yes, absolutely. Yep. Let's see here. Harry scribbled down the dates on the back of Sirius's letter, tied it to the brown owl's leg, and watched it take flight again. I have no idea why, but like the fact that Harry just wrote down the date and sent it back almost seems like his own little like passive aggressive response. Like if you're texting somebody and they just say like K.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.
Do you know I love in texting that now you can just respond with like a thumbs up or something?
I know, it makes
because
it a lot easier.
It is just like it is acknowledgement that I saw it and understood. I don't have to send back some like passive aggressive K.
That's exactly it.
Yes.
Yeah. I do think the little press and hold emoticon things are very useful. For
very
exactly
good.
This. Yes.
Very
it's
useful.
Like received. Yep. I'm letting you know.
Letting you know. I don't leave. I don't have read receipts on or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't need that kind of swirling anxiety in my brain every text I send.
It always shocks me when people have them turned on. I'm like, well, that's a choice.
Wow. I get you enjoy anxiety. That's fun. That's fun. Yeah. I don't know. That's not me, but you do you. Or did you know you can turn them off? Because you can. And you should.
Pro tip. All right, so let's see here. What had Harry expected? Advice on how to survive underwater? He had been so intent on telling Sirius about Snape and Moody, he'd completely forgotten to mention the Egg's clue, which again, I go back to that paragraph from a couple pages ago, and it's like, it sounded like he didn't forget that, but apparently he did.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like he sent it and then turned his focus to
That's exactly it.
the egg. Yeah. But so then they go back down to Care of Magical Creatures, where it turns out that Hagrid is back and he knows just as much about unicorns as he did monsters, though it was clear he found their lack of poisonous fangs disappointing. But I love that it mentions that it's like, yeah, Hagrid could be a really effective teacher, like if he just actually stuck to the curriculum, and he literally does know about all of the animals.
Yes.
But like, it's like he can do it. He is very good at it. He's just like way more preoccupied with like scary things.
It's a huge credibility boost that I don't think we've really properly given to Hagrid so far into the series, because he always seems like his relationship with like Fantastic Beasts is reckless in nature. Like it seems like he's always kind of stumbling across these animals in like ways that are kind of like, well, is that entirely legal? Like, he gets Norbert the dragon egg while gambling down at the Hog's Head, and
and tries to raise it in his wooded cabin. You're like, is that a good idea?
Right. And then doesn't he also say he like won Fluffy from a Greek chappie at the pub or something like that? Like he's got like a line like that where it's sort of like then he's illegally bred the blast-ended Scroots into existence hard stop.
Exactly.
He spent way too much time teaching them about flobber worms after the whole hippogriff debacle took place. Like it's like his
he knew about the hippogriffs, I guess.
He did know about the hippogriffs, but we only got to see one lesson where he was properly instructing on them before that gets.
And then he has Aragog out in the forest, and it's like Hagrid knows about Aragog, but he like clearly believes incorrectly that he's a safe creature.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So this is like the first time that I feel like what we're really seeing is that like it's like, no, Hagrid knows his stuff. He's just his passion lies elsewhere.
Exactly.
He doesn't find unicorns particularly fascinating because I guess they're too commonplace for him.
Too commonplace. Although it's interesting, it says today he managed to capture 2 unicorn foals. But like if you go back to book 1, when they're in the forest, Draco is afraid that like werewolves are what's killing the unicorns, and he says, nah, werewolves couldn't catch unicorns, they're too fast or whatever. And it's like, that's interesting, because that means unicorns are moving at quite a clip there between the trees. For horses. It sounds like they're like exceptionally fast, but like here's Hagrid just capturing 2 of their babies, no problem.
No problem whatsoever.
No problem, yeah.
I mean, he must be using it through some type of like enclosure-y type of system.
Who knows? I guess so.
Rather than just like raw pace.
Yeah. Here's the thing you don't know about Hagrid. He's fast.
He's fast. He may be large in stature, but goodness, can he run aground a horse?
Natural sprinters, very dangerous over a short distance.
Excellent, Gimli.
Thank you.
Yeah, toss there. I love that. Let's see here, but we do know that. Oh, go ahead.
Let me just say, in Lord of the Rings, when you check in with Gimli and Legolas and Aragorn, when he says that, they've been running for 3 days at that point.
Yeah,
and Gimli's like, oh, we weren't built for endurance, and I'm like, dude, I think you were.
It's like maybe not compared to these two, who are supernatural, but you're doing great.
You're doing good, man. You've been running for 3 days in armor, carrying an axe.
Yeah. Pat yourself on the back, man.
Pat yourself on the back.
Not giving yourself enough credit.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's enough for
that's Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, our detour for today.
Yep.
We do learn that obviously because they are pure gold, as foals, the younger unicorns are easier to spot, and they are also more open to
the male touch.
Yeah.
The
male touch.
Yeah.
Well phrased.
The boys.
the boys. So everybody is allowed to go and interact with them. And even that maybe is like a little bit like where it seems like Grubbly Plank had the adult, it's sort of like you're excluding half of the class from being able to participate. So even in this regard, Hagrid's sort of like, well, now everybody can be involved.
No, everyone's going to be involved. And this is like a rare moment where it says even Pansy Parkinson had to work to conceal how much she liked them. And it's like, wow. Hagrid is like, home running this lesson.
He really
like
is.
even Pansy Parkinson's impressed. No way.
I mean, that's pretty high praise.
She's hard to impress. There's
She
no
is,
doubt about that. And then this also just fun fact: if you do Hagrid's like motorbike ride at Universal, at the very end there is like a unicorn and their foal, and they are indeed the appropriate colors.
Yes, they are indeed.
So good attention to detail. They're universal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's see here. But then we have another one of these conversations with Hagrid, which like in its own way, I think like dissuades Harry from asking Hagrid for any potential advice as well. Because Hagrid is reaching out to him. He's saying like, are you okay? And Harry's like, yeah. And he's like, just nervous. And he's like, a bit. And he's like, Harry, like I'd have been worried before I saw you take on the Horntail, but now I know you can do anything you set your mind to.
Yeah.
I made him a little southern, didn't I?
You did.
I do it every time. I'm sorry. It wasn't on purpose. I wasn't going for a laugh there, but I'm not worried at all.
Now you're doing.
Now you're gonna be fine. Got your clue worked out, haven't you?
Harry nodded. It's like why he can't just confess that he doesn't know how to survive under the water? Because like I bet Hagrid does know some way to do this. You know,
right? Like even this particular like page is leading you to believe that Hagrid knows more than we're giving him credit for.
Exactly.
And he looks up. It says he looked up at Hagrid. Perhaps he had to go into the lake sometimes to deal with the creatures in it. He looked after everything else on the grounds after all. And it's like, yes, Harry, follow that logic.
Yes, it cannot hurt to ask.
Ask him the question on the tip of your tongue.
He literally helped you cheat on the last task.
Right, yes. You're going to win,
Yeah.
Hagrid growled. I know it. I can feel it. You're going to win, Harry.
Which also true. Even though I like this chapter, it's like Harry's gonna start beating himself up so much for like, why didn't I solve the egg sooner? Why didn't I start searching sooner? I'm like, I feel like you did a good job here. You know, you had like a whole month and you searched really hard the entire time, and through no fault of your own, like just like we're unable to find it.
Yes.
You know, like it's not like I don't think more time would have done it. I don't.
That's the thing, yeah. If Harry is my child and I'm hearing the course of what happened, it's like okay, so you figured it out with like 4 to 5 weeks left, and then what'd you do from there? It's like, well, I spent like tons and tons and tons of hours in the books, and I had my best friends helping me, and we read everything we possibly could, and we just couldn't find anything. We
asked the librarian, we got access to the restricted section. You know,
I'm like, wow, it seems like you really like did all the things you were supposed to do. Like,
I know.
Where else would the answer be?
Like, how much more are they like wanting them to do? You
Yeah,
know, yeah,
right,
like
right.
you know. Whatever. Especially when the Yule Ball was like an active thing that they also had to partake in as part of the tournament.
A distraction.
A distraction is what it was.
That's what it feels like. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so then it does close out this particular exchange with Harry couldn't bring himself to wipe the happy, confident smile off Hagrid's face. And it's just like, once again, it's just like he just can't
Can't do it. Can't ask. Too much pride, Harry. Too much pride, I guess. I don't know.
So then we zip forward to the evening before the second task.
Yes. Harry feels as though he's trapped in a nightmare, fully aware that even if by some miracle he managed to find a suitable spell, he'd have a real job mastering it overnight. Although that is what happened in the last task.
It is. Although the last task, he felt like he was mastering a rather like rudimentary spell. And this one feels like by its very nature is going to be complicated.
Yeah.
And also, where are you going to practice?
Exactly. Also that. Yeah. Just go down and hope it works.
Right.
But then this is where he starts saying, why hadn't he got to work on the eggs clue sooner? And it's like, I just, again, I feel like he solved it with more than enough time to figure out the rest of it. And then he says, why did he let his mind wander in class? What if a teacher had mentioned it, how to breathe underwater? And it's like, well, I don't think you have to worry about that, because if they had, then Hermione would just know.
That's true.
Right?
That's true. Yeah, you can rest assured that she remembered everything they said.
Even that Hermione doesn't just know this.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's just plum shocking.
It's plum shocking.
The
plum.
Why he had ever let his mind wander in class. This does happen to me though, like every time I have the flu or something, and I'm like, why every single time I was healthy was I not taking my health as like savoring it?
Yes.
You know, and then when you're sick, you're like, next time I'm healthy, I am not taking it for granted.
I will not. I will be so good. I'm going to drink so much water and only eat healthy things and exercise all of the time and take my vitamins and get sunlight and touch grass and whatever.
All of these things.
Yeah.
I will do them tonight, probably.
Yeah. Let's see. So then he keeps going through. Every time he reads a book, he's looking for the words water. Take 2 pints of water, half a pound of shredded mandrake leaves, and a newt. What do you think that was?
Yeah. I wrote that same thing because it says more often than not it was this. And I was like, it's this more often than not?
It's this? You found 2 separate recipes for take 2 pints of, at least 2 separate recipes for take 2 pints of water, half a pound of shredded mandrake leaves, and a newt. Then you did bubblehead charm.
Do we think there's any chance this is like part of the potion for the restorative draft that they would have used with mandrake leaves back?
It could be.
I mean,
it does have mandrake leaves in it.
Right.
And I don't know what the newt would do.
Do newts? I feel like this is a piece of information I would have thought I would have known. But like, are they one of the creatures that you can like cut like a tail off and it'll grow back? Mm-hmm. So there could be some regenerative
qualities. Yeah.
Yeah.
It does feel like it could be. Could be this, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So anyway, let's see here. So then they're kind of just like reaching their end. They're kind of going through all the books. It says the closest was a thing that could dry up puddles in ponds, that drought charm, which I think is just kind of funny because I'm pretty sure this is what Flitwick is going to use on Fred and George's portable swamp.
Oh, is it?
I think so.
That's cool.
Next year because Umbridge doesn't know about it,
right?
Because she can't make it go away.
She can't make it go away.
Yeah,
yeah. But he leaves a little roped off corner of it.
Yeah, just as an homage.
So fun. But then Hermione's just like, there has to be a way to do it. And she's taking the library's lack of useful information on the subject as a personal insult. It had never failed her before. That's true. Hermione learned about the basilisk, but can't figure out how to breathe underwater in the library. You know?
True.
They found the Sorcerer's Stone. They found Nicholas Flamel.
Right.
Yes. They found all these other things.
I literally wrote the quote, I had you looking in the wrong section.
Yeah. How could I have been so stupid? Also, I love this book they're looking in here. Saucy Tricks for Tricky Swords. Oh, saucy, eh?
Right. Where was this when the Yule Ball was going on?
Oh man. And then we get a little reminder here to set up the Rita Skeeter reveal later on. It says, or Harry says, I should have learned to be an animagus like Sirius. And then reminding the reader, an animagus was a wizard who could transform into an animal. Yeah, he could turn himself into a goldfish anytime you wanted, said Ron. Oh, poor a fraud, yawned Harry. He was exhausted. He basically does become a frog tomorrow morning. So that's kind of funny that he mentions that. And then Hermione, this is sort of a rare inaccuracy for her. She says, it takes years to become an animagus, which is not true. It takes a month.
It takes a month.
Yeah.
A very complicated month, to be fair.
Well, a month plus a TBD amount of time for thunderstorms.
Yes.
I believe.
Yes.
So ideally you should do this in like the spring, summer season if you're really trying to like be snappy about it.
The rainy season.
Yes.
But not years, because you would at least have a rainy season once a year.
Yeah. But basically it involves like holding a particular kind of leaf in your mouth for an entire month.
I think it's a mandrake leaf.
I think it is a mandrake leaf now that you mention it.
Yeah.
Yes. And then each night you point your wand at your chest and you have to recite the same chant every night. And then after a month, you have to wait for a thunderstorm and go like outside and like continue to do the chant, and the lightning will I think the lightning, I don't know, it doesn't strike you.
Yeah, but something to do with the lightning.
Something to do with the lightning is important, and you should see a vision of what you're going to transform into, which you don't have any control over. So even though they say they could turn into a goldfish or a frog, it's like, well, unlikely, because Harry's probably going to turn into a deer, if anything. But,
most likely, yeah, given his family heritage and all that.
Which that'd be so funny. He goes to all that work. He's like, I've got it. And then he gets to the end of it, and it's like, oh man, I didn't turn into a swimming animal.
A swimming animal. But in the meantime, if you were an animagus and you turn into a swimming animal, then it's kind of like, oh crap, now I'm useless unless we're near water.
Exactly. That'd be so funny if it's just like he figured it out and it was just like, you know, you were like, your floor is just like, oh my God, this is amazing. I already turned into a dolphin.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
This is going to be the best task ever.
I'm not going to have any issues at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, then we also get the clue that says Professor McGonagall told us, remember, you've got to register yourself with the improper use of magic office, what animal you become and your markings, and you can't abuse it. And that's a huge hint because it's sort of like Rita Skeeter is an animagus and she is abusing it actively.
This is all just setting up Rita's downfall. And it's like cleverly hidden inside of them confusing themselves about the second task.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But then Harry's like, I know I haven't got a chance of turning into a frog by tomorrow morning. And it's like, oh, little do you know.
Oh, little do you know. I know. What fun little foreshadowing there.
Young Pollywog.
Yes, young Pollywog. That was my nickname in high school. Oh man. So let's see. The other spells they managed to find, like on weird wizarding dilemmas. What on earth? Who on earth wants to make their nose hairs grow into ringlets? And it's like, for real though, for real. Why are these spells that are books you're able to find in books, but not like the underwater stuff?
It almost makes me wonder whether or not, it's like almost as if you are going into like a video game and like digging deep into the depths of like, the ground, looking for like a teachable move, a la Pokemon, a TM.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like you discover one and it's sort of like, oh, TM 197. I wonder what this does. And it's like, turns nose hairs into ringlets. Dang it.
Oh,
It's like, I can't believe I found one and it was so useless.
no good at all.
I'll put it in my book anyway.
There we go.
But I do think it's funny because it's like, who on earth would want to do this? And then Fred pops in out of nowhere. It's like, I wouldn't mind. It'd be a talking point, wouldn't it? And it's like, that it would. Touche. Good point, Fred.
All
Good
right.
point.
Well done. He's like, we're working on an invention. They're called canary nose ringlets.
Yeah.
Each one, and you have an instant mustache.
Made out of a real canary.
Yeah.
What are you doing here? Ron asked. Looking for you, said George. McGonagall wants you, Ron. Hand you, Hermione. Why? Said Hermione, looking surprised. Dunno. She was looking a bit grim, though, said Fred. We're supposed to take you down to her office. So here's my question, Jay. This is the night before.
Yeah.
When are they put in the lake?
I mean, I guess that night, right?
Yeah, like, do you think Harry is going to at some point in time fall asleep? And he is like sleeping draped over all of his books and everything. And Hermione and Ron are just in like an enchanted sleep underwater.
I guess they could put them in the enchanted sleep in the castle and just go down like the next morning and put them in the lake.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. But
Probably
I was like, man, if they've been down there for like 14 hours or
yeah,
something,
right?
it's like, that's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah. So anyway, Hermione's like, man, what is it about the school and being unconscious for huge swaths of time?
I know. Yeah. Remember when I missed half of the second year?
Right. Man, she caught up just fine.
Yeah. No problem at all.
Yeah. It's wizard school. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah. Right. She already pretty much knows everything anyway.
Right.
Except how to breathe underwater.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's see here. Ron and Hermione stared at Harry, who felt the stomach drop. Was Professor McGonagall about to tell off Ron and Hermione for basically helping him because he's not supposed to be receiving help?
Really late into the last minute on that one.
Exactly. Yeah. So they don't really have any idea. It is almost surprising maybe that they haven't like thought more about what they might have taken from them.
I know. Yeah.
Because it seems like at some point you could be like, my wand? Like
right,
that would be a big problem.
Wouldn't that be a problem? Yeah. You're like, oh yeah, what will you miss most? And it's like, oh, I had a way to do this with my wand. No, I don't.
Guess I'm holding my breath after all.
Here we go. Yep. Unless you have the gillyweed and then you'll be fine.
Right. Yep.
But they said bring as many of these books as you can, okay? But then they never come back.
I know.
And then we get another recap of the books Harry is looking at, including Madcap Magic for Wacky Warlocks, A Guide to Medieval Sorcery, an anthology of 18th century charms, Dreadful Denizens of the Deep, which I feel like should have the information on it, Powers You Never Knew You Had and What to Do With Them Now You've Wised Up. Also feel like it should be in there.
Yeah, I know. That was one that I was sort of like, do you think that like Parseltongue would just be like one of the details that potentially could be included inside of Powers That You Never Knew You Had and Now What to Do With Them that you wised up?
I do feel like I would say yes, except that Harry doesn't do that, and maybe it would have clued him in, because that would have been it would be so funny if Harry was like, oh, I'll just talk to a snake and send it into the lake for me.
What that would be actually. That what I think would have been really hilarious about that is that then like everybody else would have plunged into the water and Harry just be like standing there like kicking rocks.
I know, right?
Like on the side of the shore and he'd be like, I'm good.
You know what? They'll be back.
Oh.
And then you're like down at the Myrrh Village and all of a sudden just like an army of snakes shows up and you're like, what is happening?
Dumbledore said we didn't expect
snakes.
It's raining snakes.
Nobody said snakes. Although this is actually, now that I'm saying it, basically what we had Harry do in the second task in our What If Harry Was in Slytherin video.
Yeah, it's no wonder we love this idea so much because we've done it before.
We've done it, and he uses the basilisk. It just rides it like a giant, sea serpent. Rides on the back of it like a dragon down to the bottom.
Having Harry and the basilisk be friends was one of the better things that I feel like we had as like a running.
I mean, it's such a fun ally for Harry to have. It's underutilized, the basilisk.
That's exactly it.
Just misunderstood.
They basically killed it right away. Like, why?
I know, right? And then because then imagine Harry's under there. He's got his basilisk. He's got heat vision. Everything's great.
No, yeah, it's like they come back up and the Mer Chieftainess Mercus is sort of like, the Potter kid killed a whole bunch of us.
So many dead people down here. That basilisk looked at everyone.
There are some casualties.
Everyone would know where Harry was in the lake. There'd just be giant bubbles erupting everywhere.
That's right. But speaking of Harry's friends, though, we also get a line that says, Crookshanks crawled into Harry's lap and curled up, purring deeply, which I feel like it's just another one of those like tiny little nods to the possibility that Crookshanks was once the Potter's cat.
Oh, he definitely was.
Providing him a little bit of comfort in a moment of need.
Exactly. Yeah. He's like, I used to do this for your parents.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But Harry is about to resign. He's about to call it quits. But then he, with the startling accuracy, imagines how everyone's going to react, from Bagman's round-eyed surprise, Karkaroff's satisfied yellow-toothed smile, Fleur Delacour being condescending, and Malfoy just flashing his Potter stinks. Got to get Malfoy in there somewhere.
That's right. See, I mean, Harry, I think, he's good at reading the people in his life, actually, because it does remind me of, I think, chapter 2 of this very book, where he wakes up from the dream, and he is sort of trying to imagine like the different ways in which his two friends will respond to what he had just dreamed about. And so this is like Hermione. It's like, your scar hurt, Harry. That's really serious. Right, Professor Dumbledore. And I'll go and check common magical ailments and afflictions. Maybe there's something in there about cursed scars. It's like, that would be Hermione's advice. Go straight to the headmaster, and in the meantime, consult a book.
Right.
So Harry's good at knowing how people are going to react to things.
Yeah, although she hasn't suggested consulting the headmaster in this particular scenario.
That's right, which maybe I doubt he would have helped.
I know. Even though almost certainly Karkaroff and Madame Maxime helped their students.
I think we can assume that with definite certainty.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then Harry basically is like, no, I am not going to give up, and instead decides that he's going to go and get his invisibility cloak and head down to the library and stay there all night if he had to.
Which he does.
So yeah, he's just out in the middle of the night. Once again, classic Harry Potter. Wand tip of light. He's creeping along the bookshelves, pulling down more books. Books on hexes and charms. Books on mer people and water monsters. Books on famous witches and wizards. On magical inventions, or anything that might include one passage in reference to underwater survival.
It would have been great if it's like he doesn't find the Bubblehead Charmer or Gillyweed or anything useful in here, but it also seems like he doesn't learn anything else.
Yeah, which is so frustrating.
Yeah.
Because it's like he spent a month preparing for like what life underwater could be like. You would think that he'd be picking up some things on like Mermish culture.
Right.
Or even like, Fleur gets caught like in the Grindylows. It's like, I know that like Lupin taught him about Grindylows last year, so that's probably a sufficient education in that department.
Yeah.
But it still seems like he should have some skills that we, the audience, also got to learn about, that we then get to like witness him be confident about, so that not the entirety of the task hinges on him having access to the Gillyweed, which he did not discover on his own.
Right. Like he's down there and he's like, oh yeah, we came across this in that one book.
Right, exactly.
Because it turns out I was more prepared than I thought. I just didn't know how I was going to get under the water.
Yes, but once I was under the water, I'm going to be totally fine.
Yeah.
But then he does fall asleep, where he's having a dream about the painting of the mermaid in the prefect's bathroom, which is poking him in the ribs with his firebolt.
But it turns out that it's Dobby poking him, and this is some very fun continuity, because if you recall, at Christmas, Dobby also woke him up, and he was just staring over Harry like 1 inch away from his face, and Harry was like, Dobby, don't do that. Just next time, just poke me or something, which he's doing.
Oh, it's such a good catch. I do love that. It's like Dobby took the advice, or the request.
Exactly.
And he is responding to it well.
Dobby must poke Harry Potter, sir. He must wake up.
The second task starts in 10 minutes, Harry Potter.
10 minutes. Oh my God. Sometimes I will feel like I will, if I oversleep, or sometimes I like don't catch the clock at the right time and I don't wake my son Luke up for school, and I'll be like, oh no. Like we usually try and get the car around like 7:15, 7:20 or something. And if it gets like 7:05 and I haven't woken him up yet, I'm like, oh man. And I'll go wake him up and be like, you know what? I'd be upset too if like 10 minutes ago I'd been asleep and now I'm in the car to school.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like this is not how you want to start your day.
No.
Not even one bit. You want a little bit of time to like sit down, eat your breakfast cereal, kind of get your thoughts together before you head off to first grade.
But this would be like if I was like, Luke, get up. I have to go throw you in a lake. Hurry! You have to save Ron.
Who's Ron? You're Wheezy.
My what? Eat this.
It looks like worms.
No, put on your robes. Your long ones.
Oh man, but yeah, that's a very good point, because that's the other thing that's happening now is that because Harry woke up with just 10 minutes to go, he's just fully dressed, which I'm going to bring back up here in just a couple minutes because I don't know whether or not that's everybody's tactic. It's certainly not Crumb's.
Yeah.
But Harry looks at Dobby and he's like, "It's too late, Dobby. I'm not doing the task. I don't know now. I don't know how." And then Dobby's like, "Harry Potter will do the task." Dobby knew Harry had not found the right book, so Dobby did it for him. And Harry's like, "What?
What? Are you kidding me? Because I've literally been looking for a month, Dobby.
Right.
A month.
I didn't know you could read."
Exactly. And Dobby is remarkably well informed because not only does he know what they took from him, he knows how to solve the problem. He even knows the mermaid song. And it says, the thing Harry Potter will miss most, sir, squeaked Dobby, but past an hour.
And then Harry finished, "The prospects black."
Right.
Which means that when Dobby was overhearing the conversation between Mad-Eye Moody and Professor McGonagall, it means that Moody was sitting there reciting the eggs clue.
I know.
To McGonagall in the break room, to which McGonagall must have been like, "Moody, what are you doing?"
Yeah.
Like, why are you reciting this right now?
Why do you know it?
Right. It's like you're talking in a very weird way right now.
Right.
Almost as if you want someone to overhear you. It's like, well, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's your other eye looking at? Nothing. No one? Who? Somebody saw stuff.
So it's very weird that the elf who is servicing this room right now is best friends with Harry Potter.
Potter? Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so then Dobby gives information that would be hard to stomach, both literally and figuratively. "You has to eat this," and he drew out a ball of what looked like slimy, grayish green rat tails.
Worm tails, I like to think of them as.
Yuck.
Yeah, right.
It just sounds terrible.
Yeah, right.
I don't like to imagine the texture in my mouth.
Of a rat tail?
Yeah, a ball of them.
Ugh, I know.
Slimy too.
Yeah, gross.
Yeah. But of course, it must in fact be some measure of plant.
Yeah, it is a grown thing. It's a weed.
It's a weed, yeah, of course. It grows everywhere except for anywhere near here.
Right.
What's it do? Said Harry, staring at the weed. "It will make Harry Potter breathe underwater, sir." "Dobby," said Harry frantically, "listen, are you sure about this?"
No. He says he couldn't quite forget the last time Dobby tried to help him and ended up with no bones in his right arm, to which I would say, not really Dobby's fault,
at least not entirely Dobby's fault.
Not entirely. His fault that the arm got broken.
Right.
Not his fault that the bones got disappeared.
Right.
That's more of a Lockhart problem.
Right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yep. But he does explain that he had overheard, that Moody and McGonagall talking, and that is how he knew what he is supposed to do. But then Dobby is off to the kitchens and has to leave Harry, and Harry's like, "See you later, Dobby." And then he's sprinting down the entrance hall where there's a few last minute stragglers. I do think this is just hilarious to imagine because it says they stared as Harry flashed past, sending Colin and Dennis Creevy flying as he leapt down the stone steps onto the bright, chilly grounds.
Right. This is another situation that'd be great if like you had an animated show and you just see them walking down the steps and Harry's just like,
yeah,
and they go flying.
There's like literal kids like flying in opposite directions, and it's like, wow, Harry was really barreling through.
He was.
I could also just imagine if you're just like one of one of the other students, like a third year Hufflepuff, and you're sort of like, was that? And then the friend walking with you was like, yeah,
that was him.
That was him.
That was him.
Yeah. He doesn't seem ready, which is good for us because we're Hufflepuffs.
We're Hufflepuffs. Go, Cedric!
Woohoo! Potter stinks.
Yeah.
But yeah, then we get down there, we see the rising stands that were packed to bursting point. I don't know why. They're not going to see very much.
Not going to see very much. This would be so frustrating if you're the spectators who must have been looking forward to, because the first task was so cool.
Yeah, the first task was so cool. You don't have Quidditch this whole year, so you've this is what you get for entertainment this year.
Yeah.
There's only 3 of them. They're spaced very far apart from one another.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a big deal.
Right.
But yeah, we know for a fact, based on the fact that in the next chapter, Ron is going to delight in the fact that people are asking him what happened beneath the surface of the lake, meaning they don't know what happened beneath the surface of the lake.
Exactly.
Meaning what they're witnessing is the basically the whistle being blown, everybody submerging into the water, and then an hour and change later, they all sporadically return to the surface.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Scores are announced.
Maybe not even right in front of them, you know?
Right, yeah. Someone's back. Who is it? Can't tell.
I know. It sounds like Harry is swimming down and in a direction for close to like 20 minutes.
Yes.
Which would bring you so far away from the stands.
Yes.
And then he gets Ron and comes straight up. So it's like when he surfaces, it sounds like there's cheers everywhere, but it's like he must be so far away.
Ron is like, you couldn't have brought me back like just like a little bit closer. Like the stands. We gotta swim like a half mile. It's like, Harry, you had fins when you did this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's doing that with Finn, so he's like moving.
He's moving. Yeah. But the other thing that Harry has up against him right now, in addition to the fact that he's in his full robes, is the fact that he is now sprinted what I can only imagine is like a half mile, and he's got like a stitch in his side as he's running up there, accidentally splattering Fleur's robes with mud.
Her robes.
Her robes. So she's wearing robes too.
She's wearing robes too, yeah.
Yeah. It's never explicitly said that those come off, but it is explicitly said here on the next page that Harry was on the very end of the line next to Crumb, who was wearing swimming trunks and holding his wand ready. Meaning that at the very least, we know Crumb decided to change clothes for the occasion.
Yeah, he was like, you know what? I know about water, and I know that robes are probably the literal worst thing you could wear into the water.
Exactly. Yeah. If you've ever even just jumped in water with like jeans on before, you'll know how just like immediately they cling to you.
Yeah, they're very heavy.
It's very hard to swim.
Yeah.
But the other thing we also discover is that Percy is there at the judges' table.
There. Yes, which is interesting because like this is something I didn't notice until this particular read through, but at each of the 3 tasks, a different elder Weasley brother will unexpectedly be there.
You are so correct.
Right.
Because we have Charlie for the dragons.
Yes.
Percy for the second task in the lake.
Yep.
And then Bill will show up with Mrs. Weasley to watch the third task.
Yeah, and to like, start dating Fleur and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Good setup for that.
Yes. So I'm not sure if that's supposed to like symbolize anything or anything, but it does happen.
We just needed some good Weasley representation.
Exactly.
Is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. But then speaking of Percy, he's all huffy and stuff. He says, "Oh, where have you been? The task's about to start." But then who responds to him is Ludo Bagman, and what he says is, "Now, Percy," which stands out because it means Ludo Bagman knows Percy's name in a way that Mr. Crouch did not.
It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah,
it's pretty remarkable. It definitely makes you think that Crouch was keeping Percy at like arm's length on purpose.
Yeah, it does. For good reason, too, because he reminds him a lot of his son, Barty Crouch Jr.
Who also got 12 O.W. Wells.
O.W. Wells, very Percy-esque,
Yes. The other thing I kind of love about this particular little exchange is that it says that it was obvious from the looks on Madame Maxine's and Karkaroff's faces that they had thought that Harry wasn't going to turn up, which means that they see Harry as a threat.
It does. It does mean that. And also in some way that they were hoping that he was going to die. Because, if Harry doesn't compete in the tournament, magical binding contract. And if he wasn't there when it started, then he wouldn't have competed. And then
from their perspective, like that would solve all of our troubles.
That would solve our troubles. But then he would die, right? That has to be the consequence. Because if he doesn't, then he doesn't actually need to compete at all.
Right. Yes. Binding magical contract.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just like he just gets like a slap on the wrist, and it's like, well, I could have dealt with that 3 times.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Anyway, so then we kind of get the sort of lack of pomp and circumstance, really, which is basically like Bagman is sort of like sonorous, and his voice booms out over the dark water towards the stands, and he's just basically like, "Well, all of our champions are ready for the second task, which will start on my whistle. Right. They have precisely an hour to recover what has been taken from them. On the count of 3, then 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, like, hope you were ready to push the button on the clock or whatever, know?
Right, yes. I do think it's hilarious that in the movies, they keep playing each of the tasks as like impromptu started.
Yeah.
It's sort of like like Filch, I think, keeps like firing a cannon.
Yeah, like too early.
Before he's supposed to, and everybody's always sort of like, "Oh, what are we even doing here?"
Right.
It's like this is not a well-organized event.
Yeah. But that's more accurate than you realize.
It is more accurate, yeah.
Look they're just standing there like, "Where's Harry? Where's Harry? Oh, here he's good. All right. You're here. Good. All right, on my whistle then." It's like, wait a minute, there's no like rules. You need to go over anything with us? You want to like tell the crowd what's happening or be like, "All right, 5 minutes to, prepare prepare yourselves or anything.
Yep. But no, then it says Harry pulled off his shoes and socks, pulled a handful of gillyweed out of his pocket, stuffed it into his mouth, and waded out into the lake.
Yeah, doesn't take his robes off, which I cannot believe. That means he is swimming down there with just the most amount of water resistance imaginable. Like I've been doing swimming, Ben, and if you're watching, if you know what I look like, you know that I don't have like much hair,
Sure.
Like, I've got like pretty short haircut going. And I notice the difference if I put on like a swim cap versus just have hair.
Right.
Like it is noticeable. And that's with a little bit of hair. This is a lot of bit of robes.
Yes. Right. Yes. Which are all just, if you can imagine, just flapping everywhere.
So heavy.
Right.
But whatever. It doesn't matter because Harry has the ultimate solution with the gillyweed. And I guess everyone starts laughing at him at first. After I guess they watch Crumb turn his head into a shark and Fleur and Cedric put bubbles on their head.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. It's Harry's thing that's hilarious, which is really like one of those things where it's like I can't tell you any situations where I've ever witnessed a professional sporting event where somebody on the field seemed like they were having some amount of trouble and I found it hilarious.
Right. Yeah.
It's like usually you're sort of like, whoa, were they okay? Like,
yeah.
What's going on? Like, medical attention?
Yeah, right.
Like, like it's very strange to me. Like sometimes I'm like, maybe the people at Hogwarts are just mean.
Yeah. Especially the Slytherins
especially the Slytherins. Yeah. But then this description is also just sort of like very claustrophobic inducing. But it says, then quite suddenly Harry felt as though an invisible pillow had been pressed over his mouth and nose. He tried to draw breath, but it made his head spin. His lungs were empty and he suddenly felt a piercing pain on either side of his neck. It says he had gills.
Yep.
Without pausing to think, he did the only thing that made sense. He flung himself towards the water.
I like to think he just sort of was like, just like falls in. He's like, oh, that's better.
It's like he's still like just like in knee deep water, so people can still kind of like see like his feet like
flooping around.
Yeah.
Okay, I meant to do that.
This is going how I intended.
Yeah. Also, he doesn't necessarily. Does Dobby tell him that it only worked for an hour?
I don't think he does say that.
I don't think he does. So like, I'm not sure. Like, it works out that it like it stops working just at the right time.
Right.
But like, what's the situation? Like, if Harry had gone down and gotten Ron and immediately come up, he would have like brought Ron up and been like, oh my God, I'm going back down.
I was like,
how do I stop it?
I will see you guys in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
I need to wait for the effects to wear off.
To wear off. But then you go under and be like, is it going to wear off? How long? How long is it going to take to wear off?
Dobby. Am I a fish now?
Turn me into a fish.
Go better.
Yeah.
Oh man. Let's see here. The first gulp of icy lake water felt like breath of life.
Yeah.
His head had stopped spinning. He took another great gulp of water, and he felt it pass smoothly through his gills, sending oxygen back to his brain. I don't know why. To me, this sounds so satisfying.
It really does.
But yeah, there's like a piece of me that's almost like I can like kind of imagine it. I'm like, ooh, that sounds nice.
I want to breathe under ice cold water like that.
Yeah.
Refreshing.
And it even says that the water doesn't feel icy anymore. On the contrary, he felt pleasantly cool and very light.
Pleasantly cool.
Yeah. This is another one of those moments though where I think you can just like fall in love with the wizarding world for a second, because it's sort of like the delight. It's like Harry struck out once more, marveling at how far his flipper-like feet propelled him through the water and noticing how clearly he could see and how he no longer seemed to need to blink. It's sort of like everything about this is just like whimsical and awesome.
Right. It is very cool. And so he begins swimming through the water with his giant robes on and his flipper feet. And I love this description too. I like that it mentions silence pressed upon his ears as he soared over a strange, dark, foggy landscape. That is like the silence would be crazy, I have to imagine.
It definitely seems like it would have to be, yeah, because like normally if you're under these kinds of conditions, like, we've scuba dived in our lives before, and your gear makes a fair bit of noise when you're like breathing through your regulator and everything. But to imagine and I guess free divers would probably experience this, but the idea of just being in the depths, just all by yourself, not really having like any reason for there to be noise.
Yeah. I know. Like when I was doing the triathlon a couple of weeks ago, like I know right at the start, it was kind of like loud and exciting. There was a bunch of people around you, but as I like got closer and closer to the finish line, people like spaced out a little bit, and there was less like yelling and more people just like focusing on the swimming and stuff like that. And even just being on the surface of the water swimming, it got like really quiet.
Oh, interesting.
You know?
Yeah.
And this is like beneath the water. This is deep. And like I cannot, this task is really hard. Like how are you supposed to see, you know? Like light doesn't penetrate that deep down in the water.
No.
You know?
I mean, even when he's swimming his way back to the surface, it's like he looks up and can't even see the light at the surface.
Right.
So he's way down there.
It would be so disorienting.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be so dark.
Right.
So dark, so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, he even says that he can only see 10 feet in front of him at the current moment. So it says that he's speeding through the water. New scenes seem to loom suddenly out of the outcoming darkness. Forest rippling, tangling black weed, wide plains of mud littered with dull glimmering stones. Do you think these dull glimmering stones are like gems?
Like gems? I know, like glimmering. Excuse me. Maybe pocket some of those.
I like the sound. Harry like pops up and he's like, "Look what I got!
Look what I got!
Rubies!"
Yeah,
yeah.
This is where Gryffindor was getting all the stones for his sword. They're just in the lake.
Just go swimming.
Wasn't even that hard, really.
Right. Let's see here. Yeah, we see the small fish flickering past him like little silver darts. There was no sign of any of the other champions, mer people, Ron, nor thankfully the giant squid, which is quite frankly kind of surprising.
I know, like it is unbelievable that there's no giant squid in this chapter, because it's like you hear about it all the time, and this is the time you actually interact with the lake.
Yes.
And no squid.
No
doesn't
squid.
make an appearance.
Right. But then let's see here. Then the Grindylow reaches out and grabs his ankles.
Zegrindylow.
Zegrindylow.
Yeah.
And they're grabbing handfuls of his robes, attempting to drag him down. Harry goes to cast a spell, which is Relatio. No sound came out, and just a large bubble issued from his mouth. But then instead of shooting sparks at the Grindylows, it seemed as though boiling water shot out of his wand. So while he's not able to speak underwater, it does seem like all of his spells are still like doing an underwaterified version of what they're supposed to do.
I know. Well, what I think is interesting about this is that like no sound comes out. So this is like effectively nonverbal magic.
I think it is.
You know?
And it almost takes you back to like when he's like in the lesson doing the banishing spell, and it's like he's more focused on like Moody and Snape, and so he's like his mind is fixated on like the problem, and then he's able to like do the spell well.
Yeah.
So like I wonder if that's the same thing. It's like he's in it right now, so it's like he's operating on something that Harry has in spades, which is like instincts.
Yeah.
You know, like that's where his strength really
Exactly.
comes to the surface. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, like I have to say, maybe the more impressive thing here is that with his webbed hands, he's able to reach into his robes where he has not dropped his wand, grasp it, continue to not drop. Like, you can imagine if your hands were webbed trying to pick up like a pen.
Yeah, no, it seems like it would be really hard.
It seems really hard. Or like, okay, imagine there's a pen in your pocket and you have webbed hands. You're like, it seems so hard to grasp it and like use it effectively.
It does seem very challenging.
Yeah.
This is where I feel like I really like the idea of like a leg strap that almost has like a wand holster in it, you know, like with like a little snap on it.
Absolutely. Not that Harry would have had any time to prepare such things.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Maybe
also, it's crazy that he uses his wand right here and successfully uses Relatio, but will forget basically for the rest of the task that he has a wand. So.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Well, or not forget. He will threaten the mer people with it, but he will not use it to like free Ron or anyone from the rocks.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah. He doesn't know any type of severing spells yet, apparently.
Yeah. Not like Relatio.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Let's see here. So,
no, he does, because he does Defendo on Cedric's bag earlier in this book.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So he just knows it.
He doesn't use it. He's just like, what can I use to cut rope? Oh, you a wizard or not?
Right. Yeah. We need Ron conscious for this. Oh, no. It's normally Harry who says it.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah. In the movie, it's Ron.
In the movie, it's Ron.
Yeah.
We're so off our center right now, aren't we?
Maybe a little bit.
Okay. So anyway, Harry is continuing to make his way down into the lake when he hears a voice that says, "How are you getting on?" And Harry thought that he was having a heart attack. He whipped around and saw Moaning Myrtle floating hazily in front of him, gazing through her thick, pearly glasses. He tries to speak to her and says nothing comes out but a very large bubble, which makes Moaning Myrtle giggle. But then she actually gives him a little bit of help. She says, "You want to try over there?" She says, "I won't come with you. I don't like them very much. They always chase me when I get too close."
Yeah, but what can they do to you?
It's like you're impenetrable.
You're impenetrable, so what's the problem?
Or the opposite. You are. Yeah, I'm not going to say that. If you know, you know.
Never mind.
You know how ghosts work.
You know how ghosts work. But Harry is so lucky that Myrtle is around for the second task because she basically tells him how to solve the clue, what's under the lake, and where to go.
It's true. It's true. Then it says that Harry swam for what you mentioned before, what felt like 20 minutes. He was passing over vast expanses of black mud now, which swirled murkily as he disturbed the water. Then, at long last, he's heard a snatch of the haunting Mer song.
Just a snatch.
Just a snatch
of it.
The
snatch that Dobby knows. An hour long you'll have to look.
Recover what we took. You're right. Yeah. We're not quite there yet.
Yeah, not quite there. Never mind. And it turns out they've changed the lyrics because they're now also giving them like a time update. It says your time's half gone. So only 30 minutes have gone by so far then is what that means right here, which means Harry is going to he's been swimming for 20 minutes straight getting to here. Right. And he is going to spend then over 30 minutes waiting down there for the other champions to show up.
I love the looks of indignation that Ron and Hermione give Harry when they're like, "You didn't.
You did not.
You did it.
You did.
Yeah,
Wow.
He did.
Wow.
He
did. A bit of a hero thing, Harry.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
So the mer people come up from their caves to watch him better. They've got their powerful silver fishtails beating the water, and they do not look anything like the mermaid in the prefix bathroom. They're all like gross and fish-like looking.
It's kind of surprising that they would have a painting of a mermaid that wasn't just accurate.
I know, right?
It's like they're literally like right there.
Right, because they're like leaning, because then the painting is leaning into like the Muggle interpretation of mermaids.
Yeah.
It's
kind of strange.
It is kind of strange.
Bathroom.
Yeah. Oh, well, but that's what it is. They even say they have a pet Grindylow tied to a stake out one door. That's kind of funny.
It's just a good piece of trivia.
Yeah.
What kind of pet do the mer people have?
Yep. Let's see. But then there is a gigantic statue of a mer person hewn from a boulder, which makes me wonder who the gigantic mer person is supposed to be. Because it must have been an important mer person.
You would certainly think so.
To make a giant statue out of them.
Right.
We're not going to learn that information or anything, but he finds all of the hostages, Ron tied between Hermione and Cho Chang. This is where I think it would have been hilarious if he was like, "Well, I'll show Cedric." It just takes Cho. It's like, "You were the most important thing to me." It was obvious.
Right. Yes.
I don't know why they put Ron down there.
He was not what I was after.
He was not what I was after, but I saved you, not Cedric. He didn't even save Ron.
That would be really funny if they were consulting Sprout and McGonagall, and they're like, "Okay, so we need to decide who are we going to take for each of the champions?" And Sprout sort of well, Cedric is dating Cho Chang after all, and then McGonagall's like, "Harry has a huge crush on Cho Chang," and they both exchange a look of devious who's gonna get Cho?
Who's gonna get her? And then then they're like, "Oh, what about for Crumb?" And they're like, "Well, he's going at that with Hermione Granger." And it's like, "Oh, that's one of Harry Potter's best friends." Who's gonna take? Let's just give 3 for Harry. Maybe what is he gonna do? And he's like, "I'm gonna bring my intended one and the secret 4th one." You didn't see that coming, did you?
Didn't see that. Yeah. So that's the other funny thing too, is that we also then discover that we then discover that Floor's thing that was taken is her younger sister, who is a girl who looked no older than 8, but notably not Roger Davies.
No, I literally wrote poor Roger.
I know.
He's up there just like having the time of his life, watching the water, waiting for it to churn. He's like, wait a minute.
What? Why am I not in the water?
Why am I not in the water? I can't help but notice that Crumb's date to the Yule Ball and Cedric's date to the Yule Ball and Harry's best friend.
Yeah, right. We're all down there.
I feel
I feel like there was an awkward conversation that happened between these two.
Yeah, no, what was happening in the bushes? You
right,
know?
Yeah. Nothing good, apparently.
Nothing good, yeah. That's when they're having the conversation where she's like, "Well, I was going to go with that redhead boy, but he ran off."
Right.
And he's like, "Wait, what?"
But I'm Roger Davies.
Oh, man.
But anyway, so then Harry has to find a way to cut through the rope that is tying each of them up, which at this point in time feels like one of those things where I'm like, guys, if they've made it to the bottom of the lake and through all of the other various challenges, why also have the additional difficulty of having this like thick piece of rope that they're tied to?
Piece of rope, man.
It's like, can't we just like have it be like a hook, like a carabiner on their back? And
Right,
it's just like
unclick, right?
Like, all right, now we're good.
Exactly.
But no, he has to go and find a sharp rock.
Sharp rock, not his wand, not magic or anything.
Right.
Yeah. Which even in the movie, Cedric shows up and he's just like, whoosh, done.
Right.
Yeah.
Cedric is way better at magic than Harry.
Way better. And then let's see. Then it takes him several minutes of hard work to get through the rope. That's how big the rope is, I guess. And then it says, Harry looked around. There was no sign of the other champions. What are they playing at? Why didn't they hurry up? Like Harry's down there like, seriously, guys, be better at this. I didn't even know what I was doing until 10 minutes ago.
Look at me. I'm in first.
I'm in first. I'm like, you guys are terrible. Like, come on. These people are going to die.
Right.
And it's your fault.
Right.
Yeah.
Then the mer people have something that they didn't expect, which is that Harry is trying to take the other hostages, and they must be sitting there like exchanging glances. Like Dumbledore did not mention this.
He did not mention this.
What do we should stop? We should stop it.
It is not clear to them why he's doing it either. That he's like afraid they're gonna like die.
Right.
Because it says like they come up and they're like just one, and it's like it seems like what they need to say is like they'll be safe. Don't worry.
Yeah. It's like yes.
They're not going to die. Stupid boy.
This would be like if you were like participating in some type of like racing event and they had a whole bunch of like volunteers out on the course to let you know like when to turn at the cone, and that person just let you run right by them and was like, well, that guy's not even going the right way. It's like, should I let him know? I'd be like, he'll figure it out.
He'll figure it out. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
He'll get there too.
Yeah.
But then of course we get the line from Harry who's like, she's my friend too, gesturing towards Hermione, and he's like, and I really have a big crush on that one.
That one over there.
Yeah. I don't know who the small one is. If I'm being honest with you.
Don't know about her. Don't want her to die though. Gonna take her too.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's see. But then minor note here. He's down there wondering where the other champions are. Would he have time to bring Ron to the surface and come back? Looks down at his watch to see how much time was left, and it had stopped working. Okay, so interesting question here. What do you suppose the watch is running on? Right? Like a battery?
It has to be, right?
Has to be. Doesn't seem like wizards can use batteries. They don't use batteries for anything.
I just always assume that this is like one of like Dudley's old watches.
I know, but it seems like there's too. Like, this is like why they can't use electronic stuff though. Like other wizards have watches and stuff. That you think those have batteries?
Ooh,
you know,
they're probably using some type of like natural kinetic quartz movement or something.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know enough about watch anatomy, but I'm doing my best.
I think it's funny that Harry has a watch that probably had a battery in it because like other electronics don't work at Hogwarts because there's too much magic in the air.
Right.
But apparently the watch was like just...
The watch has flown under this radar.
It's flown under the radar. It's like, I don't use that much technology. I still work. But water...
Nope, can't handle the water.
Can't handle the water. Yeah.
I just wrote in, it says he looked down to see how much time was left and his watch had stopped working, and I was just like, as if things couldn't get any worse.
Right.
Like, and now I'm going to have to get a new watch.
Which he doesn't do.
He doesn't do.
Yeah.
But then the mer people around him started pointing excitedly over his head, and Harry looked up and saw Cedric swimming towards them. So it's no mystery who the mer people are cheering for.
I know, right?
It didn't seem like they cheered when Harry arrived.
It did not seem like that, no. And also, Harry's down here. He does not judge Cedric even for 1 second for this. But like, Harry's down there like, where are they? Oh my gosh, they're going to die. Cedric shows up and he's like, see ya, Harry.
Got lost. Flo and Crumb are coming now.
What do you mean got lost? You didn't know where you were going.
Right, exactly. You were lost from the beginning.
You were lost from the beginning.
Let's make one thing clear.
Also, how do you know Fleur and Crumb are coming? That makes it sound like he passed them. You know?
Right, yeah.
Like, see ya. Like passing Crumb seems impressive since he has a fish head.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Although a fish tail would probably be doing more for him in terms of
fish
speed.
Head. Yes,
but
true.
the fish head is probably allowing him the breathing.
Yeah.
Then Cedric pulls a knife out of his pocket, and I was like, "What? Big Eagle Scout energy over here."
I
with
know,
this
right?
one.
Well, you brought a knife. What are you wearing? You aren't even wearing robes either.
Right.
What are you wearing, a bathing suit?
Oh, goodness. He had it all figured out.
Yeah.
Harry looked around waiting. Where were they? According to the song, the hostages would be lost after an hour. And it's like, oh, great. Okay. Yeah.
He doesn't seem concerned that Cedric didn't think that, though.
Right.
Yes. No, not to worry. Also, this means that Fleur got pretty far into the lake before Zagrindylos got her.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
That's
close enough for Cedric to have passed her and felt like she was on his tail.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she apparently is in the process of being attacked by Zigonandilos.
Yes.
But then it says that a human body in swimming trunks with the head of a shark. It was Crumb. He appeared to have transfigured himself, but badly. The Shark Man swam straight to Hermione, and I'm like, the Shark Man. It's like, guys, we know his name is Crumb.
We know.
We literally just covered it. Do we need to call him Shark Man?
Yes.
Is this a nickname that we're calling him from now on?
Right.
Or, what's the deal?
So he starts trying to bite I love the sentence here. And it says he's trying to bite her free, but it says his teeth were positioned very awkwardly for biting anything smaller than a dolphin.
Yeah. Harry was quite sure that if he wasn't careful, he was going to rip Hermione in half. And I was like, now that would have been a weird twist.
Yeah.
It's like, don't worry, you guys will be completely safe. Unless the person trying to save you accidentally turns himself into a shark and bites you in half.
Exactly. That would have been a real problem here. And then I had such a fun fact. Hold on. Let me get my fun fact about Crumb ready here. Crumb's secret. Crumb. So there's like a weird thing that Crumb is like half shark right here. And it says he did a bad job doing it, but there's literally a creature in Harry Potter that is like half man, half shark.
Oh yeah. Right.
Right. Like we made a whole video about this. Oh my gosh. I've got the script open. I should have looked it up ahead of time. I just remembered it right now. What is the name of the creature? Oh my gosh. Hold please. It's a Duquaka.
Say it again.
A Duquaka.
A Duquaka.
Yeah. No, it's a Dukawaka.
A Dukawaka.
A Dukawaka.
And this is a real thing in the wizarding world or in just general folklore?
It's definitely a real thing in the wizarding world. It might be it's probably a real thing in folklore.
Okay.
Because most things in Harry Potter are drawn from something.
Right. Yes. Exactly.
Yes. But there you go. Look it up. Dukawaka. It is like half shark, half man. And it seems like maybe Crumb is one.
Is one.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So like maybe that's like part of like why he's like sort of like awkward on land. Is that at all part of the equation here? It's like a literal fish out of water.
Right. So that means that Crumb was part shark, Fleur is part Vila, Harry's part Voldemort, and Cedric is part
Eagle Scout.
Yeah. Exactly.
He's not part dead. He's whole dead.
I'm sorry. You're right. He's part spare.
Spare part.
Oh, man. You thought we were going to get through one, didn't you?
It wouldn't be an episode of Gryffindor if we didn't make a Cedric joke.
I know. Nope.
Man.
But in any case, Crumb, much like Harry, not going to use his wand to get Hermione free. Harry gives him the rock. Crumb's like, thanks, gets her free, and is like, see you, Harry. Also not concerned.
What about the little girl?
What about the little girl? You guys don't care? They're like, he's definitely not going to die. Use your brain.
Right. Yep. Let's see here. So then Harry threatens the Mer people because they are trying to stop him from saving Gabrielle and Ron.
Yeah.
And he pulls out his wand and he says, "You've got until 3." And it seems like this is more than enough to frighten them.
I know, right? I guess because like they know there's no real way they're actually going to hurt him.
Right.
You know, like they can put up like a show of intimidation, but they're not actually going to hurt him.
Right.
But
right.
He obviously thinks they will hurt him, so he might hurt them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. That's definitely. I remember there was a TV show once upon a time called The Colony that was supposed to like simulate like what life would be like in a dystopian world, and they took these real people and put them in this like old abandoned warehouse, and they just had to like live off of like whatever the heck they could find, and they stayed in the experiment so long, and part of the experiment was sending in like actors who were supposed to like raid their camp and like steal their stuff. And I was like, not for nothing, but these people have kind of grown to be rather acclimated to the idea that they are in the colony and these people are there to hurt them. And I'm like, these are just actors coming in to steal stuff.
Right.
What if they like hit them with like a piece of rebar or something?
Right.
You know, it's like,
get out.
Uh-oh.
I know, that'd have been bad.
Yeah, would have been bad. Anyway.
Yeah. But anyway, that's the colony. I guess check it out.
Yes, yeah. I think
somewhere, maybe. You know what? Don't. It's just know that it existed, and Ben told you everything he needed to know.
There's other dystopian stuff you can read.
Yes.
It's everywhere.
In any case, the Mer people scatter because I guess they're just not very good at their jobs. But Then Harry breaks Gabrielle free and he starts swimming up with Ron and her straight up. So again, like nowhere near where the stands are because that was 20 minutes ago, a swim.
Right.
So I don't know how they're supposed to see it. Maybe they've moved the stands. They're like, okay, now that everyone's gone, let's float your stands. That would have been kind of fun, I guess.
That actually would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going to find them. They're actually going to show up right over here. So,
Right. But now the new issue that Harry is running into is obviously the fact that his gillyweed is starting to wear off.
Yeah.
And so he is actively trying to swim without the use of his arms. His legs are seizing up with the effort to keep swimming. His shoulders were aching horribly with the effort of dragging Ron and this little girl.
And his robes.
That's
going to be the real problem here.
Right. I hate this sentence from the flip side of the other end of the gillyweed experience, but he was becoming very aware of how wet the water was in his mouth.
Oh, no.
And it's just sort of like that kind of reminds me of like when you're about to be like nauseous and your mouth fills with like sweat.
Yeah.
And it's just sort of like,
no.
I've passed the danger point.
Yeah.
Certain things are inevitable.
Yep.
So he's kicking hard. He knew light and air were only 10 feet above him. He had to get there. He had to. And then he felt his head break the surface of the lake. Wonderful, cold, clear air was making his wet face sting.
Kind of the opposite of the gillyweed.
Yeah. It really is. Yeah. He gulped it down, feeling as though he had never breathed properly before. So it is almost exactly like the experience from before in reverse.
Yeah.
All around him, wild green-haired heads were emerging out of the water with him, but they were smiling at him. So this is
surprising.
This is the mer people being like, "Hey, we weren't dangerous the whole time."
Yeah. Hey,
we were actors.
You weren't supposed to do that, but like that was pretty cool. You tried to save them all. We didn't think people did that.
Right.
Yeah. And then Ron has not 1 second of congratulations or thankfulness. He's just like, wow, it's pretty wet. What'd you bring her for? Flo didn't turn up. I couldn't leave her. Harry, you brat. You didn't take the song seriously, did you? Dumbledore would have let any of us drown. It's like you say that, but like, what if Harry had not made it to the surface? Like, what if he'd been like 10 feet further down and couldn't hold his breath? Then what? Then I guess the more people were there.
Also, Ron, would you be offended if Harry had left you down there?
Yeah.
Would you have been offended with that?
Yeah. Would you be offended? What if he's like, well, I just had to bring a champion. Who says which one I should have brought,
Right.
Whatever.
Yep. And then it says like, it was only to make sure you got back inside of the time limit. I hope you didn't waste time down there acting the hero.
Yeah. Ron with his classic attitude of winning's the only thing that matters.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. But then,
Harry's feeling so dumb about all of that. But then you get a rare moment of like warmness from Percy, who comes like running out into the lake looking very white and somehow much younger than usual, came splashing out to meet them. Basically just like you can tell that Percy was like afraid for Ron.
Yeah. It's like at some point in time, I feel like it occurred to Percy that like his own self-importance was superseded by the potential safety of one of his family members.
Exactly.
And his reaction is the correct reaction.
Yes.
Which is that he cares.
More than we're going to say for him next year.
Right. Yes. But then we obviously have Fleur coming over, who I think also, in Harry's defense, seemed to have taken the threat rather seriously as well.
That's true.
Because she's all like, Gabrielle, is she alive? Is she hurt? Terrible French accent. Man, I'm not on my game today. It wasn't even an accent. That was just the wrong voice. But it doesn't matter. She's fine, Harry tried to tell her, but he was so exhausted he could hardly talk, let alone shout.
Yeah. It was the Grindylows that attacked me. Oh, Gabrielle. I thought. Yeah, and then just in case you get this page, I wrote the Grindylows in giant letters. So, this was a fun one.
That's a good one. That's frame worthy for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Just as a reminder, if you sign up for an annual tier for our Patreon, we do send you a page from one of our books.
That's true.
Harry, well done, Hermione cried. You did it. You found out how all by yourself. And then Harry's almost like, well.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. Dobby the house off kind of in there, but you got it. You know what I'm noticing here is that Hermione had supreme confidence that Harry would figure it out.
That's right.
That's
right.
This definitely got like my Hermione heart next to it right there.
I love it. I love it. But then he also does say like, yeah, that's right, said Harry, raising his voice slightly so that Karkaroff could hear him. But rub that in your face.
Yeah, exactly.
Then out of nowhere, Crumb is like, you have a water beetle in your hair, Hermione.
Yes. Which, of course, this is another setup for Rita Skeeter because the water beetle is her. And this is how she's going to overhear the conversation that's going to come up in in the next chapter.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
And so then let's see here. Hermione brushed away the beetle impatiently and said, "You're well, it's not the time limit though, Harry. Did it take you ages to find us?" And so if you're Crumb being like, "Dude, I just saved you."
Right.
Could you, and I told you about the water beetle. Remember that? Like
remember about that?
Good old times.
Good times. I did the shark thing for you. I thought it was weird. I had a whole different plan, but you were like, shark head. Yeah. So, I did it. I saved you. And like, you're all about this other kid. It seems like you're not even hoping we get the most points. Like, you're on my team, right?
Right. Yeah.
But she's super not.
Right.
She's being zero appreciative because to Hermione, it's also very obvious that they were not in danger. So it's like, yeah, you completed the task, whatever. I'm still rooting for Harry.
Okay,
I wasn't in danger. What am I thanking you for?
All you did was you brought me back.
You brought me back, right? Okay.
Good for you.
Good for you.
Anybody could have done that.
Second. Not even, yeah. Okay.
Try being first next
Couldn't
time.
help but notice Cho was already up here. All right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Or be more of a hero.
Yeah. Go on.
These are my standards.
These are my standards. All right.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see here. Then we learned that Dumbledore is crouching at the water's edge, deep in conversation with what seemed to be the chief mer person, a particularly wild and ferocious looking female. Apparently Dumbledore can speak Mermish.
Yeah.
And so then he says that because he has the story straight, he needs to have a conference with the judges before they give their marks.
Yes. Which means like they all just have to rely on Dumbledore, I guess, to tell them what happened down there. This is where having Mr. Crouch there would have been really good because he could be way more impartial.
Exactly.
Yeah,
yes.
Dumbledore could be like, so according to the Mer Chief, Harry saved everybody. Cedric fell. This is what they said, that the giant squid showed up and he like punched it in the face. It was really cool. They said it was the coolest thing they'd ever seen. Crumb came down, kind of tripped, kind of a weird thing to do under the water, but he managed it somehow. Ran into a couple of rocks, almost bit a champion in half, and Fleur, she never even showed up at all. So I'm feeling like Harry and Cedric get like 1,000,000 points, and maybe everyone else like 3. What do you guys think?
How does 3 sound?
How does 3 sound?
We can meet in the middle at like 25.
Right. Yeah. Sound good?
Yeah. Let's see here. I can only imagine Karkaroff and Madame Maxine's faces as Dumbledore is telling them how great his Hogwarts champions did.
Right.
In comparison to theirs. Let's see here. Fleur had money cuts on her face and arms. Her robes were torn, but she didn't seem to care, nor would she allow Madame Pottenfairy to clean them. She is all focused on her younger sister in this particular moment, which I do think sort of like speaks to what we will eventually know as like Fleur's greater character as like a member of the Order of the Phoenix and a defender of the innocent and that kind of thing. So it's nice to see like a little bit of that character building there.
Listen, this is where also she swoops down and gives Harry the kisses on the cheeks here. Fleur bent down, kissed Harry twice on each cheek. He felt his face burn and wouldn't have been surprised if steam was coming out of ears again. Then sent her on, and you too, you helped. Yeah, looking extremely hopeful. Fleur swooped down on him and kissed him too. Hermione looked simply furious. Now, it's written right after she kissed Ron, but she also just kissed Harry. So who's to say who she's mad about her kissing?
It's a very good point. It's
right?
a very good point.
Exactly.
I mean, it's wildly open to interpretation.
Wildly open to interpretation. And she kissed Harry 4 times and only Ron once maybe?
Yeah, so, twice on each cheek versus, kissed him too. It's hard to say, maybe 4 times the anger.
It does say Fleur swooped down and kissed him. So that it doesn't say on each cheek. So maybe she just straight up kissed him.
See, we left this out of our Fleur and Ron could have gone to the Yule Ball together video. Like they just actually kissed you.
They actually kissed, right? Yeah.
Right.
Ron's always going to say that to Bill. It's like, you married her, but like, who she goes first, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Not to brag.
No one to brag. I've been there, bro.
Yeah.
No.
But then we get, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached our decision. Mer Chiefness Mercus. Mercus. Big trivia there.
That's trivia and terrible name.
Yes. Have told us exactly what happened at the bottom of the lake. We have therefore decided to award marks out of 50 for each of the champions as follows. Fleur Delacour demonstrated excellent use of the bubblehead charm and was attacked by Grindylows as she approached her goal and failed to retrieve her hostage. We award her 25 points.
I deserve 0.
Honestly, I literally was like, I feel like this is a generous score.
Yeah, I agree.
Just given the fact that she doesn't complete the mission, and that's still a 50%. Let's see here. Cedric Diggory, who also used the bubblehead charm, but notice that when it's talking about Fleur Delacour, it said demonstrated excellent use of the bubblehead charm.
Yeah.
And then when it jumps over to Crumb, it will say an incomplete form of transfiguration. And then when it's talking about Harry, it says used gillyweed to great effect. So it qualifies all of their tactics except for Cedric's.
Oh.
It just says that you used the bubblehead charm.
Yeah, used it. Regular.
Regular. Was the first to return with his hostage, though he returned 1 minute outside of the time limit of an hour. That, I feel like, from a writing perspective, is like a detail that is so important because it's almost like nobody succeeded in the task that was laid out.
Right.
Which I think helps the fact that Harry then comes in last seem less egregious.
Yeah.
Because it's almost sort of like...
Well, he comes third.
Sure, yeah, he comes third. That's true. He's the third... He's the last one who completes the mission to come back.
Last one out of the water, last person to complete the task.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Let's see here. So then, let's see here. We therefore award him 47 points.
So he basically just gets 3 points off for the 1 minute.
For the 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yep. Harry's heart sank. If Cedric had been outside the time limit, he most certainly had been. So then we get the Victor Crumb explanation.
Hold on, let me check my math. Yeah, that's what I got too.
Let's see here. Victor Crumb is awarded 40 points. This is another one of those things where it's like, goodness gracious, don't ask us to answer who all got what.
Oh my gosh, yes. Please don't do that. 47, 40, 45, and 25, I think, are what we're going to end with here.
Right.
Yes. Boy, steep drop off though. Basically, I guess he's outside the time limit and came in second. So that's like the full 10 points off there. And then Harry Potter used gillyweed to great effect, Bagman continued. He returned last and well outside the time limit of an hour. However, Mer Chiefness informed us that Mr. Potter was first to reach the hostages and that the delay in his return due to his determination to return all hostages to safety. And this is where Ron and Hermione are like, what were you doing? But then it says, most of the judges feel that this shows moral fiber and merits full marks, which is crazy. A little bit. But I was trying to break it down. I was like, okay. Because it sounded like everyone except Karkaroff was like 50 points. Easy. No problem.
Yeah.
And he talked them down. But so here's I was trying to reason it out. I'm like, okay. Do they all actually feel that way? Dumbledore obviously feels like this was such courageous action, genuine moral fiber, right? Ludo Bagman is like, yes, 50 points. I agree with Dumbledore because he has the whole goblin thing situation going on.
Yep.
That's why he wants to do it. Percy is clearly giving him the 50 points because it was his brother who was in danger and Harry saved him. And then Madame Maxime is a little bit trickier, but she thinks it should be 50, which means to me, she is actually doing a good job of listening to Fleur's concerns.
Oh, that's a good point.
You know? Because otherwise you'd think she wouldn't be as like, 50? I don't know about that.
Well, and Madame Maxine in this particular situation may also be in the unique position that like Fleur was incomplete with the task. And so therefore it's like, she's not comparing apples and apples. It's more like apples and oranges. It's like no matter what her argument is made, like she can readily recognize that Fleur did not accomplish the same delivery of the hostage,
right?
That they were required to do. So maybe she's almost like become more impartial by way of like, if Fleur has got 47, maybe you're sort of like, I don't know if I want to give him 50. Like, then it goes against my champion. Like I don't want that. But then Karkaroff is just like he's just always rooting for Harry's downfall.
Yeah, so. He absolutely is. But so I think that speaks well to Madame Maxime's character that she cares what Fleur thinks and that she cares that Harry rescued the Beauxbaton hostage.
Right. Yes, indeed. There you go. Ooh, Ron shouted over the noise. You weren't being thick after all. You were showing moral fiber, a term that Ron definitely just learned.
Definitely.
I can only imagine.
Yep.
Fleur was clapping very hard too, but Crumb didn't look happy at all. He attempted to engage Hermione in conversation again, but she was too busy cheering Harry to listen. I got a little winky face there.
Yeah, exactly.
Why is she so excited about Harry all of a sudden,
There we go. Then we learn the date of the next task will be on the 24th of June. They're all on the 24th of their given months. This will be after classes have ended.
Right. Yep. So that is the end of the task.
Yes. Okay. So we said earlier, Harry basically figured out the clue with a month left to go,
right,
to prepare for it. Well, and it's and then he's kicking himself saying that wasn't enough time. But literally this time they're saying we will tell them precisely 1 month beforehand what is coming. So it's that is the time frame they feel like is enough to prepare.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Even that seems to be taking into consideration a world where it's they still have their studies to attend to. They can't be spending all of their time being champions.
Yeah.
So like maybe that's like when like end of year exam review would start for the rest of the students. And it's like, okay, at this point in time, you don't have to take exams. So now we can put your focus on what really matters, which is the tournament.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So then Harry's like, it was over. He had got through. He didn't have to worry about anything now until June the 24th. Next time he was in Hogsmeade, Harry decided that he was going to buy Dobby a pair of socks for every day of the year.
Which he does not do. I know. They do go buy him socks in the next chapter and they get him like 3 pairs.
Yeah, like three.
Which like, I honestly, like I'm kind of surprised he doesn't do it. I was really hoping, I was like, oh wait, does he actually do this? Because it reminds me of the scene in Order of the Phoenix where he's like, if I get through this, I'm going to put 10 galleons into this fountain of the magical brethren. And then he upends the whole bag.
Yes.
He
does. Yeah.
So he's like, I'm going to get Dobby a pair of socks for every day of the year. I'm almost surprised they didn't get him 2 socks for every day of the year, or 2 pair. Obviously 2 would be a pair.
Right.
But you know what I mean?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have settled at what, like 180, what, like 2.5 pairs.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he would have had enough for like, proper mix matched socks every day of the year.
Yes. Although to be fair, Dobby might have exploded.
He may have exploded.
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe Harry is just being considerate of Dobby's
Exactly.
feelings.
He's like, I was going to get you a pair for every day of the year. And then he has to like grab onto Dobby before he literally just like,
catapults himself off like the astronomy tower.
What?
I couldn't.
Yeah. I had a feeling you might react that way. So I just got you these 3. Is that okay? And he's like, oh, such generosity. Such greatness.
Now, Dobby. They're just socks.
Calm down. Thanks for the gillyweed.
Yeah. But anyway, that does bring us to the end of the second task at extremely long last.
This might have been the longest episode so far.
It might be the longest episode so far. We'll have to go back and check the tapes. But Jay, before we close out today's episode, do you have a review for us?
Well, you know that I do, although I pulled up my Duquaka script here. So let me get back to the other one.
There we go.
Boop-a-doop.
In the meantime, guys, don't forget that we have tickets on sale now for our upcoming tour of the Midwest, where we're going to be hitting 8 different cities inside of 10 days in the middle of September. I think we kick off on September 15th through September 26th. It is going to be just a raucous good time. It's going to be so much fun. We do a live Jay versus Ben in person with questions asked by you guys. It honestly, it's like some of my favorite stuff that we have ever done as content creators on the internet.
It's going to be, I can't wait. I cannot wait for September.
Yes, it's going to be so much fun. So links in all the obvious spots, or you can go to SuperCarlinBrothers.com/events.
Yeah. Our review today comes from one Harry Potter fan.
Nice.
They say, best show in the world. Thank you so much. 5 stars. What do you know? Thank you so much. Please go leave us a review. We're getting close to 1,500.
Hey.
Hey, brother. Love the podcast, but I have a question. What would happen if Ron's wand didn't break? He would have got Malfoy with the curse, and Malfoy's dad might have come... And Malfoy's dad might have come. Gilderoy Lockhart would succeed in his mind spell again. Love the podcast.
Oh, dang. That's a good and awfully impactful situation, because it also will ultimately tee up for Ron getting a different wand, which is going to be so much better suited for his particular abilities as well.
That is true, yeah.
Which is a big game changer, I think, for Ron in particular, both as a student and just as a wizard in general, that he's got a wand that is willing to react to each of his various commands.
Yeah.
Okay, so interesting question. So this happens when they're flying in Chamber of Secrets. They're in the Fort Anglia. They crash into the Whomping Willow, and the wand snaps.
Yes.
Okay, so then the real first thing that we see proper backfire that's mentioned is, of course, obviously the attack on Draco Malfoy. It's curious as to whether or not that would have sparked Lucius Malfoy arriving on premises.
Yeah, I feel like I don't think he'd go that far, but he might have been able to use it against like Arthur, who's like conducting the raids on his house, and to be like, wow, now your son's attacking my son at school because of the fight, whatever.
Right. It would look especially bad because I think this is when the Howler also arrives from Mrs. Weasley, basically saying that like Arthur's facing like an inquiry at work.
Right.
So you certainly could have made Arthur's life a lot worse.
Yeah.
In the process, by also then making it appear as though one of his students is like a little bit like reckless or otherwise like unhinged.
Yeah. But basically then that means that Ron never does the slug thing, so that's important, because if Ron doesn't like belch back up the slugs when he's cleaning Tom Riddle's ward, then maybe he wouldn't remember the name.
Oh yeah.
And they wouldn't necessarily be able to tie Tom Riddle to
The name of the diary?
The name of the diary. Yeah.
TM Riddle.
TM Riddle.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Yes. Award for special services to the school.
Right.
Okay, so that's interesting. So then what does it help that they know who Tom Riddle is?
Well, because they say Tom Riddle had the diary. He came here 50 years ago. He won an award for special services to the school 50 years ago. What if he's the one who caught the culprit?
Right. Yes.
Right. So then I guess that prompts Harry to ask him about it.
Yep. Which is what gives him the information where he's sort of like, I can't tell you, but I can show you.
Right. And that's how they like frame Hagrid.
Right.
Stuff like that. So maybe Harry doesn't ask Tom about the Chamber of Secrets then if Ron's wand doesn't backfire, in which case they don't go talk to Hagrid, in which case they don't learn that they should follow the spiders, which means they don't follow the spiders, so they don't learn that Moaning Myrtle they learned that Hagrid was innocent, right?
Yeah, is it? I'm trying to remember because I feel like that is like one of those things like where they almost hit like a roadblock after going and talking to Aragog,
right?
Like,
because he says I was always kept in the dungeons and the girl was found in a bathroom. But he doesn't say that it was Myrtle. And then Harry eventually connects the dots and realizes that it was Myrtle.
Yeah. Okay. But in Chamber of Secrets, they're also in the bathroom because they're making the Polyjuice potion.
Right.
So that they can go and kind of be undercover with Crabbe and Goyle. So they are interacting with Myrtle. It doesn't really open the door in any way, shape, or form for somebody to ask her how she died, which is something that it seems like nobody ever does.
Yes, that's true. Let's see. So how would they then figure out how to get into the chamber? Because they wouldn't have talked to Aragog and they wouldn't have realized that it was Myrtle.
But they would have noticed the spiders were all like fleeing though, right?
No,
they
don't notice that until like they get the hint and then they're looking for them, but they can't find them for a while and then finally they do.
Okay.
Yeah, like when they're going to herbology. So
one of the big things I feel like we could maybe slice off somewhere in the equation is that like, you know, Lockhart is only using the memory spell on them like because he is then trapped down in there and because he's been like found out as
that's true. So basically what happens if they have no idea where it is, because they go to tell they don't go to like try and open the chamber. They just go to tell Lockhart what they know, hoping that maybe it'll help him.
Right.
And that's when he's packing up to leave and they realize that he's a fraud. So they probably just don't go down there and Lockhart just does leave because he is a fraud. Which means, so does Ginny just die?
Well, I was just about to ask though, because Ginny goes and steals the diary back from Harry, right?
Right, because she sees him with it.
But maybe she wouldn't see him with it. Right. Because she tries to get rid of it. She's basically like cutting herself off cold turkey.
Right. But you're right. If she doesn't, if Harry just has the diary and then just just kind of gives up on it.
Yeah.
Then, and like doesn't start writing in it, then he just sort of like has it.
Then he just
then Ginny doesn't reopen the chamber and she doesn't get taken.
Right. And I mean, in a world where, I'm trying to think now, because the other really big ramification of this entire situation is that the diary Horcrux is destroyed, the Basilisk is killed, and also this is what tips Dumbledore off to the usage of Horcruxes as to explain Voldemort's immortality.
Right.
So these are some rather impactful.
These are some impactful things.
Right.
Also, then what it's going to look like is that they took Hagrid and Dumbledore from the school and the attack stopped.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is a problem.
They solved it.
Yeah, right. Okay, that's a problem.
That's a problem. So the Basilisk is still there. The diary is still there. It feels like the diary would not go unchecked by Harry, though. Like, because it does have Voldemort's soul in it, like it has like a bit of a mind of its own.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I feel like Harry, there is a passage where it's like Harry didn't know why, but he felt something about the diary.
Yes.
You know,
like it felt familiar or something.
Almost no matter what, Harry figures out how to use the diary. And if he figures out how to use it, then like Tom's going to show him the stuff, and he's going to show him about Hagrid.
Right.
You know, like sooner or later, he's going to figure that stuff out. And then, like, yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's a world where, because there's the big conversation that sort of like mimics the conversation between Dumbledore and Tom Riddle from all those years ago, where he's like, Tom, is there anything you'd like to tell me? And Tom is sort of like, no. And then like it's the same thing happens again where Harry's talking to Dumbledore and he's like, is there anything you'd like to tell me? And Harry's like, no.
Yeah.
And it ends up kind of being like a little bit like, huh. But that's all before Dumbledore obviously is thrown out of the school. So Harry's already witnessed what happens inside of the diary before they're thrown out.
Mm-hmm. This is like, I need to go back and read like the exact sequence of events in Chamber of Secrets.
I know, yeah, we need like the chronology, but it's a very interesting question because it's like Ron's wand does send into effect such a myriad of different conclusions. So like in this very chapter, for example, we talked a little bit about like the like Barty Crouch, like Hermione doesn't like him on the basis of having fired Winky, which is like what leads to like SBEW, which then like almost like discredits any concerns that like Hermione might have about him or increases concerns Hermione might have about him like later. And it's all like part of like the book's architecture. But then when you go back to Chamber of Secrets, things are like a little bit more rudimentary where it's like so many things happen because Ron burps a slug onto a trophy.
Right.
And it's like, you can see how one of the, like by Goblet of Fire, these narrative lines are being woven into the tapestry of the story in a way that is like so much more elegant.
Yeah.
Whereas like back then it was like, I need a reason for Ron to have seen this. Slugs.
Right. Slugs. This happened because he broke his wand.
Because he broke his wand. So it's like literally the fact that like Ron tried to use like the eat slug spell is the thing that like leads to all of the rest of the dominoes falling. But it feels like such an innocuous situation otherwise.
Exactly. Of course, even that though, it's like then the wand breaking is all because of Dobby I guess.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, it's there. It's a little bit more thorough.
Yeah, but yeah, what if Ron's wand didn't break? Very good question. Way deeper than I thought it was going to go.
I know. Yeah, I mean, clear to see that we found ourselves a little bit stumped, but also probably 2+ hours into today's episode, we might have to continue to give this one a ponder. But
I know. My brain's a little fried.
That's right. As per always, guys, thank you so much for tuning into this week's episode of Through the Griffin Door.
Yes, thank you so much. Make sure you join us next week for chapter 27, Padfoot's Return, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 27, Padfoot Returns.
Oh, man. I don't know if you remember or not, because when we look at this chapter art, it's the thing I'm diving into right away.
That is, yeah.
Do you recall back in Prisoner of Azkaban, there was a piece of chapter art where we were very unsure as to whether or not it was supposed to be Lupin or Sirius?
I do remember.
Do you feel like this confirms that it's Sirius?
No.
You went the other way.
I feel like makes me think, look, I literally wrote down, makes me think the POA was Lupin. So maybe it doesn't help.
We nearly had the best setup that we hadn't discussed.
I know. I was like, okay, good thing. Now we know that one was Lupin. This one's Sirius. That's the difference. We should put them side by side because we're doing it mostly on memory.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
It would be good to see what they really look like when you just kind of like merge them together there. But apparently we had completely different memories based on how that chapter art looks.
We sure did because I was like, okay, good. We have an answer. We know. Because the reason it matters, not like super big deal or anything, but if it's Lupin, then it means that like Lupin as a werewolf is looks more like a regular wolf. You know, as opposed to what you think of in the movie where he's kind of like on his hind legs.
Right. And I don't really have a whole lot of trouble believing that there were other interpretations of what a werewolf might look like prior to the Prisoner of
movie,
Azkaban film, especially because there's like that line that like Hagrid was raising like werewolf cubs,
werewolf pups under his bed, which we know is what happens. Is that what happens when two werewolves mate when they're both transformed?
Yes.
Is that the resulting offspring are just hyper intelligent wolf pups?
Wolves. I mean, at what point do they just become dire wolves?
I know, right?
Like,
it seems like that's a whole different breed.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah. Okay. Headcanon is that's the Harry Potter version of dire wolves. But that can happen. And then the other thing that makes me think that it's more like a regular wolf, and there's two other things, more like a regular wolf and less like what you see in Prisoner of Azkaban, is that when you hear the Marauders talking about their Defense Against the Dark Arts exam, one of the questions is like, how to tell the difference between a werewolf and a regular wolf?
Right.
Which makes it sound like they look very similar, because like otherwise it'd be like one's giant and on two legs, you know?
Yeah. Well, there's a specific beast, and I wish I had it off the top of my head now, but it's like a Jack Russell Terrier, but the magical version of it has like a forked tail.
Yeah.
You know, and it's sort of like that's, you know, it's otherwise a Jack Russell Terrier.
Krupp? Is that what
a Krupp? Yeah,
yeah,
I believe that is right. Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. So I wonder how often that's the case, where there's like a very mild variation between, you know, like.
Yeah. Well, there's also then, if you go to Wizarding World, there's like, I think on the article in the Pottermore archives about Animagus, there is artwork at the top that shows the Marauders in their transformed states. And it's and Sirius and Lupin indeed look very similar in terms of being like four-legged. They just looks like a wolf.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So there we go. So I guess it all depends on where you hail to your canon.
Yeah.
As far as your werewolf depiction.
Indeed.
But anyway, so hilarious that we ended up having a big werewolf conversation on a chapter that's largely about Sirius.
Indeed. Yeah. Well, the chapter, I mean, we both had the exact same thought about it. So anyway, let's go ahead and dive in to the chapter. I mean, it's such a Harry Potter mood. We were just at Epic Universe for the grand opening this past week.
It was so cool. It was for the very first time, we got to see the Phelps twins and Warwick Davis. Yeah, which was really, really cool. The new Ministry of Magic building is just breathtaking.
It is so cool. I mean, it is very much like you are right there.
It is. I mean, like you almost feel like Michael Gambon as Albus Dumbledore could just like materialize through the flue powder, you know, and him and Voldemort are just gonna like
having a big old duel.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is rather glorious. So huge Harry Potter mindset, which, you know, when it really comes down to it, we pretty much always are.
Anyway.
Harry Potter mindset. Anyway.
All right. So anyway,
kick off with our first line. Yeah.
Padfoot returns. So it kicks off as ever. One of the best things about the aftermath of the second task was that everybody was very keen to hear the details of what happened down at the lake, which meant that Ron was getting to share Harry's limelight for once. And then the dragons arrived. So Ron does not get much time sharing that limelight.
That really, when you apply it to this particular sentence, it sounds an awful lot like the dragons arrived to attack Ron.
Yeah, they're like, specifically, this story is about Harry.
He is the chosen one. We get that Horntail gave him a pass.
Exactly. Poor Ron.
I know. But the other thing I really like that I really think hammers home how uneventful it is to actually be a spectator for the Triwizard Tournament is the fact that it says everyone was very keen to hear the details of what had happened down in the lake. And it's like, I mean, I know that we harp on this a whole lot and it's kind of been like a running joke on our channel for years now, but it's like, I mean, that line right there, like there are mega stands surrounding the lake, specifically there to like witness the Triwizard Tournament. Mm-hmm. And what this means, and you have to realize, is that everybody dives into the water and then they don't see anything else.
Right. I know. At best, you got to see them cast the spells before they went under the water.
Exactly. And or laugh at Harry maniacally as he struggles with his gillyweed and then also ends up getting, you know, basically top marks.
I know. Yeah. Come on, guys. You think Harry didn't figure it out? I mean, he didn't, but you don't know that.
You don't know that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, assume the best in him, obviously. Exactly. So I do think that that's really funny, though, because it means that Ron basically has full license to tell any story he wishes, and nobody's any the wiser as to what their role might be.
Right. Other than, you know, his other best friend, Hermione, who the same thing happened to.
Also that. Yeah. Yes. And it's also kind of funny that everybody thinks it's so hilarious that Hermione was the thing that Crumb would miss most, which again, it's like, like it's going to say that, like everybody was like giving her a hard time for that being the case. And it's like, I don't think you guys are understanding like what typically happens when a very well-known, talented, famous person like chooses like a partner. It's like, when has it ever been the case in all of history that it's like, oh, let's laugh at that person?
I know,
I know. That is hilarious.
I know. It'd be like, can you imagine, like if like a girl in your high school was like dating Justin Bieber or something,
right?
It'd be like, wow, so lame. To be like, what are you talking about?
It's like,
what on earth are you talking about?
Right. Yeah. I'm going on a world tour. So
yeah. So whatever, guy.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So anyway, we'll get to that here in just a moment. But it is funny that like Ron is sort of, you can tell that he's wanted it so badly for so long, because each retelling of the story, he is starting to get further and further from what actually happened.
Right.
To the point where Ron is telling a thrilling tale of kidnapping, in which he struggled single-handedly against 50 heavily armed merpeople who had beat him into submission before tying him up.
Yeah.
To which it's kind of like one of those stories where I'm like, I can't imagine anybody would be so thick as to believe this.
I know. I'm like, Ron, and go ahead and embellish a little bit if you want to, I guess, because, you're getting some attention here. But like, this is already an unbelievable story, not because you defeated them, which is kind of unbelievable, because they can't get on land, dude. They're stuck in the water. How are they getting you?
Right. Yeah.
This is like, your story doesn't make sense.
Ron's like, I was out in the Black Lake swimming laps, as I sometimes do. Yeah. When they sucked me under.
Yeah.
And also Hermione and Gabrielle and Cho just happened to be nearby.
What do you know? Of course, and you may have noticed I swim in my robes, which who doesn't?
Natural drag.
Creates a drag in the water, builds the muscles better,
That's right.
Yeah. But I like that Padma Patil is a little bit more interested in him, and he seems like maybe he's a little more interested in her as well.
Right.
I know. And then it says, I could have taken those idiots anytime I wanted, which then I'm like, but you didn't, because you wanted to get kidnapped. You wanted to be tied up. You wanted to be at the bottom of the lake. You were okay with this happening because...
For Harry,
exactly.
I was being a good friend. Yes. Because secondary to this mer kidnapping that I endured, there also happened to be a second task going on that just coincided. Right? Yeah. What are the odds?
Exactly.
So obviously it's just pure silliness.
This sentence is also a weirdly important sentence. You wouldn't think of it, but I'll just read it. It says, "But I had my wand hidden on my sleeve," he assured Padma Patil, who seemed a lot keener on Ron now he was getting so much attention, and was making a point of talking to him every time they passed in the corridors. Boom. Okay. That's the sentence. That one sentence right there that you just forget even happened. You're like, oh, wait a second. Ron talked to Padma Patil ever again? That sentence sets up an entire alternate timeline in The Cursed Child.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Wherein Ron and Padma end up together.
Yes.
Yeah. Turns out they actually, were quite keen, but then maybe Lavender just
have kids.
Swoops in.
Ponjo or something? Is that his name?
Ooh.
I want to say.
This is a piece of trivia.
I know. That's why I remember that it even happens.
Tremendously terrible app.
Yeah, but there you go. Apparently they were a little into each other, but whatever. And then sure enough, here's Hermione says people had been teasing her so much about the thing being the thing that Victor Crumb would miss the most, that she was rather in a tetchy mood.
Yeah, a tetchy mood, which is it's a $5 word there, tetchy.
I literally wrote good word.
Yeah. yes. Same page. I love it. Let's see here. Then we are getting a letter from Sirius. We get like a bit of a response to figure out like what's going to happen next or in that little saga there. The brown owl that Harry had sent to Sirius has returned, and it looks like it's a little bit worse for wear. It's got feathers sticking up in the wrong direction every which way. Sirius has yet another kind of short note here. It says, "Be at the stile at the end of the road of Hogsmeade, past Dervish and Banshees at 2:00 on Saturday afternoon. Bring as much food as you can."
I love the bring as much food as you can.
Yeah.
I can't say anything but bring all the food you can carry, just like I'm so hungry.
I am living off of rats.
Living off of rats, yes, which we will come to, which I feel like is no accident that he's eating rats.
None whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yes, very on the nose.
I'll also just note that it says, as they entered March, the weather became drier, to which I was like, what on earth world are you living in?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if this is just like a difference in climate, but March, not a notoriously dry month where we live.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Very rainy.
Yes.
And what, I don't know a ton about the weather in the greater Scotland or England area, but I feel like the stereotype is that it rains a lot.
Yes.
So I'm surprised that during the raining season it's drier at Hogwarts, but
that's right. Yeah.
Whatever.
This does cause a little bit of like a shocked reaction out of the trio, because it's like, they're kind of like, wow, he has risked coming back to Hogsmeade. Of course, then Harry immediately puts this burden on himself, and he's like, I can't believe him if he's caught. And then Ron sort of assures him, he's like, made it so far though, hasn't he? And it's not like the place is swarming with Dementors anymore, which is just also kind of interesting. When you think about it, because it's obvious that all of Prisoner, the big plot is that there are Dementors all around the castle. And obviously there is the big incident where they swoop in and attack innocent students. And that's a big no-no as far as the ministry is concerned. So, no more Dementors, but also it doesn't really seem like there's any other heightened security at all. It's like the wizarding world is just sort of like the media cycle has just moved past Sirius
Black. Yeah. Like everyone's sort of like, oh yeah, Sirius got really close and we almost captured him literally on the school grounds, but he got away. So I guess he's just not a threat anymore. And it's like, guys, if anything, you need some security still, right? As far as you're concerned, he's still at large.
Right. And it is the case that former classmate of his, Bertha Jorkins has gone missing. So should we put 2 and 2 together? I mean, not that Sirius is responsible or anything, but it would be so like the wizarding world to assume it was him.
Yes, it would be like the wizarding world. And as far as they're concerned, he's now gotten into the castle twice,
Yeah.
And, if I was the students, I don't know why you'd stop being afraid.
No, I know. Yeah. It definitely seems like this would still be an at-large situation. But Harry folds up the letter thinking that if he was honest with himself, he really did want to see Sirius again. This is sort of just that classic thing that Harry's always going through.
If I'm honest with yourself, Harry, I think you really want to see Lupin again, but whatever.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Look at you go.
Yeah.
I mean, but can you even tell the difference between the two?
Apparently not. Not in illustration form.
Right. Yeah. All right. What do we got?
Next up, we have they're on their way to Double Potions, where Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were standing in a huddle outside the classroom door with Pansy Parkinson's gang of Slytherin girls, and they're all looking at something Harry can't see and sniggering heartily because, in case you were wondering, Malfoy definitely also has a subscription to Witch Weekly.
I swear that this is, I don't even know if cleverly written is the right phrasing for it, but it's like, I feel like what is happening here is we have now switched media outlets from the Daily Prophet to Witch Weekly, which means that now it needs to be a Pansy Parkinson situation.
Exactly.
That she's got this edition, but I think we can all agree that it's very likely that Malfoy probably keeps a copy under his pillow.
Here's the thing. Snape is about to come and read the article in question aloud to the class, and he's like, but of course Potter has to keep up with his press clippings. And I'm like, I'm sorry. If anyone is keeping up with Potter's press clippings, it's Draco Malfoy.
It's Draco. He's got like a bulletin board.
He's got like a scrapbook, you know.
A scrapbook,
all the times Harry's been mentioned in the paper.
It's like, this is my burn book.
Exactly.
Of all Potter's terrible moments. Look, I've got all of them here.
I've got all of them there. Put these heart stickers on this one. I thought that made it look really good. Yeah. He's just like junk journaling down there in the Slytherin common room.
That's right. Yeah. My father sent me glitter pens.
Look at my quill. It's an eagle feather. Oh, Malfoy.
Oh, man.
Malfoy.
He is obsessed.
Yes, he is so obsessed with Harry. It is like when you're reading it like this, it is amazing how you think of Draco as just being this constant negative presence, but like he really is thinking of like almost Harry at almost all times.
Almost at all times. He's very fixated on this. Yeah. But so then I thought this was a little piece of trivia here, just to keep it in the back of our minds. The moving picture on the front of the cover featured a curly-haired witch who was smiling toothily and pointing at a large sponge cake with her wand.
Do you think she won Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award?
Maybe she did. Somebody needed to take over the mantle after Lockhart stepped down. Yeah.
I mean, he's still alive, you know. He still probably has a very charming smile.
Yeah, there's no reason he doesn't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
The toothily smile. I mean, it's like any smile where you display a lot of teeth would be regarded as toothy smile.
Toothily, yeah.
Yeah, toothly.
Yeah. Exactly.
Doing it right now.
I think it's even described. I think that's how Lockhart's pictures are described.
Oh, it's toothily.
It's toothily.
A toothily grin.
Yeah, toothily grin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Toothily is a word that if you say it too many times, it really starts to sound like just pure nonsense.
It does. Yeah.
Truthfully.
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 Yeah.
Oh, that seems like a great publication for like a dentist office.
It does.
Yeah.
Toothfully. Yeah. All tooth, nothing but the tooth.
Oh man, if you're a dentist and you need a marketing department, just let us know.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, we've heard that one 5 million times.
It's like if when you live in the sphere, that was really not that clever.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
Anyway, so then as we scroll on down though, we get the title of the article that's going to be about Harry, and this is another piece of trivia, but it is titled "Harry Potter's Secret Heartache."
Yes, all about how Hermione is a terrible person and how she is playing Victor Crumb and Harry Potter against each other. And somehow this makes Hermione a bad person, even though apparently she's the most desirable school girl to all the famous wizards.
That's exactly right. I know. So yeah, but before we even get into the meat of that though, this is like classic Rita Skeeter writing though, because it says, a boy like no other, perhaps yet a boy suffering all the usual pangs of adolescence, which on some level is true, writes Rita Skeeter, deprived of love since the tragic demise of his parents, 14-year-old Harry Potter thought he had found solace in his steady girlfriend at Hogwarts, Muggle-born Hermione Granger. So obviously they're not in a steady relationship at all. They're just friends. But the deprived of love since the tragic demise of his parents actually is True.
Yes.
Because he's been living with the Dursleys and his.
You think she talked to the Dursleys?
Can you imagine?
I
mean, like for all intents and purposes, she does seem like she is all about like getting the story, like getting the scoop.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't surprise me if she like went and was like, you know, what was his childhood like? And they were like, just like slammed the door in her face.
I know.
She's like, oh, that's enough. That's all I need to know.
About all I needed to know. I mean, all she would have to do is just say that she was doing an article on them at all, and I feel like they would tell her without even realizing she was a witch.
Oh, that's true.
You know?
Yeah, we're doing an article. Yeah. Best kept lawn award.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What was it like raising Harry Potter?
Yeah.
Like, but what does that have to?
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything?
Right,
Yeah.
Does he sometimes mow the lawn? It's like, dang it. I think he has done that chore before.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Of course. But so yeah, it'd be interesting to know how she got that particular information. Also, just like slips in his steady girlfriend at Hogwarts, Muggle-born Hermione Granger, like. That's like a perhaps a bit of an outing for Hermione in a world that like cares about that stuff.
That's true. That's true. Yes, just casually drop that in there. And then it goes on to say that Miss Granger, a plain but ambitious girl, and it's sort of like it's almost like the throwing the ambitious in there is kind of like, I mean, I guess what she's trying to say is that Hermione is cozying up to people of significance.
Yeah.
But at the very least, you know, she's given her ambitious, if nothing else. But this is a huge departure from what she said about her in the past, which was that she was a stunningly pretty Muggle-born girl.
Yes.
Which I guess she includes the Muggle-born. That's like a detail she can't help but include.
Right.
You know, it's just too juicy. Not to have that in there.
Well, like beforehand, it was like, look at her, even Muggle-born, she's so pretty.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now it's just sort of like this plain Muggle-born girl, very ambitious. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And like in both instances, she's managed to make it seem like a bad thing.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. But it is remarkable to me how you can go from stunningly pretty to plain.
To plain.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Let's see here. So then we get Crumb, who is openly smitten with the devious Miss Granger, has already invited her to visit him in Bulgaria over the summer holidays, which again is truthful. That is a fact.
Yeah.
And insists that he has never felt this way about any other girl.
Yeah. This is funny because after the article, Hermione's going to be like, how did she know? Like, he did say that about me and he did invite me. And it's like, she is immediate. It's like, you can almost see her now, like Hermione is spot on the money, but you can like see her biases here because Hermione assumes that she must be spying on them and not that like Rita talked to Victor Crumb.
Oh, also true. Also
like,
true.
Yes. Like how do you know he didn't just give the interview?
Can you imagine? I cannot imagine Crumb sitting down for an interview with Rita Skeeter and being obliging at all.
Oh no, me neither.
Yeah.
Me neither. I mean, heck, he was in the same room with her earlier and she just missed the entire opportunity to interview him.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah. Quidditch sensation. What? Then we get this line from Pansy Parkinson. She's really ugly. To which I said, that's subjective and mean. And inaccurate.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it is what Pansy Parkinson said. So you are giving a direct quote there, but then also subjective says Pansy Parkinson, a pretty and vivacious fourth-year student.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Let's maybe not describe the 14-year-olds as vivacious. Okay.
But she'd be well up to making a love potion. She's quite brainy. I think that's how she's doing it. Is this Pansy like potentially giving like the smallest amount of credit to Harry here? Like as if like he is worth being love potioned?
Oh, you're right. You're right. I think that's how she's doing it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like she's like, I need to insult Hermione, but that also requires me giving some credit to Potter. Oh no.
Yeah.
I bet Malfoy was not pleased about this.
This is also like what's the opposite of like a backhanded insult or a backhanded compliment? This is like a front-handed insult or something.
Yeah.
Where it's like she's trying to make fun of her by saying she's quite brainy, but what she's actually saying is like she's really good at potions.
She's really good at potions. It's like unfortunately she is quite smart.
Yes.
I must
Have to
acknowledge.
tell you.
Yeah.
Yes. And then it says, love potions are, of course, banned at Hogwarts, but no doubt Albus Dumbledore would want to investigate these claims. I highlighted that because love potions are banned, and yet when we get to Slughorn, he is going to have one brewed there as if it is indeed part of the curriculum past OWL.
Right.
So it's like they're banned, but they do teach it.
They teach it. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, naturally. Which is kind of surprising. It doesn't really seem like something that's like worth teaching.
It doesn't seem like something that's worth teaching, as it is Dumbledore's theory that that's where Voldemort came from.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It seems like that'd be like right up there with like Horcruxes. Like, let's just go ahead and wipe that from the
Just
shelves.
go ahead and get that out of here. Although, to be fair, Slughorn does describe it as the most dangerous potion in the room.
That is true. That
Yeah.
is true. So he does acknowledge that particular that particular detail, but
Which, of course, he would know about because he helped Merope get one in form Tom Riddle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's
quite dangerous indeed, eh?
Right. He would know. Slughorn always there for all the most devious aspects of Tom Riddle's existence.
Poor guy, just trying to be a good teacher, just trying to make connections.
Right. I love this line from Ron though, because he did say this to Hermione in a previous chapter. He's like, Hermione, don't go making her angry.
Yeah.
And then so sure enough, Rita Skeeter has now written an article about her. So Ron is like, I told you not to annoy Rita Skeeter. She's made you out to be some sort of scarlet woman. To which I wrote in, Scarlet Woman, Ronald.
Yeah. Scarlet. That's what my mom calls them.
Ron muttered, his ears going red. Yeah, it's like for sure that's the first time Ron has ever said those two words side by side before.
I know, it's like maybe he's heard his mom say it, but not really understood it, like the full meaning of it, and suddenly it's like in context, it's all coming together in his brain.
He's like, I see what mom's always going on about.
Mom's going on about them scarlet women.
Right. But I do love the way that Hermione takes this. She says, if that's the best Rita could do, she's losing her touch.
Yeah.
Still giggling as she threw Witch Weekly onto the empty chair beside her. What a pile of old rubbish.
I know. Like, honestly, at the end of the day, I don't think it really makes her look that bad.
I agree. Yeah. It's like anybody out there. I mean, shy of like Molly, who I think has like Harry's best interest at heart.
Yeah.
Who is looking at it being like, this young girl broke his heart.
Yeah.
I think that's about the only person who's really reading it. Otherwise, I feel like anybody else out in the wizarding world is like, man, what's this Granger girl got going on?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. She's doing she's making the rounds here. And anyway, then they go into potions where they are making wit sharpening potions, which I feel like would be nice to have handy. Some of these, I can't believe they don't carry more potions around with them.
That is a very good point. Like, they're wearing the cloaks. Surely they've got all sorts of great pockets, right? As cloaks often do.
As they do. The best cloaks have many pockets.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
So yeah, you're right. Like it almost feels like the kind of thing like where you would just go ahead and like keep like a few like little vials like tucked in a row there, just like, in case you need them.
Right. Yeah. They have all these like crazy powers and stuff, and they like almost never take them for anything other than very specific missions.
Right.
Or whatever. Like, witch sharpening potion. I take that every morning, man.
I wonder if
I call it coffee.
I call it coffee. That's right. Yeah. I've got some.
That's what they're making here. Witch sharpening potion. It's like, so first you're going to want to grind the beans.
Yes. Use a burr grinder, not a blade grinder. You need to pulverize the bean.
Indeed.
Really enhances the caffeine and the aromatic flavor.
Exactly.
I think I went through like 8 different accents just now.
It's okay. Yeah.
But anyway, that is in fact actually true. A burr grinder is superior to a blade grinder for if you're ever grinding your own beans.
Fun fact.
Let's see here. There's something funny though, said Hermione 10 minutes later, holding her pestle suspended over a bowl of scarab beetles. Which I love that little detail because like this is so like literally like finger on the nose. Like she is about to be like wondering what and how Rita is discovering this piece of information as she is actively crushing beetles, which is going to be Rita Skeeter's and Omega's form. So I love that it's like, it's literally winking at you through the page.
It is. It is.
How could she have known? Known what? Said Ron quickly. You haven't been mixing up love potions, have you?
Yeah.
Like, oh, come on, Ron.
Of course not.
Don't be stupid. No, it's just, how does she know Victor asked me to visit him over the summer? This is like Hermione doing the most like quiet little it's not like
a little humble brag
like
over
a little
there.
humble brag.
How does she know? Well, she's right about one thing. He did invite me.
Ron's like, what?
Say what now? That is exactly what he's like because he starts like grinding the desk.
Yes, he absolutely does.
Yes. Exactly. But this is what I was talking about. Like she doesn't. There's no like, and maybe it's just Hermione seeing the best in people, but like she doesn't assume that like Victor talked to Crumb.
Yes.
Or not that Victor talked to Rita Skeeter.
Right.
Yes.
He asked me right after he pulled me out of the lake, Hermione muttered, after he'd gotten rid of his shark's head, which I was like, yeah, obviously.
Probably. Although I'd love it if he was still in Sharkhead form. It's like, so anyway.
Sharkhead. Yeah, no, I think that's just like a funny little detail there. But it's also kind of hilarious that like Crumb emerges from the water, removes his shark head, and then is like, so visit this summer. It's like he was really trying to like, seize the opportunity. It's like, now that I've just saved your life.
Exactly. Really trying to take advantage of this situation here.
Exactly.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Hermione's like, where's Harry? Well done, Harry.
Right. Crumb's like, humph.
I know. Crumb's reading this article because he also gets Witch Weekly.
Natural, yeah.
And he's just like, well, what is this? What is this?
He can't be happy about it.
Can't be happy about it. Well, he does confront Harry later about this exact situation.
Right. So, yes. Let's see here. Yeah. So she goes on to say, he did ask if I wasn't doing anything over the summer, would I like to? And then Ron cuts her off and says, and what did you say? He would picked up his pestle and was grinding it on the desk a good 6 inches from his bowl.
I know.
I love that.
Just really not paying attention.
Yes. Yeah. This is another one that I feel like, the long form series, it would be so much fun just to like see this scene unfold in true comical fashion.
Yes.
It's just the comedic effect here is wonderful.
Yeah.
Because Ron at this point, again, still he doesn't really understand what his feelings towards Hermione are, but they're there.
I know. Yeah. He's just, he definitely knows some part of him does not want this to happen. And she's not going to give an answer as to what she said.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
We will not know.
Right.
Yeah.
So then it goes on to say, and this is Hermione postulating, maybe she has an invisibility cloak. Maybe she sneaked onto the grounds to watch the second task. And then Ron is still fixated. He's like, and what did you say? Now he's denting the desk. Well, I was too busy seeing whether you and Harry were okay too. Which is in fact true. She was all fixated on Harry and Ron too, I guess. Fascinating though your social life undoubtedly is, Miss Granger. I must ask you not to discuss it in my class.
In an icy voice.
Yeah.
Which is like similar to Voldemort's voice, which is always that like cold voice or whatever.
Right. Very chilling. Kind of makes the
cold voice.
Makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up.
Yeah.
He does take 10 points from Gryffindor here, which is so unfair because it's like Snape, Did you even see who brought the magazine into the classroom?
Obviously not.
Did you even discover that Malfoy still has his in his bag, kind of like, like earmarked to all these pages?
Exactly. Yeah,
Right,
I know. No, he doesn't. Like, no matter what, Snape will never see the Slytherins doing the bad things.
Exactly. He always catches it exactly the wrong time.
Yeah.
Although this is another one too, where like I am so surprised. Like he must be so sneaky because like surely as they're having this conversation, they're also just like looking around the open classroom as to like their surroundings as to try not to be overheard.
Right.
And Snape is somehow materialized behind them.
And they usually sit in the back of the class. So like I like to think he's just sort of like watching them and like literally sneaking behind the different pillars. Like, ooh, wait. No. Go.
They look down.
Go, Snape, go.
Go, Snape, go.
Go, Snape, go. That's what he says to himself.
He has little mottos and speaks in third person. Classic Snape.
He leaves his class like, well done, Severus, well done.
He's Snape, quietly whimsical.
Yeah. Like, I think that'd be great because, like, publicly, he obviously thinks he must be intimidating and rude, but, like, if in private, he's just like a fun guy.
Right. Yeah. I love that. A mushroom.
A mushroom, yeah.
A fun guy.
Exactly.
Good one. Anyway, but then he does obviously spot the magazine under the table as well. A further 10 points from Gryffindor. But of course, Snape's black eyes glinted as they fell across Rita Skeeter's article. Potter has to keep up with his press cuttings.
I literally crossed out Potter and wrote Malfoy and crossed out his and wrote Potter's.
Nice.
In my book, yeah. Just to give it a quick correction.
Right. Yeah, we want to make sure everything's accurate as per how it actually takes place there. And then Snape goes on to read the article in front of the entire classroom, which this is kind of like one of those funny things. I don't know if everybody had this, like if it's a universal experience or not, but many teachers that I had growing up did pass the threat that if you were caught passing notes, that the note would then be read aloud to the class.
Right.
And that is like one of the most mortifying aspects of the exchange of notes is that it's sort of like you have to be very careful as to be sure that like if your note is read aloud, that it doesn't have anything that's going to be, too incriminating.
Too juicy in it.
Too juicy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. You know, now that I'm thinking back on it, anyone can take this idea if you want. Just like pass notes, as if they are between two other people and then just get caught on purpose,
Oh, hey. Yeah.
Right?
That's kind of fun.
Sounds great.
Right.
know?
Yes. Or just like pass notes back and forth, like kind of like, overtly, but have it like a whole bunch of compliments about like the teacher, or like how great this lesson is, or like tips about how to like better do this particular algebra problem or something.
Exactly.
And, so the teacher comes over and it's like, what do we have here? And
what do we have here?
Oh, a squared plus b squared does equal c squared. That's a good point, Dylan.
Right. Yes. Forgot hypotenuse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Formula.
Right. Yeah.
What is it again?
The Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah.
Look at us go remembering. I guess that's really geometry. That's geometry, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So that's yeah. For finding the length of the hypotenuse, which is the line of a triangle opposite the right angle.
Exactly. Yeah. Look at us go.
Come on, guys.
We know things.
We all know it.
Yeah, we paid the math budget.
Yeah, sometimes.
Right.
So all the Slytherins are laughing. I feel like if I was the Gryffindors, though, I'd just be like, "Wait, I'm confused. Are you guys actually dating? I didn't think that you guys are dating." They'd be like, "No, we're not dating." You're like, "Oh, okay."
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like. I mean, and that's the thing too. It's like these people all interact together all the time. It's like, well, it's just why she got it wrong.
It's just not true.
Right. Yeah. That's like Ron clearly likes her.
Right.
Everyone else knows but Ron.
Everyone knows but him. It's pretty clear, right? Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
what do you think Padma Patil thinks about this article? Actually, she's not really related to it at all. Never mind.
Because she's in Ravenclaw and has no classes with the Gryffindors.
I know. I was thinking like as if like this affected because like she's aware that Ron likes Hermione, but I don't think she is.
Maybe not. Yeah. Maybe word does get out to her that well, no, I was going to say maybe that would impact why her and Ron don't like spark up a relationship in 5th year or something. But even that is not a thing.
Yeah, not really. Not really.
Okay, anyway, so let's keep going. So then Snape goes on to separate everybody. Granger is now beside Pansy Parkinson. Potter, the table in front of my desk. Move now. I love how Hermione is placed with Slytherin and Harry is just now by himself.
Right. Yeah. By himself. So mostly so that Snape can threaten him.
Yes.
Which is the real basically, I think what's really happened is that Snape believes that when he caught Harry the other night sneaking around the castle, that Harry is the one who had broken into his office and stole the boomslang skin and the gillyweed, and he's about to like threaten Harry with like, I know it was you, Potter.
Right. Yes. Going through my stores again.
Yes.
Let's see here. So then Harry is just trying to like not focus on Snape at all, and Snape is fully fixated on only Harry. But it says Harry resumed the mashing of his scarab beetles, imagining each one to have Snape's face. Which there we go. We're just personifying beetles. How about that?
Yeah. What do you know?
Yeah.
What do you know? Boom.
Yeah. It's almost as if there's a beetle in the story who is more than we think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see here. Then Snape kind of does his classic thing where he's just sort of like, all this press attention seems to inflate your already over large head, Potter, which is just this is classic Snape seeing what he wants to see, which is just wholly inaccurate. And Harry is trying so hard not to take the bait. He knows that Snape is just provoking him.
Yes. Well, I think he's because I mean he really is. He's really under the illusion that, yes, Harry broke into his office and Harry doesn't even know why he's being attacked in this moment.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. So it's like, I mean, and honestly, that probably makes it even easier for Harry, because it's sort of like, I don't know what you're on about. Like, I literally didn't do these things.
Right.
At least not this year.
Yes.
to the boomslang skin.
Yes. But see, this is so like clever. Coming up here in a second. So, because he goes on and says, to me, Potter, you are nothing but a nasty little boy who considers rules to be beneath him. And it's like, what a nice thing to say to one of your students. Like, just be real open about it. Like, let's be clear. I know you already know this and whatever, but just so you know, I hate you.
It reminds me of, there's a line in School of Rock where there's like the boy who does the fashion stuff.
Yes.
And Jack Black walks in and he's like, the little boy goes, "You're tacky and I hate you."
Yes.
And I feel like in my head, that's what Snape is looking at Harry saying.
Yeah. You're tacky and I hate you. Oh my gosh.
We're all wearing the same robes.
We're all wearing the same robes. Come on, Professor.
How can I be tacky?
Yeah.
Anyway, but then he goes on to say, pint-sized celebrity or not, if I catch you breaking into my office one more time. And then this is the point where Harry is like, come on, man. He's like, I haven't been anywhere near your office, said Harry. Forgetting his feigned deafness. Do not lie to me, Snape hissed. Well, which sounds also very Voldemort.
Yes.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Yes.
Boomslang skin, gillyweed, both come from my private stores, and I know who stole them.
Do you know what's interesting here is it says Snape hissed, his fathomless black eyes boring into Harry's, which means he's trying to do legilimens here. So what he should be reading though is that Harry did not do it.
It's a very good point.
Right?
That is a very good point. Like, I wonder if this is at all infuriating for him. Let's read through that context and see. I mean, because he's gonna pull out the Veritaserum. Like, I wonder if he thinks he's off his game or something. He's like, Potter is actively getting the best of me. I must resort to Veritaserum.
I know. That could be. Yeah, I wonder if that's the case. But yeah, I guess maybe because he will eventually explain that like legilimens is not like reading a book or something.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
But he's certainly trying to do it to him in this situation here. But this is so clever how this is all done, because he accuses him of stealing the boomslang skin and the gillyweed, neither of which Harry actually stole. The boom slang skin
nailed it
is an ingredient used in Polyjuice Potion. So this is a hint that Polyjuice Potion is in the story right now. However, it is immediately going to be discredited as being in this story by Harry thinking that Snape's accusing him of him stealing it 2 years ago. Because in fact, they did steal Boomslang skin from Snape's office to make the Polyjuice Potion in Chamber of Secrets.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yep. So it really is like one of those things where it's like, this could be the huge tip off. Like, I mean, we're getting so many of them in this chapter. We got all the stuff going on with like the Beatles, which of course, I mean, there's no real reason to think necessarily that could be, that could be Rita Skeeter, but it is like, winking at you again through the page. And this is basically the exact same thing. So it's sort of like they are guilty of having done this once before. But of course, in that particular instance, it's Hermione who was the one who stole it. And Harry's like, well, I'm not going to like sell her out.
Exactly.
And then with the gillyweed, I think that like at this point in time, Harry is probably learning for the first time that Dobby stole the gillyweed.
Right.
He is like, I did use gillyweed.
Right.
In the second task.
And like now he's figuring out where Dobby got it.
Exactly.
But like in real time.
Right.
But yeah, it's like even if you were a really keen reader and you were like, oh, Bloom, like if you read Boomslang Skin and you were like, oh, someone's polyjuice, like then one sentence later it's going to be Hermione had taken the Boomslang Skin back in their second year. And it even confirms it for you. They needed it for the polyjuice potion, but it just immediately discredits the clue.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
It's
very cleverly done. It really is. Let's see here. So then one more nighttime stroll into my office, Potter, and you will pay. To which Harry's probably like, oh, fine. Like, I am not nighttime strolling into your office. So like from his perspective, it's like, I can agree to that. No problem at all.
Yep. Which is pretty much what he says is like, right. Okay. Well, I'll bear that in mind if I ever decide to go in there.
Right.
Which I have not been.
Right. And then this is when it says Snape's eyes flashed. So this must be the moment where he's like, legitimacy isn't working.
Right.
And then sure enough, we said it earlier, but then now Snape plunges his hands inside of his black robes. And for one wild moment, Harry thought that Snape was about to pull out his wand and curse him, which would immediately get Snape fired. Then he saw that Snape had drawn out a small crystal bottle of a completely clear potion. So there you go. Like, of
course Snape's carrying around potions.
I mean, he's the potions master.
He's the potions master.
But this also works really well because this is another one of those instances where it's like we've got Chekhov's gun basically being introduced into the story. So we have a situation where a new magical element, which is Veritaserum, is being introduced to us, the reader, not to be used right now, but it will be used before the end of the story. So it's a great way to kind of like put it in front of us in a way that makes sense so that like later on, it's not sort of like, oh yes, Snape, go get that truth-telling serum. And it's sort of like,
oh, you had that?
That's a thing.
Right.
What? Yeah. So basically we get the exposition from Snape who says, it is Veritaserum, a truth potion so powerful that 3 drops would have you spilling your innermost secrets for this entire class to hear, said Snape viciously. Now, the use of this potion is controlled by very strict ministry guidelines, but unless you watch your step, you might just find that my hand slips. He shook the crystal bottle slightly, right over your evening pumpkin juice, which is just a literal threat that he is willing to put like an illegal substance into a student's potion.
Oh my gosh, I know. The irony of this is some great verbal irony here. While Snape is openly threatening and admitting to breaking the law while simultaneously scolding Harry for breaking the rules.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Yes. He's like, you think the rules are beneath you, and it's like, and so do I.
Exactly. It's like, oh, you think you're willing to break school rules? Well, I won't stand for it, Potter. In fact, I'll break actual laws to prove that you broke school rules.
I will one up you and make you guilty at once.
I know. Like, can you hear yourself, dude?
Right. Yeah. Snape's a big fan of going down with the ship, is what I'm hearing.
The hypocrisy is big.
Right. Yeah. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Let's see here. This is like one of those instances where, and I mean, I guess Harry is going to explain that this would be extremely bad or potentially embarrassing for him because he didn't want to land Hermione or Dobby in trouble, or the fact that he was in contact with Sirius, who is, of course, still on the run. And then he's also just kind of concerned generally about the idea that he could potentially reveal that he also has the feels for Cho.
I know, which I feel like would probably be pretty common knowledge. I mean, like every little rumor in this school seems like it flies around like wildfire, especially if it has to do with Harry.
So naturally, the whole school knows.
The whole school knows. And like Harry Potter asked out a girl and she said no. How on earth is that not all over the school? Did Cho keep this completely to herself?
Good for Cho, honestly.
Good for Cho, but you know who else knows? Ron and Hermione and Ginny.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Plenty of people know this information. Everyone must know that Harry likes Cho.
I mean, it does feel that way.
Yeah.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you for sure. I mean, yeah, it definitely seems, and it even seems even more surprising that like everybody's giving Hermione such a hard time for her relationship with Crumb. And it's like, they're actually sort of like mutually invested in one another in like an actual way.
Right.
And he is very cool and he is a champion and very talented and a Quidditch sensation and all of these types of things. Whereas like Harry gets rejected by the girl that Cedric, the other Hogwarts champion, is dating. Like, yeah, you're absolutely right. That feels like the kind of thing that's like, that is a secret of the lips. Like that is the kind of thing that like wants to escape. And all it takes is one person other than his inner circle discovering this piece of information, and it's game over.
I mean, it's like one person can keep a secret, two can't.
Right.
Right.
Yes. And Cho's best friend is Marietta Edgcombe.
Yeah. A known blabber.
Known blabber.
Yeah.
It literally,
Old
it is
loose lips Edgecombe, they call her.
It's literally the thing she does
Yeah.
is rats on the DA.
Yeah. It says it right on her face.
Right on her face.
Sneak.
Yeah. Yeah. They couldn't really go for snitch in that one, could they?
I know. Yeah. That seemed like that would have been the one. It would have been like, yep, I get it.
Right.
But
right.
that's already a different wizard term.
And it's kind of a cool one.
Kind of a cool one. Yeah.
Anyway, so then there's a knock on the door, and Snape is very headmaster in his response. He responds, "Enter."
Yes.
I feel like
in his usual voice, off the icy one now.
Yes. Back to the warm.
Enter.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Warm, gentle breeze Snape voice. You know?
Exactly. Yes. And then the most unprofessional thing imaginable happens, as far as I'm concerned. Why the timing is now is strictly for plot
Strictly
convenience.
because Harry happens to have been moved right to the front of the classroom to overhear it.
That's exactly right. Because Professor Karkaroff comes in.
Yeah.
And everybody watches him as he walks up towards Snape's desk. He was twisting his finger around his goatee and looking agitated. And basically, they are going to have just a far too important discussion.
Far too important discussion, but it's like almost word for word the same discussion he had 3 nights ago at the Yule Ball or whatever. Not 3 nights ago, however long ago at the Yule Ball.
Remember, it's the very dry March now.
It's the very dry March
It's
now.
been 3
I'm
months.
sorry. It's been
Yeah.
3 months, but
Yeah.
it's the exact same conversation.
It really is.
And they don't actually say anything.
No.
Yeah.
And I mean, Snape is right on it. He's like, "I'll talk with you after my lesson, Karkaroff." But Karkaroff interrupted him. "I want to talk now while you can't slip off, Severus," which I guess that's the reason that the book is attempting to tell us why it would happen now. It's like, I'm going to corner you while you're in class because you are too professional to leave your class.
If only Snape was like actually, a teacher who taught class.
And not just use the blackboard.
Yeah, because now Snape, in fact, is just sort of sitting there watching.
Right.
It's
right.
not like, well, Carker, I can't talk to you now because I'm giving a lecture about how to make this potion and making sure the students are following along step by step because I want them to know how to do it because I care about them. But that's not Snape at all.
No, it's really not. Let's see here. But yeah, Karkaroff does look extremely worried and Snape looks very angry. So I think the other piece that could possibly make this more tangible is just that like Karkaroff is just actively freaking out. Like,
well, sure.
I mean, he is afraid for his life in this situation because he named names back in the First Wizarding War and is
including Snape's.
Yes. And it is very liable to be heavily targeted when the thing that he knows is coming comes. Which is that the Dark Lord is going to return, which is because the Dark Mark is growing on his arm.
Yeah. And to be fair, that is what happens. They do get him.
They do get him.
Yeah.
Yes, he does die.
He does die.
Yeah. But so Harry deliberately knocks over his bottle of what is the most disgusting thing I could possibly imagine. Armadillo bile.
Armadillo bile. How on earth did you harvest this? Why would you assume it's magical to begin with? Are armadillos magical? Is that what I'm hearing?
They are, clearly.
Clearly.
Their stomach acid is rather valuable.
It's valuable.
Actually, that means that, the armadillo bile is a vital ingredient for the
wit sharpening potion.
The wit sharpening potion.
Which has armadillo bile and scarab beetles.
Maybe that's the reason everybody's like, it helps, but like, you gotta.
Yeah.
Not good.
You know what you're drinking though.
Right. Yes. It is
Let me tell you what your wits are sharp about. Don't drink this.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So anyway, Harry is he's finding a way to make sure that he can duck down behind his cauldron and mop it up while the rest of the class move noisily toward the door. And then I guess at this point in time, Snape is willing to hear him out. And he's like, "What's so urgent?" And Karkaroff responds, "This." And Karkaroff pulls up the left-hand sleeve of his robe and showed Snape something on his inner forearm.
Yes.
Something that, it's possible that Harry is discovering the existence of dark marks before former Order of the Phoenix members are aware of them.
Perhaps because he's going to tell Sirius about it and he doesn't know what it means.
Sirius is like, "Wow, I don't know what that's about."
Yes.
And it's like, it seems shocking to me because, for one, Sirius spent a lot of time in Azkaban with former Death Eaters. And so it seems like he would have been exposed to the dark marks.
Right.
He was a former Order member and would have been fighting against these particular people. And it seems like a very obvious way to realize. I mean, it reminds me of like the pirate brand from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
It's like, you are marked. Like people have a way of knowing.
I think it's not visible when it's not like being pressed.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. So, or maybe like as he's being, as Voldemort is growing towards power. So I don't know.
Yeah. It seems like right now, it's like usually it's not just always present on your wrist because that'd be so obvious.
Right.
But like, it seems like right now it is becoming clearer as Voldemort becomes stronger somehow.
But I mean, that could be the case. Like maybe even Voldemort is actively like pressing the dark mark over and over again as a way to like further like inform his followers, like my return is imminent. Be prepared for my call.
Yeah, because certainly like they're all so ready the moment it happens.
Right, like everybody appear. Well, most people appear in the graveyard.
Yeah,
right on
quickly.
cue. Yeah. Let's see here. But so he says, "Do you see? It's never been this clear. Never since. Put it away," snarled Snape, his eyes sweeping over the classroom. And it's like, can you imagine how mad he would be in that moment if he happened to spot Harry? And then that was like my immediate thought. Like, oh man, it's a good thing he didn't see Harry. And then he sees Harry. So, so we can talk later, Cockcroft, spat Snape. "Potter, what are you doing?" Clearing up my armadillo bile, Professor.
Cleaning up my armadillo bile.
Yeah. Great opportunity for Southern Harry.
Yeah.
Well, I was just cleaning up my armadillo bile, Professor. No big deal.
What do you want me to do? You want me to leave it here? You want me to leave it here? I can leave it here.
I can leave it right here. What do you want armadillo bile for your next class? I mean, you tell me. Yeah, it feels like you're going to yell at me for leaving a mess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then Harry innocently straightens up, showing Snape the sodden rag that he was holding. I can only imagine how disgusting this rag is.
I know.
I don't like to think about it.
I don't like to think about it either. I'm like, hopefully you just threw that away, right?
Or burned it.
I know. So, but I love the whole conversation between like Snape literally says, "I'll talk to you after my lesson, Karkaroff." All he says to him is like, "Look at this," and then Snape says, "We can talk later, Karkaroff." Like it is later, per the agreed upon terms of after the lesson.
Right. This was not a very eventful conversation. And Karkaroff really just seems to be like satisfied to be like, "Look, you must also be having the same problem as me. Yes. Okay. Good to know. I'll be off now."
Yeah. And then he just leaves and it's like, what was the point of this?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Basically so that Harry could see something suspicious happen.
That's pretty much the whole point.
It's pretty much the same thing. Yeah. We're trying to drag Snape into the realm of potential people who put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire.
That's right. Yep. So basically from there, Harry is sort of like, "I'm not sticking around now. So I'm going to just go ahead and get on out of here and go tell Ron and Hermione what I just saw," which is what he does. Let's see here. Then we have a page break.
Yes, we do. And they left the castle at noon the next day. So I guess that means they had potions on Friday, in case you're keeping track of Harry's schedule. And all three of them had taken off their cloaks and thrown them over their shoulders for, them warm March days.
Yes. We all know them well.
Yep. And let's see, the food. They brought Sirius a big old bundle of food here. A dozen chicken legs, a load of bread, and a flask of pumpkin juice from the lunch table. And honestly, I feel like that could have gotten more, if I'm being honest.
Well, I mean, the dozen chicken legs is pretty generous.
That is pretty good.
I mean, I guess it's like, is that like a dozen, like a plate of chicken wings? Now, I guess now that I think about it, maybe it doesn't seem like that much.
Well, yeah, you're right. Is it like a turkey leg or like a chicken wing?
That's a good point. Yeah. Also, are they serving chicken legs for breakfast?
This is the lunch table.
Oh, the lunch table. I'm sorry. You are correct. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Okay, it's right there in the sentence. That was just me being unintelligent. Let's see here.
Then we have a disappointing sentence where it says, "They went into Gladrag's Wizardwear to buy a present for Dobby, where they had fun selecting the most lurid socks they could find, including a pair patterned with flashing gold and silver stars." To which I'm pretty sure it's supposed to say they went into Gladrag's Wizardwear to buy 365 presents for Dobby.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
as per Harry's own agreement with himself that he'd buy Dobby a pair of socks for every day of the year.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Let's see here. And then another pair that screamed loudly when they became too smelly.
Why would you want that?
It doesn't seem useful at all.
It doesn't.
Especially because chances are that if they've grown smelly, it's also probably like we don't want to draw even more attention to this particular fact. Like imagine, we just got back again from theme parks. I can only imagine that circa 3:00 in the afternoon on a 95-degree day in Florida,
right?
Your socks are screaming.
I know, what if you're not in a position to do anything about it?
I know, then it's just sort of like, I'm so sorry for the inconvenience.
Right. Everyone's like, what's that screaming? It's like, my feet smell bad.
My feet smell extremely horrid.
Extremely bad. I wore
Yes.
the socks to let you know it was me. I wanted people to be identifying the scent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it was me. You're welcome.
It was me.
Great line from Liar Liar there.
Yes.
But yeah, maybe this is just the cliff notes. I like to think that that we just, we didn't get the full rundown on all 365 pairs, just the two most thrilling.
Just the two. I like the idea that they have at least that many different pairs.
Me too.
Right?
Sock stores tend to be like that though. They have quite the selection.
That's true.
Anyway.
And Harry does have that big pile of gold, so,
That's right.
we have
Yes.
to assume Dobby has just so many socks now.
Right. Big sock money.
Big sock money.
Yep.
Yeah, so they make their way out to the stile at the end of town.
What is a style?
I don't know. I'm imagining I imagine it's in the style like what is on a fence, right? Fence styles. Does that sound right?
It could be. I mean, I tend to think of like a turnstile, like
Turnstile.
like the kind of thing that you would like walk through that sort of like counts the number of people who have like entered that day or something.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
But it does seem strange that they would have one down at the end unless Hogsmeade is extremely big on tracking their traffic.
Well, I doubt that. Let's see. A style in carpentry and furniture making. A stile is a vertical member, like a post that forms a part of the frame of a door or window, or in a more general sense, a style can mean arrangements of steps or rungs, often used in fences or walls, and allows people to pass over them. This type of style is commonly found in rural areas, particularly in the fields or on the sides of roads. Well, all right then.
Okay.
So just like a post in the ground, basically.
Like a post.
Yeah. The style.
Imagine a post.
Imagine a post.
That's it. They do see the very large shaggy black dog, which was carrying some newspapers in its mouth and looking very familiar.
Yay!
Yay! So exciting. We finally get to have like an actual conversation with Sirius, which compared to all the letters we've been getting all semester, we're about to get huge dumps of information.
Huge dumps of information. Yes. Indeed.
Lots to unpack.
Yeah. I can't think of where we're like. We're like an hour into this and we haven't even gotten to Padfoot returning yet. Which
I know.
Is here where we're at, and it's only going to get more lore heavy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're about to get thick up in here.
Yes, we are.
But yeah, so then we follow Sirius up the rock ledge there, which is a lot easier for him because he has 4 paws and is a dog. But Harry, Ron, and Hermione were soon out of breath, especially because they're carrying a flagon of pumpkin juice, a flask rather.
A flask. I was like, it said flask earlier.
Right. Yes. But it says for nearly half an hour they climbed up a steep, winding, and stony path, following Sirius's wagging tail. Which I like the wagging tail bit because that means that Sirius is sort of like
he's so happy.
He's like, this is the best. It's like we're all just hanging out, we're rock climbing together.
Right.
Oh, good times. Good times.
But half an hour, like, man, it is up there.
It is up there. Yes. So often it is the case. It seems like that they're like traveling, like they'll go into the forest and it'd be like, like a huge amount of time later, and you're like, man, that's a long distance.
Such a long walk.
Yeah,
I know.
exactly.
You think Hermione's keeping her breath, or
yeah, they get to the top, and it's like 12 minutes later, Hermione surfaced.
Showed up. I know.
Oh, that's a throwback to the past chapters where there's a scene where like Harry and Hermione run across the front lawn, and Harry waits for like 30 seconds for Hermione to catch up. And it's like, what?
Why?
We're throwing shade at Hermione's sprinting abilities here.
That's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yes, but they eventually find a narrow fissure in the rocks, squeeze into it, and find. So it says they squeezed themselves into it and found themselves in a cool, dimly lit cave, tethered at the end of his rope. After was Buckbeak / Witherwings, the hippogriff. To which I'm like, how on earth did Sirius get Witherwings into this cave if Harry, Ron, and Hermione have to like suck it in to get in there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
That's a very good question. Maybe there's like an escape route at the back.
Right, yeah.
Like a hippogriff chute.
Right.
Yeah.
It's one thing I bet hippogriffs love. It's being underground.
Oh, I'm sure. Yes. Creatures known for their flight.
Yes.
Maybe there's a bat-like characteristic to hippogriffs,
Maybe they can pass through things like the night bus.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's to say?
Okay, let's see here. Buckbeak, Witherwings, I'm so sorry.
I crossed out literally every time it says Buckbeak, I crossed it out.
Good
and
for
wrote
you.
Witherwings.
Wow, look at you. Speaking in code.
Exactly.
That's the way to do it. Yeah. We don't want anything bad to happen to Witherwings there.
Yeah.
But we do get a little flashback to sort of like the pleasantries required for interacting with the hippogriff, which is of course bowing, and then Hermione's able to rush forward and stroke the feathery neck. Harry, however, was looking at the black dog, which had just turned into his godfather.
Yay.
Very exciting. Sirius was wearing ragged gray robes, the same ones that he'd been wearing when he left Azkaban.
Are you kidding me?
It's like, man, those things must be wafer thin by now.
Dude, you're like already wanted for basically like the murder of 13 people. Just go ahead and steal some clothes.
I think you could.
I think you can make it happen.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, it's just sort of worth it. But like also Dumbledore's in correspondence with Sirius as well. Like, and it's like
send the man some clothes.
Right. He can summon like a couple of chintz armchairs, no problem whatsoever. But he can't just like, be like, oh yeah, here's a cloak.
Oh, I know. And it's like Dumbledore is in communication with you, and you like Dumbledore can't send you food either. You know, he's like, I don't know, get some rats or something.
Right, yeah, exactly. It's like, feed yourself.
Yeah, feed yourself, Sirius. What do you want me to do? I found you the cave. Ungrateful little brat.
Camp's Law. Elemental transfiguration. Just make more rats.
Right.
But so then we kind of get like a decent piece of continuity from the way that Sirius first interacted with Harry, Ron, and Hermione when he met them in the Shrieking Shack, where the first thing that he says is chicken. He said hoarsely.
Yeah. Oh, that's the continuity.
That's the continuity.
Is his voice.
It's that like when we first meet Sirius, we're walking that fine line for such like a big chunk of dialogue where it's sort of like it can't yet be revealed that he is not a danger to the trio at all.
Right.
So it's like he's very hoarse. He's very like, everything he says sort of has these like very careful double meanings that can make him still sound menacing while also like being completely, safe and if anything, loving towards Harry. But yeah, so he kicks off with that after having not seen them for all this time.
It's chicken ! Which means he gets out and he's just like, chicken!
Sirius is about to be the new spokesperson for KFC.
Yeah. He just, Sirius, he loves big chicken.
He just sits in the drive-thru just yelling, chicken!
He's on the chicken council.
That's right. Yeah. Thanks, said Sirius, opening it, grabbing a drumstick, sitting down on the cave floor and tearing off a large chunk with his teeth. I've been living off rats mostly, which, obviously is...
it feels personal.
It feels personal. It's like, do you remember how last year we discovered that my old best friend, Peter Pettigrew, was a rat? Well, I've been eating a lot of them
I've been
lately,
eating a lot of rats.
Just in case.
Just in case, Could I have tracked down other things like deer? Yeah, but like James was a deer, so I couldn't do that.
No way.
No way.
I don't eat deers.
I only eat rats and chickens. Chicken!
I don't know why it's so funny. I'm like imagining him in like a feathered suit for no reason. He grinned up at Harry, but in the grin at Harry, I feel like is even him being like, "Did you get that, Harry? Did you get that? I'm eating rats."
Yeah, I'm eating rats.
Yeah. Harry returned the grin only reluctantly. What are you doing here, Sirius? I'm sure it's exactly what Sirius wants to hear. Fulfilling my duty as godfather, said Sirius, gnawing on the chicken bone in a very dog-like way. Don't worry about it. I'm pretending to be a lovable stray.
Yes.
It's like
everyone loves stray dogs.
Yes. This is a universally shared opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wild dogs always wildly
always
accepted.
good.
Yeah. He was still grinning, but seeing the anxiety in Harry's face, said more seriously, "I want to be on the spot. Your last letter. Well, let's just say things are getting fishier."
Yeah. Duh.
Right. You don't say. Wait till I tell you everything that happened between Snape and Karkaroff. But of course, Harry continues to just like place his concern in Sirius's safety. What if they catch you? What have you seen? You three and Dumbledore are the only ones around here who know I'm an animagus, said Sirius, shrugging, continuing to devour the chicken leg, which I'm starting to think it's kind of like a big leg, because it's like it's saying the chicken leg, not a chicken leg.
Yeah. The same one.
Right.
Also, I feel like his point's pretty good here. It's just like, no one would have any reason to think that dog's a person.
Right. Also, do you remember it took 30 minutes to get up here? You guys took forever. I was quite nimble, if you may have noticed.
You may have noticed I'm a dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys were kind of struggle busting along, Hermione. Don't want to name names or anything, but
and then he goes to like dust off his shoulders a little bit, but like actual dust comes off.
Like, bring food. Don't worry about clothes. I'm good. I'm set. I've got clothes.
I'm totally set.
Totally set. Don't need those.
Right,
No.
Right. But if you happen to have a cool jacket I can wear, that's kind of my thing.
Kind of my thing. Right.
Yes.
Love that.
Anyway, so Ron nudged Hermione and passed them the Daily Prophets. There were two. The first bore the headline, Mystery Illness of Bartemius Crouch. The second, Ministry of Witch still missing, and Minister of Magic now personally involved.
Yes.
Harry scanned the story about Crouch. The phrases jumped out at him. Hasn't been seen in public since November. House appears to be deserted. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries declined comment. To which I was like, why?
Why? I literally wrote, why?
Same.
Like, why would they why would they not comment?
It's like, hey, is Barty Crouch staying with you? I was like, no.
Like
He's not a patient here. It's like,
right. I can understand if they were like, we can't give you any information about him because, that's like a breach of confidentiality or something.
Which that would totally make sense. Yes.
Right.
It's like, as a patient, it's like, there's nothing we can say. But it's like no comment at all. It's sort of like, you have no reason to like respect his privacy if he's not under your care.
I know. You can certainly say he's not here.
Right. Well, yes. Let me even rephrase that. You can still continue to respect his privacy and also just tell the truth that he's not a patient.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyway, they're making it sound like he's dying, said Harry slowly, but he can't be that ill if he managed to get up here.
And then it says Ministry refuses to confirm rumors of critical illness. Also, why?
Yeah. It's very confusing. It's like the Ministry is so concerned about their PR problems, which I suppose probably all governments are, and yet we still get an awful lot of information about PR related issues amongst officials in government.
Yes. Yes, for sure.
Like, that's mostly what the news is.
Yeah, pretty much. So Harry's like, they're making it sound like he's dying. And it's like, well, I guess they're failing to confirm anything.
Right.
And then he says, but he can't be that ill if he managed to get up here, which this is like, it's like they're playing that game of like, well, these two things just don't make sense. And yet both must be true. And it's like, but they both can't be true. And it's like, it's because they both aren't true.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So they're not, you are trying to connect two dots that don't connect.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Then Ron chimes in. He says that that Percy obviously is working as Crouch's personal assistant, and that he says that Crouch is suffering from overwork. And then Harry chimes in. Mind you, he did look ill the last time I saw him up close, said Harry. And this is kind of hailing back to, I believe it was after
his name came out of the Goblet.
Yes. And he kind of has that like up close look with him where his like eyes look very sunken. He's definitely like at that point in time was already under the Imperious.
Yes, which is that's what I wrote here. It's like he did look ill. He looks ill because he's under the Imperious curse.
Right.
Yes.
And do you imagine, because like in my head, I'm like, Barty Crouch Jr. is under the Imperious curse for like 12 years or whatever while he's living there. But it seems like part of what you would be able to do as part of the Imperious curse is dictate whether or not the person under your control is able to like care for themselves at all. And it almost seems like Barty Crouch Jr. is actively like unwilling to allow his father to tend to himself in any way.
Right.
Despite the fact that you probably could do that. Like when Barty Crouch Jr. is discovered, it's not like he is like ragged or unhealthy or anything like that.
Well, he has Winky too.
He does also have Winky caring for him. That's a good point. Let's see here. But so then Hermione chimes in and is saying, getting his comeuppance for sacking Winky, isn't he? Said Hermione with an edge to her voice. Let's see. I bet he wishes he hadn't done it now. I bet he feels the difference now that she's not there to look after him. And this is sort of like, it's like, again, we kind of have like a canonical reason as to why Barty Crouch Sr. could be looking worse, but it's through Hermione's
Barty Crouch Sr.
Barty Crouch Sr. I'm so sorry. It's through Hermione's otherwise very kind of skewed lens that's going to be like, see, this is like what a house elf can do for you.
Yeah.
It's also kind of hilarious that that Hermione is like hyper fixated on the fact that Winky is like let go by Barty Crouch Sr. when also what she wants is elf freedom and rights.
I know,
and
right?
It's like when Dobby was freed by Lucius, that was like a very good thing.
Right.
And in this case, it's like Winky doesn't have to work for that terrible person anymore. It's like you should regard that as like a good thing.
Right. Yeah. She's been freed and now she works at Hogwarts. So it's like, that's better. But now she's just mad at him for firing her, even though you don't want people to have house elves. So
a little bit confusing.
A little confusing there, a little bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
So then Ron chimes in to kind of give a little context to Sirius. Hermione's obsessed with house elves. And then Sirius looks very interested in this piece of information. He says, Crouch sacked his self. And they kind of go on to kind of get like the piece of, they give him like, the rundown on everything that happened at the Quidditch World Cup. And so then Sirius is like, let me get this straight. You first saw the elf in the top box. She was saving Crouch's seat, right? Right, said Harry, Ron, and Hermione together. But Crouch didn't turn up for the match. No, said Harry. I think he said he'd been too busy. And Sirius is kind of like pacing around the cave in silence. And this is where you can kind of start to see that like Sirius does have a lot of intelligence. Like he's really taking the information. He's really contemplating everything that happened. Like Sirius, he's never described as having been an Auror before, but it seems like he would have been a good one.
Seems like he would have been, yeah, for sure.
So Harry, did you check your pockets for your wand after you left the top box? And then we get an from Harry instead of his usual yeah. Probably a warmth situation because he's around his
exactly right a little extra gusto under there
exactly
but
so he says no, I didn't need to use it until we got in the forest, and then I put my hand in my pocket and all that was there was my omnioculars.
Yes, and he's saying whoever conjured the dark mark stole my wand in the top box. And Sirius says it's possible and accurate.
That's literally what I wrote. Yes, and correct.
And accurate.
Yes, amazing.
Bam. Yep. So there you go. Sirius is on the money here. They just can't figure it out. And then it's so funny because they're like, well, that's a possibility we haven't considered. Like, who was there? Let's run it down. And it's like, again, they're on the right track. They just can't figure it out because Barty Crouch Jr. is under the invisibility cloak.
Exactly. And even everything Sirius is about to tell him is not going to help them narrow in on Barty Crouch Jr. either, because the supposed fate of Barty Crouch Jr. is that he died in Azkaban. So it'd be very hard to come to the conclusion that that's probably who was up there with him, especially when the invisibility cloak is involved and otherwise the seat just seemed vacant. Let's see here. So then Sirius is asking who else was in the top box, and then we're kind of rattling off the list here. We've got the Bulgarian ministers, Cornelius Fudge, the Malfoys, and then Ron all of a sudden was like, Lucius Malfoy, it must have been him. But Sirius doesn't bite on that at all. He's just sort of like, anyone else? And Harry's like, no one. And then Hermione follows up with, yes, there was Ludo Bagman. And then Sirius kind of surprisingly doesn't know that much about Ludo Bagman. He says, I don't know anything about him other than that he was beater for the Windborn Wasp. What's he like? And then Harry chimes in, he's okay. He keeps offering me help with the Triwizard Tournament.
Does he now?
I wonder why he'd do that. Says he's taken a liking to me, said Harry. Said Sirius, looking thoughtful. And of course, this is a huge misdirect because what we will eventually come to learn about Ludo Bagman is that his interest in Harry has everything to do with Ludo Bagman's gambling problem and the fact that he has sunk a whole lot of money into this thing and he's underwater. And if Harry wins as a total long shot in the tournament, then he can possibly find his way out of that debt.
Yeah, out of debt there. So that's all he's doing here, but it's like the whole thing with Ludo Bagman. Yeah, it's just another like keeping suspicions up on him. It's like sure, Ludo Bagman was there, but when's he going to take Harry's wand? Like when he's commentating the match?
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, that would be very difficult for him to have done. But then the other thing that it makes it look even worse is that they do see him just before the dark mark appears. And they're kind of recalling this. And it's like, I think that he even seems like he was like a little bit like frazzled.
Yeah.
Yeah. The moment we told him about the riot, he went off to the campsite. How'd you know he went back where he disapparated to? Is what Hermione shoots at Ron. And then Ron's like, come off it. Are you saying that Ludo Bagman conjured the dark mark? It's more likely that he did it than Winky, said Hermione stubbornly. Told you, said Ron, looking meaningfully at Sirius. Told you she's obsessed with house. And then Sirius held up a hand to silence Ron. When the dark mark had been conjured and the elf had been discovered,
holding Harry's wand. Yeah. What did Crouch do? Yeah. And so this is what he does. He says, went to look in the bushes, but there wasn't anyone there. But this is inaccurate now because he does find Barty Crouch Jr. in the bushes and he puts the pieces together, what happened. And he then, I think he covers him up with the invisibility cloak, right? Or just lies.
I think he covers him up with the invisibility cloak. I think that's what happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is also, I think this is good though on Sirius. Like it's like Harry, Ron, and Hermione, I think have the immaturity of like getting into these like little spats. Like they're kind of in these like little contests to see who can like almost be like the smartest and remember the most important details and their hunch versus their hunch and all those types of things. And Sirius is just sort of like cutting right through the crap, if you will. Like he's just sort of like not now, like focus on what's important. And he's asking the right question here.
Right.
Like he's sort of like, what did they do next? Tell me more about that.
Right.
And of course it's very difficult to know what's happening over in the bushes, but he's trying to really get like a good sense for how this scene unfolded, which I think is exactly what a good detective would do.
Yes. And he's on it right away. It's like, of course, he'd want to pit it on anyone but his own elf. And it's like, that makes sense based on the information you have. But of course, that's what he thinks he's doing. He's really like, he thinks he's looking for basically anyone else to blame this on, but can't find anybody.
But instead it's the other way around.
Right.
And he's blaming it on Winky because he doesn't want to blame it on his son, who he's not supposed to have.
Right. Because it incriminates himself.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. At some point, he probably just needed to fall on this sword. But I guess that is what he's trying to do when he eventually is killed by Barty Crouch Jr.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
He's basically just like, I'm sorry I did bad things. I got to cut. Like, it's getting bad now.
Right.
Yeah.
Then we have kind of an ironic or possibly hypocritical exchange, if you will, because Hermione's going to chime in and she's like, he sacked her just because she hadn't stayed in the tent and let herself get trampled. And then Ron is sort of like, Hermione, will you give it a rest with the elf? And then Sirius shakes his head and says, she's got the measure of Crouch better than you have, Ron. If you want to know what a man's like, take a good look at how he treats his inferiors, not his equals, which I actually think this is a great sentiment just for people in general.
Yes.
Like, out in the real world, it's sort of like, not the person you're vying favor with, but the people who like look to you for support. How do you treat those people? I think this is a very important thing to kind of like, to keep in mind about how you actually read other people. But the thing that I find this to be a little bit hypocritical on behalf of Sirius is that we also know that Sirius treats Creature terribly. And I mean, Sirius has his reasons. Creature has his reasons. Like I mean, there is a lot going on there, and I don't think that everybody has the complete stories, and that causes rifts that then are otherwise just like the trauma's too deep, for both Sirius and Creature to find acceptable middle ground.
Right.
But I suppose what you could assume based on this is that Sirius doesn't hate Creature because he's a house elf.
Right.
And I think that should be the takeaway. It's like Sirius does not treat Creature well, and it's to his demise because Creature has no reason to then support him back either.
I mean, it is literally to his demise.
Yeah, literally. Yes. That's what I mean. Yeah. But yeah, it's basically like what it means is that Sirius doesn't like Creature because Creature walks the beat of his more dark-minded family.
Right. But conversely, this is also like if you just apply it to then Harry, if you wanted the measure of a man, look how he treats his inferiors rather than his equals. It's like Harry always treats everyone like people.
Everyone.
Like,
yes.
Like especially like Dobby is the big shining example, of course, where like him treating Dobby like that frees Dobby from the Malfoys. It lets him get the gillyweed.
Yep.
It lets him get rescued from Malfoy Manor.
Yep.
And then the fact that he buries Dobby is what wins Griphook's attention so that they're able to break into Gringotts and he's able to destroy the cup.
Yes.
So it's like all of those like little acts of kindness on Harry's part like pay huge dividends down the line.
Exactly. Yeah. And I mean that's almost more just like I don't even know if like good karma would be the best way to describe it, but it's like Harry's not doing it for those dividends. It just happens to be the case when you treat people well, it makes everything about the life around you better.
Right.
So anyway, I do love that. Let's see here.
Yep. And then Sirius is pointing out, more problems, all these absences of Barty Crouch. He goes to the trouble of making sure his house elf saves him a seat at the Quidditch World Cup, but doesn't bother to turn up and watch. That is because he never intended to show up. Winky's not saving Barty Crouch Sr. a seat. She's there babysitting Barty Crouch Jr.
Exactly. Who just is there, but under the invisibility cloak.
Right.
But then you've also got this situation where you learn from Sirius that Barty Crouch Sr. worked very hard to reinstate the Triwizard Tournament, which means that like sort of behind the scenes prior to all of the rest of this ruckus happening, this is something that Barty Crouch Sr. was otherwise, presumably very excited about. Like, he clearly saw this as being like a worthwhile endeavor.
Yeah.
And then points out that he stops coming to that too. So that would be like if you had this very enthusiastic, like international relations official who was like, let's bring back the Triwizard Tournament. Let's get Beauxbaton and Durmstrang and Hogwarts all in the same place. Let's have a good tournament. Let's give people something to be excited about. And then all of a sudden just he's uninterested. He's not showing up. He's sending replacements in his stead.
Yeah. The reason for that is the Imperious Curse this time, though.
Yes, exactly. It's not like Crouch. If he's ever taken a day off work because of illness before, I'll eat buckbeak.
Wither wings.
Wither wings. Good save. Wow. Man, I would be so bad at this.
It's okay. That's why I had to correct my book. You know?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, so then Harry is like, do you know Crouch then? I was like, oh, I know Crouch already. He said quietly, he was the one who gave the order for me to be sent to Azkaban without a trial.
Yes. What? Said Ron and Hermione together. You're kidding. No, I'm not. Crouch used to be head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Didn't you know? So this is the anachronism we were talking about before, where this is where they learn that he used to be the head of Department of Magical Law Enforcement.
Yes. So what you mean by that is that there was a line in the previous chapter that was talking about like, why are all these dark wizard catchers investigating Snape's office, believing that Barty Crouch and Moody are two different people and not just the same person. So they think it's the actual Alistair Mad-Eye Moody and Barty Crouch Sr., the ministry official, not Barty Crouch Jr. under disguise of Mad-Eye Moody.
Right.
But the thing is that right now, when Sirius explains it to him, this is the moment when the rest of them is learning that he used to be a dark wizard catcher.
Right. So yeah, they didn't know to call him a dark wizard catcher before.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yep. And then we also learned that he was tipped for the next minister for magic. He's powerfully magical and power hungry. You could only imagine the like eyebrow raise on Harry's face right there, because he then chimes in, "Oh, never a Voldemort supporter," he said. No, Barty Crouch was always very outspoken against the dark side, but there's a lot of people who are against the dark side. Well, you want to understand, you're too young. And Ron's like, everybody keeps telling us that. Can you just try us?
I know. And then I love this. Sirius is like, okay.
Yes. A grin flashed across Sirius's thin face, and I was like, classic Sirius.
Classic Sirius.
It's like this is like what Sirius wants. It's like he doesn't want to take the step to burden the children with more information than they should know. But if they want it, then he's like, okay, I'll tell you.
This is basically exactly what happens when Harry gets to the Order of the Phoenix. Like Molly's like, we can't tell them anything, and Sirius is like, I'll just tell you everything. It's cool.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I know this one. He's my godson.
Yeah.
And then we shift pages here to literally, I wrote at the top of this page, Holy Lore Drop Page Batman, because I could have just highlighted the whole page.
The whole page.
There is just nothing but huge amounts of information going on here.
Yeah, huge exposition page.
Yes.
So let's see. We'll start at the top. So Sirius is trying to describe what it used to be like when Voldemort was powerful last time. You don't know who's working for him or who's a spy or anything like that. You know he can control people to do terrible things. You're scared for yourself, your family, your friends. There's new deaths and disappearances, and Muggles are dying, and the Ministry is in disarray, and there's confusion, and it sounds really bad.
Right. Yes. Terror everywhere, panic, confusion. That's just how it used to be. And I mean that's the life that really, you know, the Marauders, you know, James, Lily, like everybody was like entering into. And so you know, we talk a lot about how small Harry's classes are, how there's 5 Gryffindor boys, 5 Gryffindor girls. So, you know, if you want to extrapolate, you've got approximately 40, you know, students per year, 280 across the whole school. It's like, you can see where this might be like artificially lower than usual, because even if it's not for the death, it's just the terror. Like people don't necessarily always want to bring children into a world that is so in flux.
Right. Yeah.
You know, because it's just like, you know, you don't want to like subject them to something that they don't need to be subjected to. So you can definitely imagine why there might be fewer children than usual.
Indeed. And then we get more information about Crouch, saying he rose quickly through the Ministry, started ordering harsh measures, basically gives the Aurors permission to kill and use the unforgivable curses. So he's basically just, you know, fighting fire with fire. And people... he says he can use the unforgivable curses against suspects. So even just people you think might be up to something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's a pretty big yikes right there. That's probably not okay.
Right.
But it seems like people are behind him. You know, it's like they think he's going about things the right way. This is the only way to do it. You know, we got to catch these people.
That's exactly right. Yep. So then when Voldemort disappeared, it looked like it was only a matter of time until Crouch got the top job, which totally makes sense based on everything else that was happening. And probably, you know, I mean, I suppose on some level, if there is so much fear, just having somebody who is kind of coming at it with such like an aggressive perspective, I can see where that gives you a position, if nothing else. But then something rather unfortunate happened. Sirius smiled grimly. Crouch's own son was caught with a group of Death Eaters who'd managed to talk their way out of Azkaban. Apparently, they were trying to find Voldemort and return him to power.
So this, I think, is the first mention of Barty Crouch Jr.
Yes, like his existence hard stop at all.
Right. Yes. So here we go. The culprit is on the page.
Yes, indeed. Yep.
Yes.
But this is, again, it's kind of like one of those interesting ones where it's like, it sounds like Sirius isn't exactly sure whether or not Barty Crouch Jr. was in fact like a full-blown supporter at this point in time. And it's kind of like, was Barty Crouch Jr. the perfect person for these Death Eaters to just sort of like keep with them? Because if he's caught with the other Death Eaters, their main adversary at the Ministry is Barty Crouch Sr., and that is going to make him look bad and lessen his position. So it's like, it almost makes you wonder whether or not like his original inclusion isn't just like propaganda, but then his actual like switching of sides or becoming a proper Death Eater in earnest, which we know he obviously ends up becoming, isn't more to do with like the wedge that his father has already kind of like driven in his family just by not being a very present father figure.
It's going to be hard to know exactly what's right. I kind of think I think the wedge has been drawn. I think he's a Death Eater by the time they catch him.
Okay.
I mean, when you hear him in the court, of course, he's going to be screaming, father, but it's like, is he acting or is he being genuine? And it's like, well, he's a really good actor because he's pulling this stunt off the whole year.
That's exactly correct. But that would be the other thing to my point, or at least to open the door to the possibility that like, if he is just genuinely a young innocent boy who was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he's pleading with him, and his father's basically like, "You are no son of mine." Then it's like, if you're at that point, it's like, "Oh, well, I got nothing to lose. May as well just join this crew now."
Yeah, but exactly.
Yeah. So good. Yeah, one way or another. Feedback. Let us know. Which way do you see it?
Yeah.
Nasty little shock for old Barty, I'd imagine. Should have spent more time at home with his family, shouldn't he? Ought to have left the office early once in a while. Got to know his own son.
Yep.
And, it's like, even that's kind of interesting too, because it's like, there's going to be the line where we find the kind of deranged Barty Crouch Sr. out in the woods, and he's going to be telling like a tree that like, yes, his son received 12 OWLs, like very proud, which means that like maybe like he was proud of him, but like was not showing him that he was proud of him.
Right.
I suppose it's possible. Then it says that Sirius began to wolf down large pieces of bread.
Wolf them.
I like the inclusion of the word wolf there.
Yeah. Agreed. And Harry asks, was his son a Death Eater? Which, yes. So it's like the way they've like it's been phrased is that he was caught with a group of people who I would have bet my life were Death Eaters, which is a weird way to phrase that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's what he says. The boy was definitely caught in the company of people I'd bet my life were Death Eaters. Like, this is a weird sentence because of what's going to happen in a few pages from now, where he's going to mention Bellatrix and stuff, and like those are just like known Death Eaters, and she's one of the people. So it's like
she's also his own cousin.
Yeah, and also like, they're related to each other. So
like, yeah, she would have been born Bellatrix Black, and she marries into the Lestrange family. So she's only a Lestrange by marriage.
Right. And notice in this particular passage how Barty Crouch Jr.'s name is not mentioned at all. It's always just Crouch's son.
Right.
So it's not going to tip you off that they have the same name, because once you have that information, then you could pretty quickly decipher that who was on the map.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's very key in this breakdown of things. And it's very clever that Sirius is painting Barty Crouch Sr. as such a villain in this scene, and Barty Crouch Jr. sounding like a serious possible victim of the situation.
Exactly. Yes. And it also makes Senior look very heartless.
Yes.
In the process, where you're sort of like, oh, I really like this guy. Who likes someone who didn't pay attention to their son?
Exactly.
It's like, it's not a quick way to win over anybody's love or affection as a character.
Yeah. I mean, like, in a lot of ways, you have like Barty Crouch Sr. is almost like the good guy version of Umbridge in some ways.
I think that's very well phrased. Yeah. Because it's like what we always say about Umbridge is that it's like she never really is like a proper Death Eater herself. She just takes her vigilance like way too far. Like she's like, applied to the right circumstances, you'd like to think that Umbridge would just be like effective.
Right. Well, she is effective at doing things. That's what makes her such a terrible villain.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But so it sounds like Barty Crouch Sr. maybe had like a scooch more overall like charisma. I don't know if maybe that's the right way to describe it, or maybe he's just like his timing is just simply better.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to take down Voldemort. Like, Umbridge never seems like she's trying to take down Voldemort. Like, she's, she doesn't like Harry. She, like, it's like a very, like, I am working for this side, but no one could ever align me with Voldemort kind of approach she has going. It's like just what's best for her own power trip.
And that's exactly it. Yeah, I guess she's really just trying to seize power, of her own accord. And she's probably twisting every situation to be like, no, I'm just following the letter of the law. And it's like, are you though?
Yeah.
Are you? It sounds like
I'm just carrying out the Ministry of Orders. I'm not for Voldemort. The Ministry is, of course, against Voldemort and whatever. This is just what the Ministry is doing.
Right. Yeah. So I suppose to Crouch Senior's credit, like it sounds like maybe he hates dark magic and the dangers that this presents to the overall wizarding world. And at least
he hates it, but he authorizes the Aurors to use it.
It's also a good point.
Yeah.
Also a good point. Yeah. Let's see here. So then Hermione basically asks, the obvious question that you would kind of wonder, did Crouch try and get off his own son? And Sirius let out a laugh that was much more like a bark, since he's a dog. And he's like, Crouch let his son off? I thought you had the measure of him, Hermione. Anything that threatened to tarnish his reputation had to go. He had dedicated his whole life to becoming Minister of Magic. You saw him dismiss a devoted house elf because she associated him with the Dark Mark again. Doesn't that tell you what he's like? Crouch's fatherly affection stretched just far enough to give his son a trial. And by all accounts, it wasn't much more than an excuse for Crouch to show how much he hated the boy. Then he sent him straight to Azkaban.
Yep.
So I do think that he's exactly right here. It's like, he held a trial for his son basically to be like, I am not affiliated with him. Like, it's like,
let the record show.
Let the record show that like my hard line does not cease at my own blood.
Right.
And kin. Yep.
Gave his own son to the Dementors. Ugh. So pretty terrible, and yet also actually the right call because he is quite bad.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. So he was screaming for his mother by nightfall because Sirius can hear this while he's in Azkaban. That's another one of those questions though, where it's like, is this all still part of the act? Like, is he still just trying to come across as innocent?
Yeah. It's so hard to know. Well, it says he gave his own son to the Dementors, and it's like asked Harry quietly, and it's like, but like if he's a Death Eater, what's he supposed to do? Like, it's a really tough situation. But like, if he is a Death Eater, then like, isn't that what you'd want him to do?
What? How do you mean?
Like if Barty Crouch Sr., it says like, Harry's like, he gave his own son to the Dementors? Like, what an unbelievable thing to do. But it's like, if his son is truly a Death Eater.
Oh, sure.
Right. Yes. Then isn't that the correct outcome?
That's why I think that there's something interesting to the idea of him still having like a measure of innocence, or at least standing with one foot on both sides up until what would be this moment.
Yeah.
And then it's really like, it's that father-son relationship that is ultimately making like, Barty, I mean, because that's what you get here, like in this saga. I mean, it's the same way that like the Dursleys are neglecting Dudley by the way that they've so mistreated him. He
does tell Harry though, like I told you, Potter, if it's anything I hate, it's a Death Eater that went free. And he's like, he hates all the people in Azkaban who like never went and searched for my master or whatever. Right. Which makes it sound like when he got caught, he was indeed searching for his master.
I guess that's a fair point.
Right.
It's a fair point. Yep. That's true. Okay, so let's see here though. It says, he can't be more than 19. They took him into a cell near mine. He was screaming for his mother by nightfall. He went quiet after a few days though. They all went quiet in the end.
Yep.
Except when they shrieked in their sleep. It just sounds terrible in Azkaban.
It sounds quite terrible. I mean, it's like forced magical depression.
It really is. It painfully always reminds me. There's a scene in the movie Shawshank Redemption where like all of the new prisoners are brought in, and basically like all of the existing prisoners are heckling them in the night, and one of them basically ends up like crying for his mom.
Yeah, and they've all bet on who it's going to be.
Yeah, and it's just I remember watching it even as a kid, and I mean it absolutely. I mean it's like burned into my retinas. It is just a devastating scene. So whenever I imagine this, that's what I'm kind of picturing.
You know what else is very on the money about Shawshank in this thing is that like at one point the main character Andy Dufresne gets sent to solitary confinement.
Yes,
and it like. They say it like never really affects him, and the reason is because he has like music in his head.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, music as ever, a magic more powerful than anything we teach here.
It's so true.
It's like, I'm sure Dumbledore would tell you that music is another, I bet music is another solution to Dementors.
Oh, wow.
Right?
It's a great thought.
Can you just sing at them?
You could just sing at them. Yeah.
I don't think they would like music.
Okay, so now I'm on a different trip. So I'm thinking of the movie Euro Trip. But like
that's a very different movie.
It's a very different movie, but I'm just imagining like a Dementor coming around the corner and Harry, Ron, and Hermione being like, "My baby takes the morning train." Anyway, so if you get that joke, you get that joke. And if you don't, which most people don't, you're like, "Please, Ben, never sing again."
The Manchester United football team, huh? Only the greatest team in all the land. Woohoo!
Anyway, so we're in Azkaban. So he's still in Azkaban, Harry said. No, said Sirius Dudley. No, he's not in there anymore. He died about a year after they brought him in.
You really have to do some. This is where it becomes very unfair to the reader.
It
like,
does.
What are you supposed to guess here? Like, you get the information that Barty Crouch and his wife visited him in Azkaban, and like, maybe you could piece it together, but it's quite I don't know if you really can.
I know. Yeah. I mean, it's like that basically throws you off the scent entirely. And again, we still haven't been given his name,
exactly.
which that would have been so useful.
Yeah.
But also it would have been like a spoiler. Like I think people would have connected dots very fast.
Yes.
But this apparently makes sense in Sirius. He's like, they lose the will to live, which I mean, is not hard to imagine based on everything we know about the Mentors.
Yep.
I mean, Harry can barely stay conscious around them. So a lot of times I do wonder, like, what are these people doing there? It must be just terrible. The boy looked pretty sickly when he arrived. Crouch being an important ministry member, he and his wife were allowed a deathbed visit. And, again, like, that's the kind of thing where it's sort of like, even the fact that Crouch is sort of like a higher up there, it's surprising that he would have sent his own son and then also would have attended this particular occasion.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, it's sort of like, yeah, that makes sense. I saw Barty Crouch half carrying his wife past my cell. She died herself, apparently, shortly afterwards. Grief wasted away just like the boy. Crouch never came for his son's body. The Dementors buried him outside the fortress. I watched them do it.
This answers maybe a question that makes it sound like if you are killed under Polyjuice Potion, you won't transform back.
I think that must be the case.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it seems like if it would have taken them more than 1 hour to dig the grave, then it'd be like, wait a second, who's this person?
Right. Exactly.
Like that's not it.
Yeah. Also, it's like I watched them do it. The Dementors out there with shovels.
Literally, I said a Dementor with a shovel is oddly hilarious to imagine.
Yeah. Right.
This
is a backbreaking workout here.
I know. Yeah. This almost. I don't know what it would be, but I almost feel like we need like a Dementor pin that just got like a big shovel. It's just sort of
right.
like, or like a Dementor with like an excavator. A Dementor driving an excavator
absolutely
would be amazing.
Right. Watch them do it.
Watch them do it.
Doesn't seem like they could do magic and, like lift the dirt magically or something.
No, it certainly doesn't. And it also, I'm like, what kind of like muscle, do you have? Digging holes is hard.
Digging holes is hard, man.
Yeah. It's like, you think they're like taking turns. Do you think they sweat?
Yeah, probably not.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, things are going bad for old Barty Crouch Jr. Son dead, wife dead, family name dishonored, and so I've heard. Since I'd escaped, a big drop in popularity. Once the boy had died, people started feeling a bit more sympathetic towards the son and started asking how a nice young lad from a good family had gone so badly astray. And it's like, oh, a nice young lad. You are being painted such the wrong picture about Barty Crouch Jr.
You really are.
Yeah. 12 OWLs, what a good lad he was. It's like introducing him as the victim of Barty Crouch Sr. is like so smart.
Yes, it really is. Yeah, it's just going to get better. Like once Harry goes into the pensive and you see more of that, it's just going to be like, oh, poor kid.
Yep.
But yeah, so anyway, this ends up being the reason that Cornelius Fudge gets the top job.
This is the reason.
Yeah. Which also kind of makes sense because I would imagine that lots of other highly capable wizards who would have been in the orbit of Senior probably would have been like, he's it. Like that's the obvious shoe-in. So then the fact that you've kind of got this like jovial, pompous Fudge who's just sort of like in the fray, it's sort of like, well, if it's not Senior, then who is it? And it's sort of like I guess it's Fudge.
Fudge. Like,
all right.
Yep.
All right.
But it also means that in some tiny way, Voldemort then ends up being a little bit responsible for Fudge being the one who becomes minister.
Also true.
And then the ministry ends up being so poorly run that Voldemort's able to take over again.
Right.
So it's like it is very full circle. His influence is like deep,
Right.
Yeah. Like you want to think of it as all these other people, but at the end of the day, this is all still Voldemort at the bottom of it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, then we learned that Crouch was shunted sideways into the Department of International Magical Cooperation.
Shunted sideways? What are you talking about? That sounds more important in some ways. What does Fudge even do?
It's hard to say. He's just a figurehead. Yeah. But yeah, it does seem like that is, if that is where he was shunted, if he was on this like grand upward trajectory, and this was like 12 years ago now, it means that he's been working the same job for over a decade. So he is proper stuck.
He is proper stuck.
I mean,
he was basically heading for president, and it sounds like got shunted into the treasurer of the
Secretary of State.
Secretary of State.
Yeah. Which it's
it was a pretty big job.
How embarrassing.
What a failure,
Right. Well, let's see here. So there was a long silence. Harry was thinking of a way Crouch's eyes had bulged when he looked down at the disobedient house elf back in the wood of the Quidditch World Cup. This then must be why Crouch had overreacted to Winky being found beneath the dark mark. It had brought back memories of his son and the old scandal and his fall from grace at the ministry.
Yeah, but that's like, this is Harry coming to a false conclusion because the real reason is just because that Winky almost let Barty Crouch Jr. escape.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, although it's like it's such a problem because if he hadn't hired Winky, it would have been so much harder for Barty Crouch Jr. to have ever been sprung free by Voldemort and Wormtail.
Right.
I guess if Winky's there, is she able to defend against Wormtail? Probably, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, I could see that. Okay, so then we got Moody says that Crouch is obsessed with catching dark wizards, Harry told Sirius. Yeah, I've heard it's become a bit of a mania with him. If you ask me, he still thinks he can bring back the old popularity by catching one more Death Eater.
Moody says Crouch is obsessed with catching dark wizards. Did he say that? Because I guess that would make the anachronism less true than if they've told him that. I guess that would be true because he'd be talking about his dad.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, maybe we missed that.
Okay.
Well, whatever.
Either way. But even still, it seems like when Sirius tells Harry, Ron, and Hermione, they seem surprised.
That's true. You're right.
So I don't know. Maybe
didn't you know?
Yeah,
right. You're right. They still seem surprised. Okay, well, whatever. It's a confusing series of facts, which don't make a huge difference either way.
No, that doesn't. Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see here. So, and then he sneaked up here to search Snape's office. Ron triumphantly looked at Hermione. Yes, that doesn't make sense at all, said Sirius. Yes, it does, said Ron excitedly, but Sirius shook his head. Listen, if Crouch wants to investigate Snape, why hasn't he been coming to judge the tournament? Which is just kind of like an obvious question. It's like, why come in like the dark of night versus just being there to be involved with the thing that you're specifically there to do?
Yeah, to be involved
the event you brought back.
Right.
Yes. That's the other thing, too, that Sirius points out. It would be an ideal excuse for him to make regular visits to Hogwarts and keep an eye on him.
Right. And then Harry's like trying to latch onto this foothold. Like, do you think Snape's up to something? I would love that.
Right. Look, I don't care what you say. Dumbledore trusts Snape. Oh, give it a rest, Hermione, said Ron impatiently.
Yeah, this line is great.
I know Dumbledore's brilliant and everything, but that doesn't mean that a really clever dark wizard couldn't fool him.
Yep.
And I have in all caps just true.
Yes.
Because it is actively happening.
Exactly what is happening the whole book.
Yes. He's like literally one of Dumbledore's own closest allies is being impersonated
by a dark wizard
under his own roof.
Yes.
It's like, Dumbledore, come on. How are we missing this?
Yes. So this is another great example of Ron being a seer, being very accurate with all of his predictions.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. Yep.
But then, so Sirius speaks up and gives his own misgivings about Snape. He's like, ever since I found Snape was teaching Harry, I've wondered why Dumbledore hired him. Snape's always been fascinated by the dark arts. He was famous for it at school. Slimy, oily, greasy-haired kid he was. And Harry and Ron grinned at each other. It's
a little imagine a little low five. Like, yeah, yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know
Snape knew more curses when he arrived at school than half the kids in 7th year. That's a line we come back to a lot because I think it really does speak to the fact that I think the big thing here is that Snape has kind of an incredible arc, and it is at the absolute heart of the story because it's it is Snape's betrayal of Voldemort that is so hard to comprehend until all the pieces ultimately click back together.
Yeah.
And Snape does have a genuine and deep love for Lily, but he also does have a passion for the dark arts. Like,
right.
Despite the fact that Lily actively rejects this aspect of him. And it's one of the huge reasons that Lily ultimately is sort of like, listen, you have to go your way and I have to go mine. And that's really it. And it's like, this is a key point of division, but it means that like the only thing that turns Snape, like Snape would have been a powerful and dedicated Death Eater. The only thing that turns him is that Lily is the target.
Right.
Which I think also is supposed to illustrate the point that love is so vitally important. But, Snape's coming to school. He's there for a very specific purpose.
Absolutely.
And,
yeah. But even this line too is revealing about Sirius. Is that when he says, "Ever since I found out Snape was teaching here, I've wondered why Dumbledore hired him." So like he has no idea what Dumbledore like reasons could be, which again just means that like Lupin and Sirius were just so thick about Snape and Lily's relationship.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. It's just not something that they really would have given like a whole lot of credence to. And I mean, all I could think there is that possibly like Lily was just so good and universally beloved that like maybe like they were imagining like Snape and Lily's friendship more as like
pity,
like pity or something. Which to be fair, I also don't think that's really who Lily is. I don't think she's the type of person who would be friends with somebody out of pity.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, I think they definitely were just actual friends.
Exactly. So I think it's just sort of like the fact that Sirius and Remus just can't see it that way. I mean, even go back to Prisoner, we've brought it up many times before, but Lupin makes the comment like, jealous of James on the Quidditch pitch, I think. And it's like, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, sure. But then this is where Sirius like almost contradicts himself a little. He says, Snape was part of a group of people who nearly all turned out to be Death Eaters, and then he starts counting them off, and he mentions Rosier and Wilkes. Rosier is actually a character in the Fantastic Beast movies, right? Vinda Rosier.
Yes.
By Poppy Poppington or whatever.
Yes. Someone who me and you were like, wow, she is just beautiful.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, but so that's an interesting one too, because I guess she seems French, and so do the Lestranges. So at some point in time, there must be what?
That's just funny. It's like it says Snape was in this group, right?
Yeah,
and it says Rosier and Wilkes and the Lestranges. So like the Lestranges and Rosier, that makes sense that they're all hanging out because they're all the French kids.
Yes,
basically.
It definitely does. But there must be some reason they would have had like an exodus from like Beauxbaton.
So I guess so. Like probably they left France because they were involved with Grindelwald.
I mean, that's a very good point. Yeah. It's like maybe those.
No,
families.
but Lita was already going to Hogwarts, right?
Yes. You're right.
Right.
Lita was going to Hogwarts.
So they leave France at some point.
Right.
Well, Corvus Lestrange.
But it's a different branch of the Lestrange family.
You're right.
Though.
It's his brother.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. They don't come from the same parents.
You're right. Well, no. Yeah. Bellatrix. Yeah, you're right.
Rodolphus
Lestrange came from Corvus Lestrange from the Fantastic Beasts movies. Brothers, half of the family tree.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes. So it's just possible that Corvus Lestrange was living in
London. That Corvus Lestrange was living in France and his brother was living in London.
Got it.
Yes, that's it. Boom. Got there. Nailed it.
Yes.
Haha. Take that. In any case, Rosier also French and reunited with the Lestranges. So there you go. Go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah. So the fact that it says the Lestranges, a married couple, it's like it's your cousin.
It's your cousin. And a page ago, you said the boy was definitely caught in the company of people I'd bet my life were Death Eaters, but those people were the Lestranges, who you are now confirming are Death Eaters.
Right.
Yeah. So that's confusing.
Yes, it is very confusing. Then we get a reference to Avery. From what I've heard, he wormed his way out of trouble by saying he'd been acting under the Imperius curse. He's still at large. But as far as I know, Snape was never even accused of being a Death Eater.
That's not true. Karkaroff did accuse him, and Snape was a Death Eater.
Yes. Would that trial have happened after Sirius was imprisoned, though?
Yes. So he just doesn't know.
Right. Yes. And Snape's certainly clever and cunning enough to keep himself out of trouble. So
that's true.
A little bit of respect, though, from Sirius to sort of at least be like game respects game in that particular capacity.
Yeah. And then all the pieces really on the table because Harry then tells him that Karkaroff looked really worried. He showed Snape something on his arm, and I couldn't see what it was. And Sirius is like, he showed Snape something on his arm? Well, no, it's like I literally wrote under this, Sirius must know what this is. But he says, well, I have no idea what that's about. And I'm like, really?
That
you don't know?
So unlikely.
It seems so unlikely.
Yeah.
Like the Order never figured this out.
This is going to be something we're going to have to like pay strict attention to going forward, because it's like, is this going to be a detail like, you know, where later on Moody will say something while they're at headquarters being like, we saw the dark mark myself. Or, I mean, I don't think that happens, but I'm just trying to think of some occasion where there's like an offhand comment that references that.
Later in this book, Snape is going to show Fudge the dark mark on his wrist and say like, this burned an hour ago, the same as every Death Eater. And Fudge is just going to be like, whatever.
Okay.
Tattoos
can do that. You should probably put some lotion on it.
Right. Maybe. Well, I guess Fudge maybe doesn't know what it is. It's like Snape's telling him like all Death Eaters have this when it burns, we're supposed to go to him.
Right.
And he's just sort of like, well, I'm ignoring that.
Right.
So,
yes.
Yeah. So maybe people just don't know about the marks, which I guess Dumbledore would. Maybe they only know about it after Snape switches sides, at which point Sirius, I don't know. Seems like word's not out.
Yeah.
About the marks.
Okay. So
because it would be such an easy way to check if people were.
It seems very easy.
Yeah,
absolutely. Okay, so let's move forward then. There's still the fact that Dumbledore trusts Snape, and I know Dumbledore trusts where a lot of people wouldn't, but I just can't see him letting Snape teach at Hogwarts if he ever worked for Voldemort.
But that is inaccurate.
It is inaccurate, but I do think that like it's because Sirius doesn't know the most vital piece of information.
Right.
So it's like Sirius is missing the most vital linkage, which is the relationship with
exactly.
With
well, I mean, aren't we all? Isn't that just the biggest secret that's being kept from us the whole time?
Right.
And then let's see. Why are Moody and Crouch so keen to get in Snape's office? And Sirius is like, well, I wouldn't put it past Moody to have searched every office when he got to Hogwarts. He takes his defense against the dark arts seriously. Just more examples of Sirius like vouching on behalf of Moody. And after you've spent an entire book like being wrong about Sirius, now you're taking him very seriously about who he is actually wrong about.
Right.
Yeah.
And it seems like Moody's persona just continues to fit with all the like unusual behaviors. Like it really is the ultimate cover.
It is.
Because all of the weird things that he does, it's sort of like, yeah, well, that's just Moody. Like,
that just makes sense.
Constant vigilance.
Exactly. Exactly. Even earlier in this chapter, I think we skipped over it. Harry's like, he was thinking maybe he should start taking a leaf out of Moody's book and only drink from his own hip flask or whatever. And it's like, right. Yeah. Well, maybe Moody does have a good point. It's
exactly.
Like, nope. That's his grand trick. That's how he's doing it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we get more validation from Sirius about Moody. Always brought people in alive where possible. He was tough, but he never descended to the level of the Death Eaters. Crouch, though, he's a different matter. Is he really ill? If he is, why does he make an effort to drag himself up to Snape's office? And if he's not, what's he up to? What was he doing at the World Cup that was so important that he didn't turn up at the top box? What's he been doing while he should have been judging the tournament? And yeah, so these are all just really good and confusing questions.
They're very good and confusing questions. Some of them are important. Some of them are not. It's all meant to confuse you, which it does.
Right. But it's also doing a good job because I think Sirius is sort of doing like Sirius and the story are doing a good job of like keeping what has otherwise been quite a lengthy book and with a lot of moving parts. I think this is a good way to sort of just like, let's just like recap in case you've forgotten. You know, it's
right.
like we do this all the time with TV shows where it's sort of like, you know, a lot of times it's not just like in the previous episode, here's what happens. It's like in today's episode, here's information from the episodes, you know, 1, 8, and 12 that all have information that we're going to need to make all the context make sense. So it's like, let's just keep refreshing you so that you're not forgetting all the important deeds. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. Let's see. I can try. Then he tells him to try and get to write to Percy, see if he can get any information about him. Ask him how he's doing. He says, "Oh, I can try." He says doubtfully. Percy loves Crouch and you though. Don't forget last chapter. Percy was very concerned about Ron getting out of the lake.
That's right. Yes, he's like pale as a ghost, when Ron shows up.
Yep.
And you might try and find out whether they've got any leads on Bertha Jorkins while you're at it. And it's like, again, this is like one of those moments where it's like literally Harry is in the cave. He has heard Voldemort and Peter discuss Bertha Jorkins' death.
I know.
We're at least by the pages we have, we are now 532 pages in, and that happened on page like 6.
Yeah, page
You know?
6. And this is where it's like, and Harry just cannot remember the name they said. And he's like, he's not even sure if the dream was real. And it's like, if you could just remember that the person they were talking about was Bertha, you would know exactly what happened to her.
Right.
And like, because so much more information has come out. But in any case,
right.
Here we go. This is good information from Sirius. Blustering on about, he says, well, maybe she's changed since I knew her, but the Bertha I knew wasn't forgetful at all. Quite the reverse. She was a bit dim, but she had an excellent memory for gossip. I love that like distinction. It's like, you know, look, when is it said like she was an idiot?
Yeah, I think it was. I want to say it was earlier when they were like talking through the fire.
Okay.
Yeah, the like little exchange there, because it's always one of my favorites. I just think it's hilarious.
Yes.
But this is like one of those things where you're exactly right. It's kind of like this is somebody who like wasn't particularly invested in like education or academics or anything like that, but more just like the social hierarchy,
right?
You know, like reads the gossip column, so
right.
to speak, like possibly even like a Rita Skeeter type of persona, where it's
right.
it's sort of like big on eavesdropping, big on, you know, having the latest juicy detail.
It's just that classic. It's like they're not dumb; they just don't care about school.
Yes, exactly. Yep. So.
Yeah. So it says I can see her being a bit of a liability at the Ministry of Magic. Yep. Yeah. Dude. You have no idea.
Right. Yeah. Maybe that's why Bagman didn't bother to look for her for so long. There's really no excuse for this, though. It's like if a member of your team, you know, especially like a government official, has gone missing, it's like that's high alert immediately.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. You know, it's probably like a matter. It's pretty inexcusable. I'm trying to imagine, like, you know, if just a coworker stopped showing up to work, like what responsibility would you feel to investigate their missingness?
Well, I mean, so I think it depends. Like a coworker is one thing, but if it's like somebody, if you're head of their department and they stop showing up, like it'd be like, what happened?
What's going on?
Right. But I mean, I guess there's a question, like, you know, I mean, and again, this is like a government agency, which I think takes it to like an even higher level. I'm trying to imagine, like, if you were working at like an office building and somebody just stopped showing up all of a sudden, it's sort of like,
yeah.
Do they just run off? Like,
I know. Well, because she stopped showing up after she takes an actual vacation.
Right.
So like for the first little while, you just don't, you know, she's just not there on purpose.
Right.
In an expected way. And then it's like maybe a few days after, we're like, shouldn't she have been back yet?
Right. Yeah. Maybe she really liked it in Albania. Just
exactly.
Just stay and open a surf shop right there on the corner.
Right. Yeah. You know, like people do in Albania. Albania surfing, really big deal.
Maybe. Yeah. Who knows? Yeah. Does it even have coastline?
I don't know.
I don't know a lot about the geography of Albania.
I don't know. Or if the Albania in question is the country of Albania or the country of Scotland.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah. It's a good question too. Yep. Let's see here. But then at this point in time, Harry is like realizing that it is 3:30, although his watch isn't working anymore because it hasn't been working since he spent over an hour in the lake.
Can't get new batteries.
Right. Yeah. Hard to find over at Hogsmeade. They don't sell batteries. You better get back to school, Sirius said, getting to his feet. Now listen, he looked particularly hard at Harry. I just don't want you sneaking out of school to see me here, all right? Just send notes to me here. I still want to hear about anything odd, but you're not to go leaving Hogwarts without permission. It would be an ideal opportunity for someone to attack you.
Yep. Although it's such interesting advice from Sirius, like after he's been grinning at everyone for breaking the rules and eating rats, I feel like he just like ends that with like a wink or something, you know? No, you're not to be going out of bounds, wink.
Like, definitely go out of bounds.
Yeah, definitely do it, you know.
Right.
Yep.
Then Harry's like, no one's tried to attack me so far except a dragon and a couple of Grindylows, Harry said. But Sirius scowled at him. I don't care. I'll breathe freely again when this tournament's over.
False.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's true.
You will not be breathing freely again for the rest of your life. Yeah.
Which is just a year.
Which is just... Oh, no.
If you're talking about me amongst yourselves, call me Snuffles, okay? We love a good code name around here.
We love a good code name around here. Snuffles.
Right. We are always very committed to the bit. And that's like one of those where, again, I feel like there's not enough credit given to the reader that like we can follow the code name.
Yeah.
It's always like, Snuffles, and it's sort of like, in case you forgot, Sirius Snuffles.
Yeah. I guess that maybe they haven't rechristened Buckwings to Witherwings just yet.
I don't think, maybe it's not happening.
Maybe it hasn't yet, but it's, you know, it's not that it'll matter. They will never once say it without also including the forgetfulness.
Exactly.
Part.
Yep. Let's see here. I'll walk to the edge of the village, see if I can scrounge up another paper. He transformed into the great black dog before they left the cave, and then they walked down the mountainside with him, across the boulder-strewn ground and back to the stile.
Back to the stile, that post.
Yeah, don't forget about that post.
You know the one. You know the place.
Yeah. It's like if you've seen it, you know it.
You know. Yeah.
Here he allowed each of them to pat him on his head. This is something that, like, I'm a big dog lover, and I like to pat all dogs on their good boy heads, but something feels awkward about this to me when you know it's a person.
Yeah.
It's like, good boy.
I know.
It's like, is that condescending? Or like, I don't really know.
Put it on a show here. Does he actually enjoy it?
Right. Yeah. Let's see here. And then Ron and Harry and Hermione start having a conversation. It says, what if Percy knows that stuff about Crouch? But maybe he doesn't care. It'd probably just make him admire Crouch even more. Yeah, Percy loves rules. He'd just say that Crouch was refusing to break them for his own son. Percy would never throw any of his family to the Mentor, said Hermione severely. I don't know.
That's a little bit of foreshadowing.
Percy's really ambitious, you know. I mean, honestly, we've made this video before. There is a huge argument for Percy to have been in Slytherin.
Yeah. I mean, and in case you're wondering, just as a refresher, for the very next year, like, there's the whole scene with Molly, you know, saying that Harry's as good as one of her sons and all of that, and seeing the dead Harry Bogart in the Order of the Phoenix. So, like, in some sense of the word, Harry is like considered family to the Weasleys.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And then, like, you know, Ron's and Dumbledore's army, and then once Marietta Edgecombe, the snitch,
the sneak,
yeah, blabs, Percy is indeed there, ready to send Harry and you know, whatever, to effectively Azkaban, or at least expel him from school.
Yes. Yeah. Take him into custody, maybe.
Take him into custody in some capacity. So, like, I mean, Harry's not like his blood relative, but, like, Ron's going to be in trouble for this too. Yeah. And he's definitely trying to take Dumbledore to Azkaban. So, Percy would never send any of his family to the Mentors. Not true.
Not true.
Yeah, at least, I mean, it is possible he's imperious, but
right. Yeah, and I think that's one of the big arguments to be made as well. Kind of like a fun little thing though is that we do have a video that talks about Percy being a great fit for Slytherin, and a big piece of it is this ambition line here, because that is the notable trait of Slytherins. And is it not the case that your wife Beth once upon a time gave you a cameo from the actor who plays Percy?
Yes, Chris Rankin, I think.
Yes, yeah. And it doesn't he sort of like give like a wink has if like he has actually like seen the video, and he's like, oh, I know what you mean, wink.
Yes.
And it's sort of like, wait a second.
Interesting. Yes.
Has he watched our video? That's so cool.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
So we don't know for sure, but
we don't know for sure.
That's just the theory. Poor old Snuffles, said Ron, breathing deeply. He must really like you, Harry. Imagine having to live off rats.
Yes, his tiny revenge on Wormtail.
That's it. There you go. And that brings us to the end of chapter 27. JD, do you have a review for us?
I sure do, Benjamin. Let me pull it up here on my phone. All right, today's review comes from Katie and Littles.
Hey, Katie and Littles.
Their review is Resorted. Hey, brother, loving the podcast. It's been such a bonding opportunity to listen with my son. We've got a question. Do you think the Sorting Hat would resort someone if they asked? With so many people throughout the book sharing attributes of multiple houses, do you think anyone ever feels like they should be in a different house?
Man, I think that's a tremendous question. We literally just talked about it with Percy. And maybe even like as time had gone on with him, you know, he developed more of that ambition. And then you of course have the very famous line from Dumbledore when he's talking to Snape saying like, you know, we might sort too early.
Yes, I think he says that. However, so I think people possess multiple traits. You know, it's so easy when you're reading the books to be like, oh, Ravenclaws are all like smart. And that means that like because you are one thing means that you're also not the other things.
Right.
Or whatever, which is, you know, just Hermione herself is a shining example of someone who is very brave, but also very smart and could have gone into either house or whatever.
Right. And I mean, with Hermione, I always go back to that big line, you know, because it is a lot in what you value. You know, so even Neville, for example, it's like, you know, because it's like he's not exactly brave in the beginning, but because he's not brave, it's almost like he does value the attribute he wants more of.
Right.
But then on the flip side, I think that you've got Hermione, who it's like she may even take some of her academics, you know, not for granted to the point where she like doesn't care about them, but it's like she just is smart, like, you know, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she values intelligence above other things, which I think is on proud display at the end of book 1, where she's talking to Harry and she's like, cleverness in books. it's like bravery and friendship. Like, those are more important things.
Yeah, those are more important things. Like she says it right there for you, the audience, to see that like the things that are important to her aren't even the things that she's good at.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
Well, she is good at those things. Let's be clear. But
right. She is absolutely. Yes. Yeah.
That said, there is writing about the Sorting Hat that where in the Pottermore archives, where the Sorting Hat has said that it to this day is certain that it has never made a mistake.
Yes.
So it does not think, I do not think it would resort you, because it is arrogant enough about its own decisions that it does not think it's gotten anything wrong.
Right. So. Right. And I mean, like on some level, it's like one of those details where, it's like I can almost understand, like, sorting. I mean, I've gone through this in such a huge way too, because like I would have been a Slytherin for such a long period of time, and then since then it's sort of like I grabbed attributes from each of the various houses myself that I feel like work well for me, and so it's like sometimes it's almost like I wouldn't want anybody to like ever place themselves in buckets, but then also the idea of houses gives you like senses of belonging and community and family and people who you can work together with because you are like-minded and you do like value similar things. Like that's like it I can see arguments on literally both ends of the spectrum,
right?
The big question per Dumbledore's comment to Snape, to me, would almost be like what Dumbledore, I would argue, is suggesting in that moment is that Snape could have made a good Gryffindor.
That's what he's saying.
Like, I mean, yeah. And that's a really big one, because I do think that like if all of a sudden, Snape shows up, clearly he's kind of got this like eye for dark magic. Clearly it's like a fixation of his, like, we talked a little bit about Barty Crouch in today's episode, Junior, that is, like the possibility that maybe this was just like a highly gifted student who felt neglected by his father. Eventually, like, you're choosing party lines. Your dad's on one side and you're rejecting your father's beliefs, and so you choose the other side. It's not a hard narrative to follow. I mean, that exists out here in the real world. You can see it anywhere. It's like, was Barty Crouch Jr. enamored with the dark arts? Because it seems like Snape does have a passion for them.
Right. For sure he does.
From a young age. So that's the other thing too, is like, is there a practical application for the dark arts? Is there a world where it doesn't always have to be used for conquering things? Like it is a field of magic. It has a very ominous name, but maybe it's the wrong name.
Right.
Like maybe there are places, or the Department of Mysteries, for example, like.
Right. Yeah. Is there just like a dark arts door or something?
Precisely. Right. Yeah. Where it's like, you can go and use these things to better comprehend the magical world, you know, and the limits that we have involved with it. So it's all very interesting, because you're sort of like, what would Snape have been like? Because my argument would be that like, maybe he could have been a Gryffindor. Maybe that would have changed his relationship with, James and Sirius and Remus and Peter, because then they would be comrades. They'd be sleeping in the same dormitory. They would, not have this Slytherin Gryffindor rivalry that runs deep. There's like all these things, but then Snape likes the dark arts. Like, that's part of who he is as a person. So, it's hard to say how that could have potentially changed things, or if he just would he have become the Peter? Would he have become the mole? Like,
right.
Like, I mean,
who knows? Right. I mean, he eventually kind of is, the mole.
Right. Yes.
On both sides in a way.
Right.
So I think really though, it's like, the whole point is that like Dumbledore says, I think we sort too late, but it's like, even that seems like a weird take, because to me, it, like the Sorting Hat itself is always preaching like unity. It's like the houses must like come together.
Right.
So it's like, whether or not you were sorted, whether or not, like, what I think is that as you grow, it is very likely that you might have fared better in a different house at different stages of your life, as per what the houses are said to stand for. But like, maybe to the Sorting Hat's credit, that is the point. It's like, yes, this is how I sorted you when you were 11, and these are the friends. But as you grow, you will not be the same people you were when you were 11, but you'll have those friends, and you might have been now if I sorted you, you might be suited to a different house. But I didn't sort you now, I sorted you then, and now you're different people who are still friends. And because you started out in the same spot, you grew into different people, and now you have like a sense of unity amongst different kinds of people.
Exactly. And I do think it's a really good point to bring up the fact that the Sorting Hat does preach unity amongst all of the ranks. Like that's a very key detail to keep in mind. And it's even a funny one too, because like, we like college sports, for example. So like it's funny how you can have rivalries amongst like your team versus their team, even professional sports. But then all of a sudden the Olympics comes around, and all of a sudden it's like, your country.
Right.
And it's sort of like, doesn't matter where they play in the off season or the regular season for that matter. It's kind of like now you can find like the new unifying factor. And I imagine if we ever find intelligent species from other planets and have competition with them, that will be very Team Earth.
Everyone's going to be Team Earth, you know?
Yeah. So it's interesting the ways in which unification can occur, and obviously that at the end of the day, I think that's what's important.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Let's find that. That seems like a good note, but and also brings us to the end of today's episode.
It sure does. So thank you as always for joining us for this episode of the pod. Make sure you join us next week for chapter 28, The Madness of Mr. Crouch, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.